as a representative. Who are you? You're Snake River Valley? Yeah. Okay, anybody else? Who are you doing, Matt?
Caldwell Chamber of Commerce.
Are you, which list are you on?
Neutral.
David Claiborne, I'm on the support list, represent agriculture.
Dave?
Yep, David Claiborne.
Anybody else? Okay. We're ready? Does that mean Joe is ready when we just went by, or do we need to wait?
Yeah, we're good.
a second? We're good? All right. Good morning. Let's see, can you hear me? Or can you do better? Is that better? Okay. Good morning. It is 9:04 on September 21st, 2022, and this is time for a public hearing to consider the Canyon County Comprehensive Plan update. Specifically, it'd be a repeal and a replace for the Canyon County Comprehensive Plan for 2030. I am Commissioner Smith. Also present today is Commissioner White, Commissioner Van Beek. Monica Reeves is our deputy clerk that's recording and taking the minutes for this meeting. We have a lot of development services staff that's present. I'm just going to introduce Elizabeth Allen. If anyone else ends up speaking today, I'll just have you put your name on the record before you speak. And thank you for joining us. And the staff report and any additional exhibits have been posted on the county website on the land use hearings page. Are they on the land use hearings page as well as the comprehensive plan page? We'll make sure that's right if they want to open it on the website.
I have to double check, but I know they're on the comp plan page or the other.
Okay, and then Elizabeth, you have to pick that microphone up, and when you speak in the future, you gotta, there you go. So it's on the Growing Together page, so if you go canyonco.org/growing together, and this is being live streamed, so that's for everyone out there on the World Wide Web and you guys with your smartphones. If you want to download that so you can follow along, do that now.
It's also on the land hearing.
And it's on the land hearings page, which is a quick link on the canyonco.org page. Thank you. Today, we're going to follow the testimony guidelines found in Canyon County Code of Ordinances 070503. Regarding the testimony guidelines, I'm the chairman of the board and I will maintain order by restricting inappropriate discussion or disorderly conduct. And Canyon County is the applicant. And so we are going to start with staff presentation first, then we'll move into testimony in favor, then neutral, and then opposition. We did have some people identified as representatives, and so I will call their names first. And they will be allowed 10 minutes for their presentation. Everyone else is going to be offered 3 minutes of testimony. Something that's going to be very important today because of the volume of people that want to provide testimony. Non-repetitive testimony is encouraged and will be the only allowance. And so if someone says something that you agree with, when you come up onto the microphone, instead of repeating in your own words what they said, just state that you agree with their testimony and the concepts of what they were saying. That way that we have more time to discuss a bigger variety of information. The comprehensive plan has a lot in it, and so that we have the opportunity to hear lots of comments regarding these complex issues. If you refer to any exhibits today are computer projection, use specific verbal descriptions. If you're referring to something specific in the plan, refer to specific page numbers.
Carrie, I'm representing Sunny Slope Wine Trail.
Oh, you want to do, okay. That is Craig Davis. Got it. Okay. Let's see. We're not going to do the oath or affirmation today just because for clarification, this is a legislative matter. I'm not even going to do the, have you had any ex parte communication? Because we all have, it's legislative. So we've all been being lobbied by many of you and having a lot of conversations, which is completely legal because it's a legislative matter. And so because of that, remember, you don't have to, we're not swearing you in, but please do speak truthfully and from the heart about this. And I'm also going to ask my fellow commissioners, after the staff report, typically we ask a lot of questions of staff and spend quite a bit of time doing that. What I'd like to do today, because there's so many of you, is we'll hear the staff report and then we'll jump right into testimony from you all before we start with our questions. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. We are going to jump right in with Elizabeth then and start the report. Thank you.
Good morning. I am doing a work hold, so bear with me this morning. Before you this morning is the proposed Canyon County 2030 Comprehensive Plan update with a request to repeal the 2020 Comprehensive Plan and adopt the 2030 Plan. There are a number of late exhibits. Let's see, so it'll be 4F and then 5JJ through 5ZZ, and those have been provided to you. And I'll summarize the late exhibits in my presentation. And I do have 51 slides, so it's gonna take a while. So to go over what a comprehensive plan update and why it's needed. The comprehensive plan is a guiding document required in state statute under the Local Land Use Planning Act. The first plan in the county was adopted in 1975. Updates are needed to reflect changes that occur and address new challenges in the county. And the last update took place in 2011. This document provides a vision for how we grow and invest in our community over the next 8 years. The plan is not a regulatory document and will not change the current zoning properties. The one purpose only of the plan is to help guide land use decisions. And the plan is a working document that is typically updated every few years, and it may be amended as often as desired by the governing board. The plan covers 17 items that they're shown on the slide. I won't go over all of them. And those are all identified in the Local Land Use Planning Act. In the following slides, I'll go over the process of creating a plan. This process has taken place during the changes in department staff and a pandemic. The process began under the direction of Director Nielsen in 2019 and was led by Planner Kate Dahl. In April of 2021, Steve Foltz took over the director position, and then in February 2022, Ms. Dahl moved over to economic development, and then I took over the long-range planning division. And I'm Elizabeth Allen, for those of you that don't know me. Early drafts of the plan were developed through the work of various staff members. So as I mentioned, preparation of the plan began in fall of 2019 with the formation of 7 working groups. Each group met twice in 2019. 2 surveys were created in 2020 and were open for 2 months. A dedicated page was added to the county website with events and details about the plan. 4 open houses were held in 2020 to identify desired changes that the public wanted to see in the plan. And then in fall of 2021, 4 open houses were held to get feedback on the draft plan, specifically future land use maps and the map set. 1 agricultural meeting was held in December of 2021, hosted by friends of our community to provide an update on the plan and discussions about transfer of development rights. 2 agricultural community meetings were held to hear feedback in January of 2022. And then in February of 2022, 3 open houses were held, focusing on the proposed goals, policies, and actions, as well as the future land use map. 2 joint workshops were held with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. Those were held in March and May of this year. And then comments and more details are included in the public outreach report that's on our website. So several areas of focus were identified during the public outreach.
one really quick thing that I wanted to add is we did send this notice also to every single taxpayer in Canyon County in the last year, which is also, I think, very significant. I don't know that very many communities that actually send out notice to every single owner of these legislative items. So I wanted that to be heard too, that we did notify every single person.
Yes, thank you for adding that. It is in the staff report for those of you who have read it. Okay, so the areas of focus were identified, including the protection of farmland, the desire to retain lifestyles and quality of life in the county, slowing the pace of development and the need to improve infrastructure that is not in place to support growth, and the need to balance land uses by providing opportunities for property owners. And then I'll go over the major policy themes. And then I'll also be providing a comparison of the language provided in the 2020 plan and the proposed 2030 plan. So the organization of the plan, the structure starts with the purpose, goals, policies, and actions, trends, existing conditions, and maps. And there's approximately 43 goals, which are broad statements indicating a general aim or purpose to be achieved. There's 90 policies with our statements providing guidelines for current and future decision making and extensive plans goals. And then there's approximately 93 actions with initiatives, projects, or programs to put policies into action. Now the first chapter is property rights. There's 1 goal, 3 policies, and 5 actions. Introduction from the 2020 plan was removed and replaced with a purpose that references state statute. And then the remaining 2020 language was kept with the addition of a discussion of the bundle of rights. So of the language, 10% is new, 30% carried over, and then 5% was revised. Chapter 2 is population. The 2020 plan provided population data covering 1970 to 2000, and then projections for 2030. The proposed plan includes updated census, encompass population growth projections, and the goals, policies, and actions incorporate data to assist with land use decisions. The proposal includes 2 goals, 1 policy, and 2 actions. 27% of this language was revised from the 2030 plan, and 18% was new. And Chapter 3 is economic development, and that was moved from Chapter 4 in the 2020 plan to Chapter 3 in the 2030 plan. Data on labor force, employment, commuting patterns, income, and spending was updated. The goals, policies, and actions intend to support the regional economy. There are a total of 4 goals, 7 policies, and 10 actions, of which 41.94% was revised from the 2020 plan, and 25.81% is new. Chapter 4 is land use and community design. And this chapter includes updated information on existing development patterns and land ownership. And the goals, policies, and actions focus on balancing land uses. There are approximately 9 goals, 22 policies, and 14 actions, of which 20% is new language, 30.59% was revised from the 2020 plan, and then 2.35% was kept. So the future land use map is added to that chapter, and it's a visual guide for planning and land use. It does not control current uses and should not be confused with the zoning map. So the future land use designation language is primarily remain the same from the 2020 plan, with the addition of applicable zone districts and the addition of conservation and public open space designations. So the residential designation on the future land use map is intended for residential development. The relevant zoning designations are residential agricultural transition, residential single family, and combined medium density residential. And that's shown on the map in the yellow. So the agricultural future land use designation is a primary land use in the county. It contains areas of productive irrigated croplands, grazing lands, feedlots, dairies, seed production, and ground of lesser agricultural value. The relevant zoning designations in the are residential single family. Sorry, that's wrong. So that was a residential agricultural transition, commercial agriculture 5, commercial agricultural 20, and commercial agricultural 40. There's a lot of confusion about the designation and what we have proposed. So I have an example on the screen. It's approximately 28 acres. So as it sits today, the future land use is agriculture, which has an average lot size requirement of 40 acres. So there are options to rezone for residential or RR, which is a 2-acre minimum lot size, and R1, which is a 1-acre lot size. And so what they would have to do to rezone is do a future land use map amendment, so it's a comp plan amendment, and then a rezone. And based on how it sits today, it would not be consistent with comprehensive plan and future land use map. But what we're proposing is those 2 or 3 agricultural zones. You have the 20 acres, 5 acres, and also that residential agricultural transition. And then that, of course, would have to be approved by the hearing bodies. So what they would have to do is they wouldn't have to amend the comprehensive plan map. They would have to just do a rezone, and they would still be consistent with the agricultural designation, agricultural designations that we don't have today. So this provides more options to property owners than what we have currently. So the commercial future land use designation is intended to encourage commercial uses which can provide goods and services to businesses, travelers, and residents of the county. These areas are primarily located in areas of city impact. Relevant zoning designations include rural neighborhood commercial, service commercial, and mixed-use arterial. And the industrial future land use designation is for various industrial needs in the county and is located primarily in areas of city impact and along major roadways or rail lines. Relevant zoning designations include light and heavy industrial, and that's shown on blue on the image on the screen. The conservation and public open space future land use designation is located primarily on federal and county lands. And then we're proposing new zoning district changes, as I touched on earlier. And through the process of the development of the plan, staff identified new zoning designations that would be necessary after the plan is adopted. And that's what I touched on earlier. This language will be updated and ordinance will need to be created with thorough public outreach and involvement of advisory committees before these districts can be implemented. And so we don't know the specifics until after if this plan gets adopted, and then we can work on ordinances. The first one is the residential agricultural transition, which is proposed to replace rural residential with a density of 1 unit per 2 acres. And then we have the commercial agriculture AC5 at 1 unit per 5 acres that is intended to allow more flexibility for property owners and rural lifestyles. And you can have residences on these zones. Next is the commercial agricultural AC20 at 1 unit per 5 acres. That's intended for agricultural operations, but you can still have a home. And it aims to maintain and promote existing and future agricultural operations, but allows more flexibility for property owners. And the last agricultural designation is the commercial agricultural AC40. That's 1 unit per 40 acres. You can also have a home on this in this designation. And this is currently the only agricultural zone that we have in the county. And it's intended to protect farmland as an economic driver in the county. And the additional designations that I mentioned were created based on feedback that farmers don't have flexibility to create smaller lots that are still considered farmland. As I mentioned, it would make it more consistent with a future land use map than what we have today. The rural neighborhood commercial designation is proposed to replace the neighborhood commercial designation and is intended to provide small-scale amenities where public sewer and water services are unavailable and will not attract large traffic volumes and can still provide goods and services to community members that live further away from city centers. And so we have identified new overlays through the development of this plan and outreach. The language included is only a description at this time and is not intended to describe fully what these overlays would entail. The details of these overlays will not be created until after the plan is adopted and we work with the public with thorough outreach and advisory committees, agencies to develop the language. And overlays are current zoning designations that are placed over an existing base zone to add extra controls or flexibility to support the character of the area. So the agritourism exclusive farm use overlay designation is shown in the striped area along Highway 55, west of Farmway Road to Courts Lane, and then it runs south of Homedale Road to Marson Road and Locust Lane. It is intended to allow property owners flexibility to provide services and sell agricultural products. And as I mentioned, exact language and details will be created through public outreach after the plan is adopted. Agritourism business use overlay is located along Highway 55 from Farmway Road to the river. It's intended to host businesses that directly support agritourism-based operations. Now, we've added a wildfire risk area overlay, and that's intended to cover moderate to higher risk wildfire areas based on the county all hazard mitigation plan to provide land use management practices to minimize risk. The darker area, the orange red area, is the higher risk areas in the county, and those are primarily located in the foothills. The intensive agriculture overlay is intended to help protect farming operations from land use conflict. So the language will be figured out after the plan is adopted and we work on ordinances of public outreach. As an example, that might mean larger setbacks and potentially landscaping buffers, but we would figure that out with the public. A scenic byway and historic preservation overlay is intended to protect the areas around scenic byways and historic features. And that's shown on the image as the orange and gray dashed line. Chapter 5 is natural resources and hazardous areas. The focus of this chapter is to protect natural resources and provide mitigation measures in hazardous areas. An analysis of natural resources was added, which was not included in the 2020 plan. We also added new information about hazards, including nitrate priority areas, drought, flooding, and wildfire, which was also not in the 2020 plan. The chapter includes 6 goals, 17 policies, and 23 actions, of which 4% was from the 2020 plan, 24% and then 33% was new language. Chapter 6, schools, includes data on school district enrollment, which was updated with, as well as school bus information, and higher education language was updated. The theme of the chapter is support educational services in the county and to consider the aggregate impact growth has on the capacity of schools. The chapter includes 2 goals, 2 policies, and 3 actions, of which 16% carried over from the 2020 plan and 21% was revised from the 2020 plan. Now, chapter 7 is public services, facilities, and utilities. It provides updated information on water sources, wastewater systems, stormwater, solid waste, electricity, and natural gas, public safety and emergency services. The focus of this chapter is on providing access to services. It includes 2 goals, 5 policies, and 3 actions, of which 23% carried over from the 2020 plan, 15% was revised from the 2020 plan, and 39% is new language. And then at the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended adding a policy to encourage landowners outside of fire district boundaries to annex into a fire district before developing. And that's shown on page 7 of the FCOs, and that's number 61. And chapter 8 is transportation. It discusses transportation agencies and the role of the Community Planning Association of Southwest Idaho, and includes updated information on functional classifications, railroad systems, and public transportation. The focus of the chapter is on collaboration and coordination with agencies to provide safe and connected transportation systems. The chapter includes 4 goals, 8 policies, and 8 actions, of which 8% carried over from the 2020 plan, 28% was revised, and 15% is new language. At the hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were concerns about the functional classification map. There were some inaccurate designations on that map in the Middleton area. That map was adopted in 2012 and has not been updated since that time. And so the P&Z proposed adding an action requiring an update when the map is updated. And staff is working with Middleton, Compass, and Canyon Highway District on getting that map updated to reflect changes that have occurred. Chapter 9 is recreation. It provides information on county parks and recreation opportunities with a focus on enhancing trails, pathways, and other recreation opportunities. Now, the chapter includes 2 goals, 4 policies, and 1 action, of which 23% was revised from the 2020 plan and 38% is new language. Chapter 10 is special areas and sites. It includes information about the county's history, historic districts, archaeological sites, and scenic byways. The focus of the chapter is to preserve county history and culture. The chapter includes 1 goal, 3 policies, and 5 actions, of which 7% carried over from the 2020 plan, 21% was revised, and 36% is new language. So chapter 11 is housing. It outlines housing data with updated information on housing units, occupancy, age of units, heating sources, housing types, cost and values, and percentage of income. The goals, policies, and actions focus on maintaining the rural character while providing opportunities for housing. The chapter includes 4 goals, 4 policies, and 3 actions, of which 21% carried over from the 2020 plan and 57% is new language. Chapter 12 is agriculture. It includes information about the history of agriculture, data on farmland conversion and associated economic loss, land use ownership, industries, crops, and livestock data. A new section was added about aerial application, which is crop dusting. The theme of the chapter is to support agriculture by protecting farmland, providing options for farmers, and minimizing impacts on operations. The chapter includes 5 goals, 9 policies, and 16 actions, of which 36% was revised from the 2020 plan and 55% is new language. And then the last chapter is chapter 13, National Interest Electric Transmission Corridors. The theme of chapter 13 is to recognize the need for long-term energy and utility services. The chapter includes 1 goal, 5 policies, and 1 action, of which 50% carried over from the 2020 plan and 20% was revised from the 2020 plan. The one component that the Local Land Use Planning Act has in there is public airports. That was not included because in the act, it would have to be added if the Planning and Zoning Commission requested that the item be added. For agency comments, we received comment from the City of Milton with comments on the functional classification map. The City of Greenleaf provided suggestions for specific policies, the definition of intensive agriculture, the need for additional agritourism areas, and industrial along Peckham Road. And these items are incorporated in the recommended changes. The City of Nampa provided comments regarding development within the area of city impact, recommended changes to certain policies and actions, and concerns about the agritourism and intensive agriculture overlays. We also incorporated some other concerns in the recommended changes. And then Compass provided comment with recommended changes that we also incorporated with the recommended changes in the FCOs. For public comments, we received 51 comments. We did get a few more in after I made the slide this morning. And to summarize, the comments we received was to protect farmland, slow growth, improve infrastructure, provide infill in areas of impact, the need for agritourism, the need to provide balance, suggested changes, the need for more residential options, and the need to protect property rights. And then I'll go over the late exhibits. I'm not going to summarize the full comment itself, but I'll just touch on them. So exhibit 5KK is from Alan Mills, concerned about the lack of balance in the plan. Exhibit 5JJ is from Garrett Nancolas, commented in support of the plan and the importance of the farming industry in the county and Caldwell. Exhibit 5LL is from Caldwell Chamber of Commerce in favor of the plan with suggested changes that they provided in their letter. Exhibit 5MM is from Canyon Soil Conservation District in support of repealing the 2020 plan and in adopting the 2030 plan. And they also discussed the amount of outreach that occurred. Exhibit 5NN is from Diana Trout. She commented on the need to approve the plan and to protect the agricultural heritage and economy of the county. Exhibit 500, Emmerich Farms, commented in support of the plan and the urgent need to protect agricultural land. Exhibit 5PP is from Josh Nelson, commented on the need to approve the plan to protect the agricultural heritage and economy of the county. Exhibit 5RR is from Andrew Rodriguez, commented on the need to approve the plan to protect the agricultural heritage and economy of the county. And then Exhibit 5SS is from Betsy Ayers, commented on the need to approve the plan to protect agricultural heritage and the economy of the county. Exhibit 5TT was from Idaho Hop Growers Association, urging approval of the plan and the support it provides to agriculture. Exhibit 5UU is American Farmland Trust, which is a presentation slide that you'll see later. Exhibit 5BB from John Starr of Land Services Group, commented about the need to develop a robust and diverse approach to allow farmers more options for alternative land uses, as has been proposed in the plan. Exhibit 5WW is from Andy Emerson, and commented on the need to approve the plan to protect the agricultural heritage and economy of the county. Exhibit 5XX was from Nicole Height. She had the same comment as the one before her. Exhibit 5YY is from Dr. Ron Bender and Amy Dolan. And that will be presentation slides that you'll see later. And then finally, Exhibit 5CC is from Kath, and that's also a presentation that you'll be seeing later. And so the Plan and Zoning Commission public hearing, the Plan and Zoning Commission recommended approval with the staff recommended changes and changes identified by the commission as shown in the FCOs. Staff did identify that we are missing the airport map, which includes the crop dusting operations in the agricultural chapter, and would recommend that that be added to the plan. For decision options today, the Board of County Commissioners may approve the request to repeal the 2020 comprehensive plan and adopt the proposed 2030 plan. You may deny, or you may continue the discussion and request additional information on items. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners open a public hearing and discuss the case, and that's case OR 2022-0008. As I mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with the recommended changes identified in the findings of fact. And just to touch on the next steps after adoption, we will need to develop advisory committees to assist with ordinance updates and also address the sub-area plans identified in the land use chapter to implement the plan. And then we would also need to begin work on items. And finally, I would like to say thank you to everyone that has provided input and has been involved in the process. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any brief questions for Elizabeth before we start public testimony? And then we have had people join us late. Beside Commissioner Van Beek, we have some additional sign-in sheets. Please, if you want to testify, come and sign up on that sheet and we'll get them to you. So we will start with our representatives in favor. And I have two. Either Craig Davis or David who wants to start. Craig, you're the closest. Here we go. And then I'll just remind you, we are streaming live, and you should be able to hear yourself project.
All right,
Thanks.
All right, so Craig Davis, owner of Kindred Vineyards and the president of the Sunny Slope Wine Trail. It's a privilege to be here after 3 years of working on this plan. As it's been pointed out a couple of times, we've had workshops, numerous workshops. We've, this has been open to the entire public. This room, I mean, I'm one of us, but we're the squeaky wheels. There's also a whole community of Canyon County people that I think the wineries have a unique opportunity to hear their voice. It's the only place in the ag land where we have people coming and visiting us from the valley, from Canyon County, from Ada County. Last year we had over 100,000 people come and visit us. And so in those dialogues that we have, we've gotten a really, really good pulse on what the community wants. It was brought up in the last hearing, is there really a petition? Are there really, have people voice their opinion? I brought a copy of part of the petition. There's thousands of signatures here. I sent a copy to Elizabeth, so if you guys would like to see, you can see it. I would say, in my experience, there's probably 95% of people that come to the winery want to protect Sunny Slope and Canyon County. They want to protect the land. It doesn't mean, this comprehensive plan, by the way, does not stop us from doing the normal process that we have today. The land right now is zoned as agricultural. If somebody wants to convert that land to, residential, they have a process that they can go through. They still can go through that process. And if anybody's under the misconception that this plan changes that, understand that we have due process here. You can still come to the comprehensive or to these hearings. You can make your petition. That doesn't change at all. So I do want a slide deck, and Elizabeth, do you have it? Okay, awesome. Oh yeah, thank you. I haven't looked at this for a little while, but this kind of gives you an idea of what the wine region means to Canyon County. So I'm going to go through a few slides and kind of give you a picture. This will tie into Dave's talk a little bit later, but let's go ahead and go to the first slide. So this lists the wineries and vineyards that we have just in the Sunny Slope area, which is just part of the Canyon County Ag area. But we have 26 wineries and vineyards in our area. There's a substantial amount of revenue that's generated in these wineries. If you go to the next slide, please. And I should have brought my glasses because I can't see very well. But so just so you understand, Sunny Slope is one of the fastest growing wine regions in the country. We've been growing 30% a year for the last 5 years. We have hundreds of thousands of visitors, as I mentioned before. Right now, we're planted on 800 acres. There's 17 wineries that actually have tasting rooms, and the rest are straight vineyards. We generate enough income for employees, hundreds of employees just within the wineries, but thousands of indirect jobs that are generated because of the industry that we have. We ship wines all over the world. I don't need to go through all these, but we've competed internationally. We've been written about all over the country. We have visitors now from New York, California, other countries. We're getting nationally recognized. Next slide, please. So when you look at what this means economically to Canyon County, and this is all going to make a little more sense here in a little bit. About 5 years ago, we were generating around $24 million a year in bottle sales. Last year, we generated around $54 million in bottle sales. And on this growth path, even if we drop it down 10%, we're going to be at $167 million industry. That's just bottle sales. That doesn't count the multiplier effect. That's not the jobs that we create indirectly, like farm equipment, fertilizers, builders that are building new buildings, outbuildings for us, people that are working in the field. So we're talking about a significant industry for Canyon County. And this is just one of the ag industries in Canyon County. Every acre that we have is generating an income that is renewable every year. Every year we're generating more money for the county. That's providing jobs. There's nothing else like that Canyon County has. We don't have anything else that does this. Next slide, please. What makes us unique is that we have a particular microclimate in our area. If you look at Northern California, we have the same grow zone as some areas in Northern California. You don't have that even in Boise. We have a month-longer growing season in our region, in the western part of Canyon County. We have a month-longer growing season than Boise. So what does that mean? It means that's why you see orchards and vineyards out in that region. You have cherries and apricots and peaches and grapes. We can't move our vineyards anywhere else. We don't have any other place to go. We can't plant north or across the river or south. This is it. Next slide, please. So what's happening right now is as we see development coming in, we're losing land, but the other thing that's happening is it's driving up the prices of land so that we can't expand this 20% growth that we're hoping to have for the next 5 years. Is going to be stifled dramatically if we can't plant more grapes. We need 2,400 acres in the next 5 years if we're going to stay on this growth path to the $167 million. So when people come out to our region, why do they come out? Because they can get wine in Boise. They can get wine in Ada County. They can go to any grocery store. They come out because they're getting that personal agricultural experience. They're getting the views that we have. And I know views is not the argument used to try to win an argument around land protection. But the truth is that the people that leave Ada County and they aren't drinking wine in Boise, they're coming out to us. They're doing it because they have these beautiful views. And if I have a neighborhood that's put in next to me as a winery, that's going to kill our business. And I'm looking at this from a person that moved into Canyon County under the understanding that we had a zoning called agricultural that we all agreed on. And I invested my retirement, my livelihood, my hours, my years into building this business where I support people. And that's what all the wineries did. And then to have, so my land protection, my land rights, potentially could be infringed on by residential neighborhoods being put in next to me and threatening the jobs of the people I employ, and threatening my livelihood. So there's kind of the land protection, land rights issue kind of is on both sides of that fence. So anyways, next slide. So the economic engine that agriculture provides for Canyon County is very dramatic. It not only provides jobs, if we sell, tractor equipment, fertilizers, buildings, all that. The beauty is that we are generating an income into Canyon County without building a lot of infrastructure. We're not having to put in sewers, and we're not having to put in extra streets. We have visitors that are coming from out of state, leaving their money and then going back home. That's the perfect kind of business you want for a county. So anyways, I think that's all I had. We're not anti-development. We actually, our contribution in all those hearings was that we want to encourage growth. We want to encourage businesses. We just don't want to put like in the middle of prime agricultural land. If we keep businesses, we want to have businesses out there. We want to have people that support us. Like we need, some more restaurants, and we need places for people to stay. Let's just not put them in the middle of this, our fields. That's all I have. Any questions for me? Yes.
Thank you for being here today. I do greatly admire, and I have fought in previous land use hearings to protect that Sunny Slope region. There was a proposed development out there that I was adamantly opposed to, and got the LDS Church involved, and we protected that. Having said that, you have a vested interest. You indicated, and this is the way it is with most farmers, that they put their kids, their life, their sweat, their tears, everything they have is into developing that. It's a long-term payout. So your statement that you need an additional 2,400 acres, when that ground comes up, this is my question, for sale, rather than have that go to a neighborhood, do you have a working agreement that would give the wineries a first right of refusal on that ground? And if you do, how come you're not exercising that option?
We don't have that. And I think what's happening is a lot of landowners are holding on to their land. Some, I should say, are holding onto their land in the anticipation that it's going to be bought up by a developer. So they're looking at, making hundreds of thousands of dollars in on a sale versus selling as aggregate. So land is getting locked up right now because of the nature of the growth area.
And I understand what you're saying, but in an economy where it's been market and capitalism driven, and that is the argument that is frustrating as a landowner. I'm not speaking as a person who does not hold and value land. I am speaking as a person who has received several offers for my ground. I value my ground and I protect my ground. We're really standing in the way of Century Farms and aquifers that go east on a bench that's very desirable next to the Boise River. So tell me how that is fair to have one farmer benefit at the expense of another. That's really what we're talking about.
Sure, Leslie, that's a great question. I am the capitalist of capitalists. I make Ronald Reagan look like a liberal. I am very pro land rights. I came onto this land with the understanding it was agriculture. And I've already invested my money and time in that. What is happening is people that bought that land, and some of these people, I'll be honest, are from California that came up here to take advantage of this beautiful land to convert it to residential neighborhoods for NFL football players. That's what one of them told me. And I understand there's legitimate farmers that live here and were born and raised here that are trying to also take advantage of the land that they have and convert it, but they're asking the rules to be changed. So I would say when we look at that, for the rules to be changed, that we have to take it on a case-by-case basis like we do now and say, is this viable farmland? Is it going to affect the community as a whole at the benefit of one person or a benefit of a handful of people, a developer and a builder? Because once you put a house on that land, you never, ever get it back. You have to understand, you're your grandchildren are gonna see homes, they're not gonna see ag land, they're not gonna see the beautiful views that we have right now, and they do not have a sustainable income from that land anymore.
I understand what you're saying, and I have been on both sides of the table. I am very privileged to be a commissioner sitting here listening to these arguments being reasoned out. But I've also been a property owner who 260 acres, I'll take that, across the street from me, was sold, and it did not make it through the 2008. The developer was losing significant amounts of money on annual interest payments. So they sold that to an allowed use in an ag designated zone. They let it revert back. So now they're mining a lot of gravel. They do have a reclamation plan for doing that. And so in that, here's my point, is there was a group, it was a coalition that was formed of farmers who've been century farmers and generational farmers. And they could not put the numbers together to buy that collectively and maintain that in ag. And so when we're talking, and again, I'm hearing both sides, which is really the crux of the argument that we're here today. There are two sides of this. The person that bought the ground before, let's say we go back to 1979, predating that, that's some of the concern that is held here, is that the bundle of rights that's now being presented, you're saying they have the right to apply, but really, when we're looking at intensive ag overlays, what you're telling someone, because what I don't see in this is the word voluntary. So that to me is noticeably missing. If you were the landowner that wanted to sell that, and you were in intensive ag, you didn't have anyone going forward, this really needs more discussion, I think, that involves everyone that we represent in all 200, almost 300,000 people in the community. And that it feels like that there is a conscious bias when you do not have a generation succeeding and you're asking them to step down. And that argument frustrates me all day long. A farmer should take less. Why?
Well, I guess one point, Leslie, is that we've had 3 years of board meetings, and they've had an opportunity. We've all had opportunities to shape this for 3 years. And I would have loved to have heard those discussions then, rather than at the final hearing. I don't know why that's being brought up today, except now it's the visibility's been raised. If it was truly a concern 2 years ago, I would have loved to have that conversation then. And then the other point is, you know, what's happening is there is kind of an unfair advantage that they bought that land as agricultural, or they inherited it as agricultural, and to ask to rezone it so that they can capitalize on that. I understand the profit motive, but we are a community too. It's not there, and we have a responsibility to our descendants and to one another to look at what's the best for our community. And if we say, you know, off the cuff, that this farmer over here can convert their land to residential, then why can't this guy? And then why can't this guy? And then why can't this guy? And we will have a trickle effect where we're going to lose it. So we have to, as a community, have a policy. And yes, some people will not get the opportunity to develop their land, but what's the cost if they do? The cost is that even 1% drop in our agricultural land is going to be a $6.4 million per year revenue decrease. So as the economy, like people will lose their jobs, will be buying less goods. And it doesn't sound like that much, but when David shares his numbers, that they'll confirm what I just said, $6.4 million a year just for a 1% drop in our ag land space.
Thank you, Craig.
So,
And then just for my commissioners, I want to make sure that so that we get through testimony today, that we're asking questions and not deliberating with every single person that comes up. And so otherwise we'll never get through this. And so let's be very specific on just asking the question and holding deliberation.
And we're trying to do that, Madam Chair. My questions are usually, I have read a significant amount of this. I do have one more question.
We have to do better today though on the less deliberation and questions.
And I
And so
understand
just
what you're
asking
saying.
questions
And
so
Madam
that
Chair,
we have the
yes.
respect of everyone that's here and
Absolutely.
give them an opportunity.
And I want that to happen. I have attended all the meetings and I've been involved as far as for the board where we could attend. I have one more question for you. Have you toured the Syngenta facility and a safe traits conversion accelerator model out there? Okay. And this is it's not really a question, but
No, we're not gonna do it then. We gotta just stick with questions. Okay, thank you. I have one question for you. Did you read the final draft 2030
I
covenant?
absolutely did.
And you support it?
I absolutely support
Thank
it.
you.
I think it's great. So
Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. And then the last representative for in favor is David Claiborne. Or is it Claiborne?
Claiborne.
Claiborne, there's no R in there. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Claiborne. I'm a Sausage Law Officer at the Idaho Dairymen's Association and several dairy producers in the county.
I need you to,
Am I not
yeah, you can't
projecting?
hear you. Nope. I can hear you because you're in front of me, but,
Okay,
and I
You
think
want-
you can like move, like manhandle that a little bit.
okay.
There we go.
I'm
Thank you.
projecting now. They can hear me online. Do you want me to repeat?
No.
Okay. And so I'm here today for the Coalition for Agriculture's Future and the Idaho Dairymen's Association. They do support this comprehensive plan. I want to address concerns about the plan and its impact on private property rights. We believe the plan strikes a proper balance between the community interest and private property rights. And in that regard, first, it should be understood that adoption of a comprehensive plan update is not a zoning decision. It reflects a policy decision, and I think Madam Chairman has expressed that this morning when she indicated this was a legislative type proceeding. So we're determining policy, we're not determining property rights today. The comprehensive plan by statute is to reflect the desirable goals and objectives and the desirable future situation of the county's vision for itself. And it's not a legally controlling zoning law. And our courts have talked about this many times, and it said that a comprehensive plan guides future growth consistent with the reasons why people enjoy living and working in the county. And I think you'll hear today that agriculture is an important and vital part of this county, and it's part of why people like to live here, why they like to work here, and why they enjoy this community, and what drives the economy in this county. So it is an important element to be considered as you make this legislative or policy decision of what's important and what you want this county to look like in the future. Second, a comprehensive plan under the Local Land Use Planning Act is you have a statutory command to encourage the protection of prime agricultural lands and land uses for production of food, fiber, and minerals. When we speak of, folks from the agricultural community, when we speak of prime agricultural lands, we're talking about land viable for commercial agriculture on scales large enough that they can generate profits and be a business. We are not speaking of fragmented parcels of land, smaller portions that become hobby farms or country estates, and that really don't contribute anything to that commercial chain of agricultural production. Those types of uses are completely incompatible in areas where commercial agriculture is occurring. And so above all, the comprehensive plan should reflect what's good for the community as a whole, what the county's vision is, and it should support those community interests by keeping incompatible uses away from one another. And I think that is one of the overarching purposes of the comprehensive plan, is to ensure that uses that are compatible with one another are generally kept in the same areas. And then third, the exercise of the county zoning authority, so what you would do after the comprehensive plan is updated, is in furtherance of the comprehensive plan. But when you adopt the comprehensive plan, I would just caution, you shouldn't be concerned that by adopting a comprehensive plan, you're taking private property rights. Our courts have always ruled that that's not the case. Chapter 1 of your comprehensive plan clearly sets forth what the property rights are, and I don't take any issue with it. I think it's a very good description. It says that they're the rights of possession, control, exclusion, enjoyment, and disposition. And the comprehensive plan will do nothing to interfere with any of those rights. Every person that owns private property will still be able to possess, control, enjoy, dispose of their property, exclude others from it. And Chapter 1 goes on to summarize government's authority to regulate or limit the use of private property, including a local government's authority to establish land use planning. So here again, and I don't want to go through all the line of Idaho case law, but our courts have consistently recognized that zoning ordinances that regulate where buildings can be built, how they should be constructed, where we want to preserve open space, where we want to implement aestheticism or agriculture within our community, that all of these are a permissible exercise of the commissioner's police power or zoning power when acting under the Land Use Planning Act. And our courts have also said that land use designations and zoning ordinances along those lines, even though they might affect the value of property, they don't constitute a taking. It's been settled law in our country for many decades now that zoning ordinances adopted through the legislative processes that we're using here today, so long as they don't take away all economic use of the property, then they're permissible. And I don't think anyone would fairly argue that this comprehensive plan would take away anyone's complete economic use of their property. There would be remaining economic uses available. What the plan here does is retain economic value and use of property in the agricultural areas of the county by allowing, preserving, and maintaining that agricultural use. While to the contrary, if you change the character of use of these agricultural areas, you have the opposite effect, eliminating and making not viable commercial agricultural operations. The county has authority to regulate and limit use of private property to achieve planning goals, so long as the private property is not rendered valueless. And the county has a statutory charge under the Land Use Planning Act to preserve prime agricultural land. So the exercise of the planning authority to preserve agricultural land is proper. It's in the best interest of the county and the city's citizens as a whole, and should not be viewed as a taking of any property right. Some might speak to the highest and best use of property and what the value of my property might be under highest and best use. But that calculation is always based on what the permissible use of that property is. So it's always going to be defined by what this body decides in terms of a comprehensive plan and its zoning ordinances. Every time you decide a lot size requirement, a building setback, how people build their fences, what constitutes a nuisance, where I can build my shed, how big it can be, or even what the land use is. Every time you do that, you're affecting the highest and best use calculation. But the fact is, at the end of the day, the legislative body, the county commissioners, makes the policy decisions for the community to determine what those highest and best uses are. And that should be set consistent with what you want the vision for this county to be. And as I said at the outset, I think you'll hear ample testimony today that your citizens desire a vision for this community that's rooted in agriculture. At the end of the day, we would urge you that the comprehensive plan does not unreasonably infringe on any private property rights. It doesn't render any private property valueless. It preserves prime agricultural land and will allow private enterprise to flourish as a result. And for those reasons, we ask for the commissioner's support of this comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek?
I have a question for you on best management practices that is used throughout this document. Does that, well, on the definition that I have, that specifically relates to point source pollution of groundwater and surface water systems. Is it strictly designated for that?
Well, Madam Chair and Commissioner Van Beek, I can't speak to all the nuanced elements of the plan. I have read some of it, not all of it. There might be others that can answer that, but in regards to point source pollutions, those are, with the folks I represent, none of the clients I represent are point source pollutants. So it should be understood that all of the CAFOs or confined animal operations or dairies in Idaho are non-point source entities. So they don't discharge directly to surface waters. And they all operate under what's called a nutrient management plan approved by the state's Department of Agriculture as to how they manage their manure and dispose of it in agronomic ways to prevent it from ever reaching a point source or surface water.
Thank you for that. And I did we implemented a nutrient management plan through NRCS, and so I'm familiar with that. But my question really, in its truest sense, does best management practice strictly relate to water?
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
Okay, and then do you have any idea, as in Sawtooth is, you're primarily focused on water, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Water and natural resources, yes.
Okay, but in that you have some feel, I'm assuming and speaking land use hearing for a comprehensive plan on the value of, I guess, grading different levels. So the market value of ag ground versus ground that rides the free market. Would you say there's a difference, yes or no?
Yes, I understand your question. I think I understand it, that without, in the absence of land use zoning, would the value of land be different? Yes, it would be.
Okay, and I want to make it clear, I'm just ferreting out information, and I have both sides and understanding, but when we're talking about economic value and you're indicating that it cannot render a property value less, so that might become relative. The greater the scale of the operation, and the smaller the dollar amount, depending on the market, could affect the economic value overall to the property owner.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank
All
you very
right,
much.
thank you.
Madam Chair, David Anderson with American Farmland Trust. I want to clarify that I'm representing our 300+ members in Canyon County.
All right, you can come next. I think we are not going to get, well, let's see, how long do you need? 5 minutes?
I'm going to be more than 3, and I'm going to keep it under 10.
Okay,
How does that sound?
that sounds good.
All right. Thank you for your time today. First slide, please. So I want to talk about a tipping point here with this comp plan. And what I mean by that is that we hear a lot of the word of balance being used from multiple sides of stakeholders today. So being at a tipping point means do the decisions you make with this plan today and going forward keep that balance, or does it tip us in one direction? Next slide, please. So Ukraine war, it's in the news everywhere, right? We're hearing about the atrocities that are being committed by the Russians, human rights atrocities, the loss of resources, etc. One thing that's not necessarily being talked about is that war has absolutely decimated the Ukraine agricultural production. We've seen the theft of machinery. They've actually loaded machinery up on rail cars and taken it to other parts of Russia. We've seen the disruption of over 45 million tons of production in this grow year alone. The one that really caught me was that in just July, 173,000 acres of crops were burned by the Russians. So to put that in perspective, Canyon County has got about 200,000 acres in production right now. So imagine almost this entire county up in flames right now. So what is our responsibility as a county, as a state of Idaho, as the country, to support the rest of the global food supply in being able to adjust to this loss? So road regions such as Canyon County right now are really going to feel the pressure to be able to make up the difference. This is not only a question of food security local, but national security. Next slide, please. Drought. Drought is here. So I started out in Arizona 25 years ago and watched that drought absolutely decimate, just fallow acres and acres of farmland in Arizona. It's creeping up the Central Valley of California, Nevada, and now Southern Oregon. So a lot of pressure on good soils to continue to be able to produce more food. And that's what we do here in Canyon County. We have some of the best soils. We've got reliable water supplies year to year. We have the ability to make up this difference. So the value of this land as an agricultural economy is critical. And what this plan does for us is create that balance for us to be able to continue to maintain that agricultural economy. Next slide, please. Let's talk about cost of community services. You're seeing 2 lines of information there, the 1997 ratio and the 2019 ratio. 1997, University of Idaho did a cost of community services analysis on Canyon County. And in 2019, BYU, Idaho updated that information. So the takeaway from this, the way to read this is that in 1997, for every dollar of property taxes that was being collected from residential, it was costing $1.08 for those services, to provide those services. If you move across to commercial and agriculture, what you find is that drops to less than $1. So the way to read this is that all the property taxes are being collected from working farms, and then those crops going into the agricultural industry, because primarily most of the industry in the county right now is agricultural, is that those property taxes are essentially subsidizing the cost of those community services in the residential areas. The other takeaway is note the difference between 1997 and 2019. And Elizabeth, if you just hit the space bar real quick. Thank you. So look at the change in just 20 years, right? A 32-cent change in the cost of community services in our residential areas as a result of changes in school budgets, school funding formulas, changes in our homeowners exemption, just the growth in general, more people, cost more to take care of them. And then finally, the low density residential development. One of the things that we're talking about is LDR fragmentation of our farmland. So a large number of those smaller, low density residential properties are still taking advantage of ag exemptions. The threshold is very low. It's only $1,000 worth of income. So throw a couple cows out in the pasture and you've got your ag exemption. So all of that is putting pressure on those costs of community services. So the takeaway from this is that this plan, with the agricultural protection elements in that plan, is securing the commercial and agricultural columns in this table. It's assuring that you are, guess what, going to have the balance that you need to be able to continue to pay for those community services in the residential growth areas. That's all I have to present today. I'm open for questions. I would offer just the next slide. I think you've been seeing us a lot here in the county in the last week or two. Appreciate that. What's next for us here at AFT is I will say that once this plan is approved, that it allows for the framework for a committee, agricultural committee to be stood up. We look forward to being able to support that. American Farmland Trust, we're in the process of standing up an alliance, an agricultural industry alliance. There's an understanding out there amongst the ag industry now that this is not something that we can just sit back and watch. And so this alliance is interested in supporting our planning community, our decision makers, our elected officials, with the information they need to be able to proactively plan for ag. So that'll be the next project for us. And look forward to continuing to be here and being a trusted advisor to you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Gandy?
thank you for being here in your presentation. I do want you to know that the No Farms, No Food was proudly toted by my FFA members. And my second son at 16 won the national competition for farm business management and the production of hops here in the county. So he's very familiar and really proud of that effort. So I understand that.
Yes, questions?
When this group, your Ag Coalition, we had this conversation last Friday. People came and it was you and George Crooker and John Holdley. So one of the things that I was unclear on is if there has been an opportunity for your coalition to sit down with organized groups like this, River Valley Building Contractors Association, and look at areas in the county where there could be, I guess, a coming together. There was a proposal when I spoke with Elizabeth back that's documented in this report about self-contained communities, and that was considered fragmenting farm ground. And yet, if we locate areas of lower production ag, I guess I'll just go back to my question. Have you sat down with that group and looked at, from that perspective, lower production ag and locating communities that are self-sustaining in those areas?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
So Commissioner, I think you bring up a really good point and something that I want to address directly, and we did this at the planning and zoning and hearing. There's an us versus them energy in the room, agreed?
Yes.
Okay. So growing together, we're in this together.
So the challenge that we have is that it's a fundamental human right, not only to have healthy food to eat, but also to have safe shelter. So what this plan does is it creates the framework for multiple stakeholder interests, whether that's growing food or building houses, to come together and figure out how to do a better job of doing that. So, one of the planning and zoning commissioners, Ron Amaral, during a Q&A, asked me directly, he said, well, this agricultural committee that you're thinking of standing up, is there room for the development community on that? And my answer is absolutely yes. One of the things that we're proposing doing in this plan is to stand up a transfer development rights program. So we've got to define with our working farms, where's the sending area going to be from that? Who wants to sell the development rights? And more importantly, where the receiving area is going to be. And so our land developer, they're the experts, right? They're the experts. They know the economics of that. And so we absolutely need to have them at the table to define that TDR program.
Madam Chair,
Last question?
maybe, in that process, I'm curious why in the 2 years that this has been together that group wasn't included, and then the definition in here on your ag committee, or at least for the comprehensive plan, does not include that group. It presents as specifically excluding, so that would be problematic for me. And then,
Well, that was a question.
yeah, and I have one
Was
more
that a
question.
question?
Yes, because
Do
what
you
I
have an
asked,
answer for that?
I would say that,
Or,
yeah,
to your knowledge, were they excluded?
were they excluded? No.
There you go. Next question.
well, why were they not included? And then I have a question. Have you visited the Research and Development Center for Syngenta? And,
No, I have not.
okay, it's a fascinating, so are you in agreement that agriculture is like any other industry and experiences technological breakthroughs?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
farmers are reinventing themselves season to season.
Okay, so Jim Mertz, who is one of the principals of Sims Fruit Ranch and has sat on the board for 50 years, talks about how the technology has changed. He said where they were once planting 80 trees per acre, they're now planting 800, which is phenomenal because of the technology. The traits conversion accelerator takes the genetic structure and they can replicate that
Question.
faster. So with that information, would you say that given those kinds of advances in a jar of watermelon seeds, that was interesting, $5 million because of the research and development put into that. How does that impact the viability or the sustainability of ag? I mean, that component appears to have been left out in this discussion on what that kind of breakthrough in technology really looks like. It has to be taken into consideration.
It's an element, Commissioner. I do agree it's an element, but there's one fundamental aspect of farming, and that is that we are always going to get our greatest production from our best soils. That's critical. That's absolutely critical. And once again, what this plan does is it address the fact that we're going to prioritize our best soils and we're going to protect them.
And what I've seen in there is that some of those lower,
Maybe
higher class.
25 more people to testify, so please ask questions and not
Thank you.
anything else.
Did you see,
Trying to be respectful of you, honestly, but I respect all the people that are here. We need to get to them.
thank you, Madam Chair. Did you see in there where there was a similar classification of prime farmland versus some of the more difficult farmland, like on the Jim Canyon County line or some of that blow sand out there? Have you looked at the rating classification on that? And do you agree that there's a difference in that soil classification?
Do I agree there's a difference? Yes. I will clarify that my position is that we've already lost so much of our prime soil to conversion already in the county. We can't afford to lose another acre.
And Madam Chair, I want to clarify, is it in the county or the city that the prime farmland is primarily being consumed?
It's primarily being consumed across the county, city and county.
And I would submit that most of that is in the area of impact for cities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll ask one question since I brought up soils. Do you believe that the county should base their land use planning on soil maps?
So should we develop all the non-viable or least suited soils?
I think that it is a single layer in what needs to be a dynamic geospatial analysis. It is an input, but not the only input.
Thank you. All
Thank you.
right, Jerry Smith. And from this point forward, each of you will have 3 minutes. You gotta grab that microphone, move it around. You might have to like use 2 hands, pull it down. There you go.
Okay,
Thank you, Jerry.
I'm gonna try and talk fast because after listening to them, I think I have questions for you. I'm here to represent the 85% of the people that said, pass this plan. Don't wait, you don't have time to wait. You've asked a lot of questions about protecting individual rights. You're doing that because they can still file with the planning and zoning to have their property developed in a safe and profitable way for the county, but also taking into effect, this county is behind. We don't have services. The schools are full. We don't have fire. We don't have police. You know, if you don't do it now, you talk about California. Well, sorry, that's where I came from. And I saw what happened. They pushed them all out. Now you've got concrete. You talk about global warming. What happens when you cover it with asphalt and concrete? It's going to get hotter. So you have one opportunity, and that's today. You need to quit worrying about the people. And I'm sorry, I know you're trying to make money, but this is about bigger than the realtors and the developers. This is about protecting our food supply. It's about protecting our way of life. It's about protecting everything that Idaho holds dear. That's why we live here. We saw our potatoes and our beets and our orchards and our vineyards gone. It's concrete. And if you don't want that, you better vote yes today. I don't care that you may have developers that are friends. I don't care that you may have family that, I don't care. I just know that today is the day that each of you have to dig deep and remember that those of us that live here, and no matter how long we've lived here, we want what's best for the community. Our schools are impacted. Our water is limited. We have resources that are just like not available. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but Mrs. Van Beek indicated that you represent over 200,000 people. Well, I went out and did math, and if you represent the county, not the cities, you don't make decisions for the cities, correct? It's about 50,000. And there's thousands of those signatures on Craig's list. They want you to pass that. So today I'm here to ask you to trust the people that put this together. I would like you to trust the 3 years of hard work that have gone into this. Everybody had an opportunity for input. And I understand where you're coming from when you talk about individual land rights. Well, somebody said, you know, do you want the sewer system next to your home? No. Do you want the people next to you to build so much that my well goes dry? We're seeing that out where we are. The water level the static level is dropping, and it's because of development. The last well that was put in, it was 70 feet, it lasted for 40 years. He went 323 feet deep in order to get good water at 275. That's reality. So please do what's right today. Vote for this plan.
Thank you, Jerry. Megan?
Okay. I'm speaking this morning as a resident of Caldwell inside the county. I want to express appreciation for this hearing and the opportunity to speak. I also want to say that I have several friends in my neighborhood near the college who would have come along with me if they didn't have jobs that started at 8 a.m. that they couldn't move, or sick kids. One of them in particular is a sick daughter. I've only lived here 15 years, so I'm a newcomer, an outsider with new eyes. I'm really, really glad to live in Canyon County. If I hadn't lived here, if we had moved to Boise, like many people we know who came in fairly recently, I wouldn't understand economies and how they work the way that I do now. I've never in my life lived so close to all the different parts of a working economy at the same time. And I really have learned a lot from that. It's very humbling. I enjoy coming to all kinds of these hearings because I learn a lot from the people who speak. I am supporting the adoption of the draft of the 2030 County Comprehensive Plan, and I'm specifically thinking of the agricultural overlay and the protection for agriculture. I feel concerned that if we do not support this comprehensive plan now, the rich local economy we currently have will lose the foundation which allows us to keep producing the material of an ongoing economy. And a lot of that has been said this morning, so I'll try and skip that part as previously requested. But I want to emphasize that I think this effort is unique. As was just mentioned, there are lots of places in the country that become cookie cutter copies of each other because they follow the usual pattern and they don't protect their agriculture. I see this as a very brave and innovative step that I talk about with my students and say, this is something you should be proud of, you live next to. This is a really exciting thing. It supports a diverse, multi-sector local economy that also has pride and history and the potential for the surrounding economy to keep building on it into the future. And I think that's been very well said already, so I won't go into more detail there, except that you just don't skip portions of the economy, and I've learned that in teaching about it. It's really important to keep all the pieces, and especially, as the first speaker mentioned, to keep parts of the economy that keep recreating themselves in place year after year, not creating some financial gain and then the jobs move on. I want to briefly address the mention of something like capitalism, which I think in the United States right now is sometimes used as a bludgeon against people who want to talk about community. And I don't think they're mutually exclusive. The theorist Adam Smith, who many people cite as the invisible hand and so forth, actually has a whole book about the context of community for the economy. Capitalism cannot operate in the abstract. It has to operate in a full economy, in a place that retains all of its resources. And as has also been mentioned, water, soil, sun are the things at the bottom of all economies, and you really need to hang on to them and protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurel Skogsberg.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing us speak this morning. My perspective is in favor of adopting the county plan. Some of my presentation bullets, I represent H.M. Klaus, which is a vegetable seed company here in the valley. We're on Garrity Boulevard in Nampa. Our primary crops are hybrid sweet corn seed and garden bean seed. So we produce in many areas. My perspective is in agriculture. Agriculture preservation. We used to have 95% of the hybrid sweet corn was grown in this valley, and now it's probably closer to 40 or 50%. And there is a reason for that. We require isolation as vegetable seed growers. It's a very ideal climate for our productions. And the reason we're here, this would be a desert. It wouldn't be houses, it wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for the irrigation water. So we have to consider what this was originally started to be, I think. If you look at we are members of the Coalition for Ag's Future. The reason we joined is because we were getting a lot of spot zoning through conditional use permits years ago. And so we joined that group to try and protect our sweet corn seed business in the valley. It's a unique area climate-wise. The reason we're supporting it, that you can see those, you can read the bullets. There's been a lot of work gone into this comprehensive plan. We've read it, we've revised it, we've attended meetings on it with working groups. Farmers were involved. A lot of people were involved in those. The thing, and you can go to the next. I'm not going to read every one of these, but the bottom line is people in general are supportive of agriculture. You heard it from several previous speakers. I don't believe that this comprehensive plan, it's not a law. It's not like we're locking this land up. You still have the right to issue conditional use permits, change, rezone, reapply. But what it does in section 12 that I like is allows you guys to consider agriculture when you're making your decisions for these developments. When my dad was a farmer, we had a farm north in Nampa, and Syngenta bought one of our farms in the 80s, so we're close to that operation. I can see it through my bathroom window. So anyway, but when he bought that land back in those days in the 40s, it was like one house per 80 acres. That was the understanding when he bought that farmland. That was what you knew, you understood. That was the zoning rules. It later changed to one house per 40 acres when I was a kid. Okay, now it's kind of like whatever's the best for everyone. And my family, we have mutual family that have benefited from selling this land. They made a lot of money. I don't begrudge them at all. I have a lot of farmer friends who have sold a lot of land for a lot of money, and that's great. But I think we need to think more globally, more regionally. And yes, we should get together as groups and try and find alternatives for this. But is that a county issue? Is that a city issue? Has the city and the county got together? I mean, I'm trying to protect my industry. Okay, there's full disclosure. That's what I'm looking at. This area is unique for sweet corn, and we're trying to protect it. We put about $10 million in the plant over the last few years because we wanted to stay here. This climate is unique. I'm a global production manager for this large seed division. So they're asking me all the time, what are you going to do? Climate change. Where are you going to grow your corn? And I keep coming back to this is the best valley, the best area, to grow that. So where are we going to go? And
Thank you.
that's really what it was. There's several of the bullets, but most of those bullets support the fact that there's been a lot of work done. We've had a lot of time. We need to ratify it. You can always amend it down the road. It's not like it's set in stone for 50 years, so.
Thank you, Laurel. I have one quick question. You and one other person have talked about climate. Have you read the plan?
Yes, I have.
Do you feel like if there was any changes maybe in the future, do you think that we could increase the uniqueness of our climate compared to what the current text is? It's kind of generic. I mean, it's not as detailed as the climate information that you and I believe Craig put on the record.
Yeah. So I've been charged with that a little bit, and you can go to NOAA and do some research on that by area, by county. I can't predict what it's going to do in the future. I do know that in a localized area, you can change that climate, the temperature maybe a little bit, but I would not presume to know what that's going to happen in the future. I don't know.
My point is, do you think that this plan could be beefed up in including our special climate? Like that we have a unique
Certainly,
climate?
yeah, it could be.
Okay. Commissioner Van Beek?
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here today. Your history in the agricultural and farming community, you've been with Garrison Moran for a lot of years. I'm assuming by your comments that you would be in favor of, and I have lobbied for and have yet to gain traction on getting all 9 cities and the county together on basically a master plan. I think it would be
Absolutely.
a great idea that would help shape the future of the county, looking at areas of impact. I spoke with the mayor last week, who is in favor of having those areas of impact if they can't meet the service demand, to have those pulled back. But in the absence of that, we are trying to put a proposal together that we don't really know what it looks like yet. So I would look forward to your participation in that, and thank you again.
I would be totally in favor of that.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So.
Chris Emmert?
I would like to ask a question.
Yes.
I'm Chris Emmert from Chris Emmert Farms, and my parents given to my wife. This is spokesman of the business.
She's Beverly? Because you have more than 3 minutes? Okay, come on.
Thank you
This
very
will be
much.
considered for Chris and Beverly Emmert.
I really appreciate that. My name is Beverly Emmert. I live at 7180 Beaumont Road in Nampa, and I'm here representing Emmert Farms and Emmert Farms Angus. My husband Chris and I and our sons farm approximately 800 acres south of Nampa. Our farm has Our family has been farming our ground for over 100 years, since 1918. We've been growing crops for seed for 75 of those years. We grow the seed crops corn, carrots, onions, beans, and wheat. We also grow mint and hay, and we raise registered Black Angus cattle. We are in favor of the comp plan draft passed by the Planning and Zoning Commission on 8/24/22. There are definite conflicts between ag and residential development, and I think a lot of those need to be addressed. If you look at my exhibit letter, I have listed many of them with specific details. There's too many to really talk about here today. As residential density has increased in Camden County, it's become more and more difficult for us to sustain our farming operations, especially seed crop farming. We're not just talking about 40 acres of hay here. We're talking about something completely different. We have experienced this firsthand. We are having a really difficult time trying to coexist with residential development. Our conflicts are many. They include water, traffic, trespassing, really importantly, loss of isolation for our seed crops, and loss of the ability to spray fields because of loss of easement for planes, loss of buffer zone required by the EPA for chemical drift. And there's a photo there in 2 houses that went in just this last year within 300 feet of our fields. Nobody stopped it. We didn't even know it was coming. It was part of an admin split, so it did not have to have a sign out front. The neighbor did not tell us he was selling it. We now have lost the ability for our spray planes to fly there. I talked to the pilot of our spray plane company, and he informed me of the EPA's regulation 500 to 600 feet downwind for chemical drift, and they're within 300 feet of 3 different fields. So we have lost that just this last year. And if they decide to grow corn in their garden, which often people who move into the country decide they want to do, we have lost isolation for our sweet corn in those fields nearby. So as you can see, this is really a conflict for us. This is jeopardizing our ag productions. Not to mention the complaints about the noise, the smells, the chemicals, the bees. Those things are all listed in my exhibit letter. We really want to keep producing the food you eat, but residential development near our ag land has infringed on our right to farm. And that's the piece I think that people are forgetting. Concerning the subject of residential development on non-viable land, we use less viable land on our farm for a lot of different things. Grazing livestock, storing beehives, storing equipment and irrigation pipe, placing of sheds and outbuildings, storing manure. All ground contributes to the farm as a whole, and fragmenting that land into anything other than ag can cause definite conflicts with farming operations. As for the argument that a farmer wanting to retire has the right to sell his land for residential development, and I know Commissioner Van Beek, you and I have even spoke about that before. It's really important to understand, as someone stated previously, the farmland was purchased originally at farmland prices, not development prices, and those prices are lower than development prices. And either by that farmer or by the generations before him. And that farmer understood it was zoned ag land when he bought it. As such, that farmland should be sold as farmland, stay zoned as farmland, and kept for farm use. In generations past, farmers wanting to retire without an heir sold their farmland to other farmers and still retired comfortably, even though they did not put it into huge residential development. Some of our own farm today consists of land we purchased from retiring farmers. Only since this recent housing boom and the prospect of $1 million gains being offered by residential development has this farmland to farmland selling option become insufficient. There are options available to the farmer wanting to retire or needing to sell his land. He can sell his land for farm use and make a good profit. He can rent or lease the ground for farm use and continue making a profit from the land well into retirement. We actually rent ground from 2 retired farmers, and they make pretty good money off of us every year. They can consult with the groups such as the American Farmland Trust and the Land Trust of Treasure Valley about options for equity to keep the land in ag. Residential development is not the only option. There's so much more at stake here than the money. The bigger picture is loss of agricultural land equals loss of food, your food, and loss of sustainability on the county, state, and national level. So in closing, every day, every residence being built near farmland jeopardizes ag in Canyon County. More development like we have seen near our land will eventually put us out of business. We will no longer have crop rotation. We will no longer be able to practice soil conservation techniques. Just those 2 houses this past year within 300 feet of our field, and we've lost the ability to spray crops right there in those 3 fields. And there's nothing we can do about it. The houses are built. We need to do something now on this county level to change the direction we've been heading the past few years. Canyon County is in a dire situation today, as one of our planning and zoning commissioners said at the planning and zoning meeting that we were last at. We lack the infrastructure, the roads, the medical services, the schools, the emergency services, etc., to support all the people already here. Not to mention the population expected to move here by 2040 if we keep building housing for them. Please vote to accept this comp plan draft and work to keep residential development away from ag land. We really thank you for your time and the opportunity just to be here and speak into this. Our family really appreciates what you do for Canyon County and the time you spend on our behalf. I'd love to answer your questions. There's just not enough time to give our perspective from a century of farming here.
Thank you. I have one question.
Yes.
Are you aware of, you mentioned the perceived farmer retirement theory?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of any other industry that the Board of County Commissioners are expected to provide approvals for retirement on?
Can you repeat that?
Are you aware of any other industry where the Board of County Commissioners is expected to approve rezones to help someone's retirement or approve any other type of retirement for someone?
No, I am not. And like I stated in here, I believe the reason we're even talking about this is because there's million-dollar gains at stake. I believe that's the bottom line of this, because generations, our parents' generation, most of them did not even consider it because it wasn't happening. No one was wanting to do it. They started soliciting farmers, young farmers like us around, like the gentleman we farm for, who's been retired for years, and we farm his ground, and he makes great money off of us.
That's another great question. Do you, the theory that kids don't want to farm anymore, is that true?
That's false.
Okay.
Our sons are farming, and I would imagine they would love to acquire land, but because the price has been driven up so high, it is not even accessible to them right now, because residential property value is driven up high, but so has farm ground.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner White.
If you can't spray, Beverly, if you can't have the plain spray, do you have to use a different application method, or is it literally you have to take those crops have to go away?
Well, we have a ground sprayer. There is chemical drift with the ground sprayer too, but of course it is not as far. The chemical drift, the buffer zone is not as wide. But what happens is the crops grow to almost maturity, and then you get a fungus or you get an insect, and you've already socked, maybe $40,000 into that field already with labor and fuel and the cost of fertilizer, which about doubled this year, and the seed and the detossing the corn. You put a lot of money into that. You can't get a ground sprayer to it. Aerial spraying is the only answer.
So those with property encroaching, like residential, you will have to. There will be fields of seed crops that will go away because they have to move further.
When I called our spray plane pilot from the company we use, and he said it's a huge issue. He said we'll just have to take it as it comes. We did not need to spray this year. We thank God for that. We did not. We did not have a need to. But if we need to spray next year, His biggest concern, he said, was the chemical drift and the easement, because he doesn't know now if he can ascend and descend safely, because these are huge two-story homes, big, big homes. And they're right in the path of our spray flames where they went.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek?
thanks for being here.
Sure.
It's been fun to share an ag journey. I have a question for you that if you could trade places with this. You mentioned that your neighbor had an administrative split. So that was not a process that required going through planning and zoning. That was just what they had were those building permits. So what's your answer for that?
I don't know that I have one, Commissioner Van Beek. I really don't. But we don't know that we have the resources to keep being the watchdogs, to check your website for everybody who's applying to build and everything all around us. I don't know if it needs to be at the application level. I don't know if there needs to be some sort of regulation if you're surrounding ag land. I mean, they chose to be right up against our property because they want to be away from everybody else and away from the road. But what they didn't understand was by doing that, they just took away our right to farm those fields.
And you're not alone in that. When I did an ag tour of the orchards, they had a similar situation. So they're battling that, and they had a long-term plan to utilize that ground differently that would allow them to continue farming. So I don't have the answer either, but that's why I'm pushing for a greater discussion. And it is unfortunate that that did not happen in this 2 to 3 year period where you had that conversation, particularly with custom builders and people who care about keeping services low for the future in the long term. High density housing, this plan does allow for that. That's the other question I wanted to ask you. You have your kids involved in your farm labor, but have you had a discussion with other farmers in the community where they want to build farm labor housing? It would be like Farmway Village. That was the proposal that was out there on Sunny Slope that I referenced earlier. I led the charge in actively trying to get that denied. It had passed in a contested vote and come back for signing of the findings of facts. And we were in that fight. So to say,
Your question?
my question is, have you had a conversation with other farmers on farm labor housing and where to put that? And would you locate it in an ag community? Because that proposal was out there on the scenic highway.
I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that. I can only tell you for us personally, we are in a position right now where we're considering hiring H-2A workers for the first time because we cannot get the labor this year that we needed. We were very short-staffed. But we fortunately have enough properties. We have individual houses that we can put them up in. So I don't know that for us personally, it won't be probably an issue of a place to put a whole bunch of people for our laborers. That's not the kind of farm. We run seed crop farms, many of the ones that we know of, and us included. We tend to be on a smaller scale. We do a very intense, detailed work. We're not 5,000 acre farms.
And I understand what you're saying. So what I heard you say was there was no discussion by this group to include farm labor housing. And then was there a discussion by this group that would involve the Idaho State Legislature to address some of the obvious gaps that are allowing, that we have no control over, out-of-state developers, out-of-state buyers, real estate agents that come that are here for profiteering? I object to that too. So the comment that was made that I'm biased, I am not biased. I am a native Idahoan. I've been here for 60 years.
Questions?
That's what I asked, was if they engaged with the Idaho State Legislature on closing some of the gaps
Okay.
that exist.
I'm not sure who the they you're talking about is.
This
We,
group, yes.
What do you mean this
our
group?
family and our
No,
employees.
no farms, no food group.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I'm sure David Anderson would probably be able to answer that question better than me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Deb.
you. Thanks for your time.
I do just want to state, because of the amount of discussion regarding affordable housing for migrants, and seasonal farm workers is included as an action in the comp plan on page 79. And it's an action, so it's not a policy or a goal, it's just that we do need to address that in the future. It will be the discussion that we have, but I would limit testimony for the rest of the day. We have talked about it, we have heard about it. It is listed as an action for future discussion and committee work. Okay, with that, Amy Bittner, and just so that you're getting ready, it'll be George Kirkham.
Good morning, ladies. I have a presentation here as well. Can you hear me okay? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. As Elizabeth gets that up, I am 5th generation Idahoan. My family came over in the wagon train and helped homestead Midvale in the 1880s. So I will get emotional about this. I come from a line of ranchers, farmers, military, and bee people. The view that you see from here is Bittner Vineyards. We started planting our vineyards in 1981. We started our tasting room 15 years ago. And we have people from Nampa, Idaho, within Idaho, out of, within the United States and out of country who come here and sit on our deck, people present, who say this is the most beautiful view. They had no idea that Idaho was vineyard land. Next slide, please. This is the current view of our property. We've had over 3,000 people come and visit our tasting room this year. Some have been repeat customers. The number one comment from everyone that visits is what's going on with the property in front of you. My reply to everyone is it's going into a 15-house development. Everyone is in shock and frustrated, and their number one response is, why do we continue to take ag land and put it into development? And I agree with them completely. My reply to that is, fortunately, this is not going into 15-house development, but it was promoted as such for 2 years. As a wine industry, we had hoped to purchase it, but many wineries, all of us combined, could not afford it. We need these hillsides to grow vines in Idaho because of our cold weather climate. Thankfully, the property was purchased by Lene Ridge Vineyard, and they were able, their intention is to continue it into vineyard land. But this is just an example of what we have going on out in our area. To add, I agree with everything that Craig added for Sunny Slope Wine Trail. The thing I'd like to add to his information is there are many vineyard growers and wineries that want to have vineyard land, and unfortunately they're having to go to Washington to purchase grapes because we only have 1,200 acres planted in Idaho, and we do not have enough here. So we are adding to another state who's already making $1 billion in their wine industry, when we would like to keep it within our industry. Next slide, please. This photo was taken June 1st, 2018. I was working the tasting room by myself. As I stepped outside of our tasting room, there was smoke in the distance. The vineyard next to ours was on fire. It took the volunteer fire department from Marsing almost an hour and a half to come to our property to try to put out this area. Thank you for that facial expression. This is a reason why we are not able to handle development out in our area. Myself, which was in flip-flops, shorts, and my 2 vineyard crew workers were trying to put out a fire with shovels. 5 years later, we're still under volunteer fire department in our area. If people's properties go up in fire, it's going to take them how long to have volunteer fire department? This is an example of why low density housing is not a good idea for out in our area in wine region. Another example of what I'm privy to working in the tasting room is being open for 15 years. I have Idahoans who have been wine club members with us for a long time. They are 3rd, 4th, 5th generation like myself, and they are being forced to move out of Idaho because they can no longer afford to live here. I have individuals who are social workers, who work at the gas station, who serve you at the grocery store, and as of the last few months, the average price to purchase a home in Canyon County was $440,000. No Idahoan that is serving our state can afford that, and I can attest to that. I'm someone who works for a family, and my average income is between $40,000 and $45,000. I make more than most Idahoans, and I still had to have my daddy co-sign for me 4 years ago for a house for $175,000. The development that is going on in this area, Idahoans that are serving our state cannot afford it, and so they are being forced to move out. And I'm tired of having people crying on my deck because they never thought they would have to leave this state or their family. And they don't understand why people who have been serving our communities are allowing this to happen. And why aren't they protecting them? They've never thought that they would have to leave Idaho, but they are having to go to any other area because other states can afford to pay more, and the cost of living is a lot less expensive. In the same breath and token, I have people who have recently just moved here and talk about how cheap it is to live here, and it is heart-wrenching.
Thank you, Amy. I hate to cut you off because
Sorry,
it's
it's
awesome,
okay.
but the time is up. Do you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, I just want to state that this is not just about protecting agriculture and Idaho for what we're known for as agriculture, but it should also be about protecting the Idahoans that serve all of us in this room, whether they work in the hospital, at a gas station, at a police station. We are still going to need food 5, 10, 25, 50, 100 years from now. So thank you for approving this plan and voting yes for it today.
Question for you. Will you go back to the second slide? So, and the first slide shows vines, and this slide shows a dry hillside.
Yes.
Would that be considered what type of soil?
Really good soil. It's actually
On the map, what would it be considered? Would it be considered least suited, moderately suited?
for our vineyards, it's whatever the highest rank is. With our agriculture, our soils help our wine industry become what it is. Especially, it's not even just the soils, it's the slopes. We have to have these slopes in our wine industry to help with their vineyards. Because we're a cold weather climate, it helps us protect that. Hat Ranch is just 2 stop signs down from us, and they have a flat vineyard and they're constantly running into freeze. The problem, not only just with these soils, is with the developments going on out in our area, all these beautiful views are getting put. The increase in value of the land is so much higher when vineyard growers would love to purchase it. But I should know my soil classification. I just know it's amazing.
I actually think that when you go and look at the soils maps, those hillsides are not labeled with.
Are not accurate to what?
Well, they're just not listed as your normal great soil types for crop production. And so we get a lot of requests that come in to develop those hillsides because they're hillsides and not viable for normal crop production. But it is unique. It goes back to that unique natural resource that we have that's along those hillsides where grapes grow best. So that was, yeah. Okay, Commissioner White?
Could I get your name again?
I'm sorry, Amy Bittner with Bittner Vineyards.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Maybe?
Thank you for being here, Amy. I was one of those people that got to sit on your deck and took my breath away. It's beautiful, it really is. In the group that you've been a part of for the last few years, was there discussion? Because I heard the people say in land use hearings, they are reluctant to allow maybe an owner of 20 acres divide that for their family. But what I heard you say was that grape growing is specific to slopes, temperature, that kind of thing, and a different classification of soil than a traditional soil classification map that ranks all the soil the same on the same grade and scale. Is that right?
I'll address that.
So my dad, Ron, will be speaking. He's the soil guy. The one thing I will address is having the opportunity on our with our tasting room. We have people from all over who come out, and I just want to add to, even with the soil thing, area as far as soils is, I hear endlessly ranchers, hop growers, orchard growers, seed growers who are wanting to buy more land in our area and cannot afford to buy it because of the pricing that's going on. So if it was more realistic in some area or form, whether the soils, there's some form in agriculture that it would get utilized in agriculture. So it, my dad can attest more to it. So I'm not sure that I can answer that.
Madam Chair Bowman. Has there been a study then in that viticultural area, in that corridor, that identifies available ground that could be purchased that's not already in wine production?
I think the answer is yes, and then we'll let Ron answer that too. If you have that, when you come back up. I'm pretty sure that it has been, because I've asked that question before.
And then I just wanted to say, bee, that was a really fascinating, this is a bee expert over here, a different form of agriculture. He's really got a fascinating story. So thank you for being here today. And
thank you, Amy. Ron, do you want to jump in and go next? Just since we are like on the topic.
Okay. But I'm wearing a different hat.
Okay. So do you want to answer the question first and then start your 3 minutes, is what you're
Well,
saying?
if you want me to get into soils, I can talk about the Filton series of soils. We have very poor soils out there.
Ron Bittner for the record. And the
Ron
public
Bittner,
is watching.
16645 Plum Road. Very poor soils. We've had them mapped, worked with the geology department, Boise State. But it's our slopes and our soils create a unique site growing wine grapes out there. I can go about our metals all day long. I want to talk about peas.
Okay.
We haven't done a specific look at each piece of ground and what it's worth out there. But I know that it's $30,000 to $50,000 on these hillsides, because that's what it's sold around us. So there's no way a small winery like ours can even afford something like that, because if you buy the land and you're putting $15,000 an acre into grapes, and then you're waiting 6 years for return on investment. So that's where we're at on the value of those kinds of grounds.
Madam Chair, and can you address how many acres could potentially be acquired? Because the slide presentation earlier said that an additional 2,400 acres was needed to increase the volume of wine sales to the desired amount.
So in 2007, to get the Snake River Valley AVA approved, we had to show, this is a federal approval, what kind of land we had, how many acres are out there. And this is the whole area clear down to Glens Ferry. It's 8 million square miles, but there's only about 50,000 acres in Idaho that we consider can be used for this because of the hillsides primarily, because of this frost we have, and because of the hardness of the plants that we grow there. But most of it has to be done by hand. So again, it's our big costs are on paper.
And that 50,000 acres is in Canyon County, or that's?
It's not, I'd have to go back and look at those
Okay.
maps. We do have those kind of maps.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, thank you.
Sure.
All right, well, jump into your presentation.
Okay, I'll jump into mine real fast. I want to start with just the fact that, yeah, I've been playing in dirt for about 50 years around here. I grew up in Midville, Idaho. Fortunate to have an excellent education at the College of Idaho, Purdue University, and Utah State. And I've primarily been not only farming vineyards for 40 years, but I'm a bee biologist who focus on pollinators other than honeybees. And honeybees we're starting to lose. There's a real issue out there in certain areas. I, along with several other universities, received a special crop grant in 2020 to look at the number of native bees in the valley here. Idaho has 700 kinds of bees. I didn't know all that. I always hear that. And Amy says, talk about wine, not bees all the time. But we have 700 kinds of bees. And as we lose other pollinators, I've often thought, how many of the 700 do we have in this valley that actually help us produce the seed crops that require them and the tree fruit crops that require them? So along with this, let's go to the next slide. I'm trying to keep this short, even though my lectures go longer. We use different types of traps to survey around several of the specialty crops, at least 15 over the last 2 years, collecting bees that we'll use to identify, just from this valley, actually within 25 miles of our place. Next slide. Flaxseed, we even threw in some cow pasture, turnip seed. Next slide. Onion seed, echinacea, coneflowers, carrot seed. Next slide. Alfalfa seed, which is what I've been doing, and I've helped pollinate thousands of acres over the years with leafcutter bees. and the Jerusalem artichoke. Next slide. We're in the process right now, and these slides are from last March, but we have collected more than 3,000 bees of different kinds, and some are more abundant than others, from our samples for the last 3 years. I have money in our grant, and I've got students working at the College of Idaho, pinning individually those bees up so that we could have them labeled and identified, working with Oregon State and USDA Bee Lab in Logan, Utah. Next slide. We're just finishing up getting those prepared for identification, working with Skylar Burrows out of Logan, where we'll be identifying those bees, and then we'll start going from there into our grant ends this year. I want to continue it in several other areas. Next slide. Oh, dirt. I want to talk about soil today. Of those 700 kinds of bees, and probably 90% of the bees we've collected so far nest in the soil. This is 1 square foot. There were 5 bees nesting there, times 10 larvae per hole. That's 50 bees in 1 square foot. Next slide. These bees nest between 6 and 10 inches in the soil throughout the valley here. What's going on? Well, the earth movers are removing most of them by the thousands every day that we wait. And then the subdivisions come in and plant over the top of it. Idaho is so fortunate to have such a great diversity of pollinators in this valley, and people don't even realize it. So what we're moving into in our next phases is just educating the farmers, developers, what's going on out there? How can we slow this down, or what can we do to protect it? I do want to add that I'm mostly about educating the kids, because they get it. As my farmer friends, as developers sometimes, we don't understand what we already have in this valley. And so we're going to be doing drone footage right now, and we're really going to be talking about how can developers work with us. Put in pollinator gardens, put in pollinator reservoirs, do things that actually help our growers stay as growers in this valley.
Thank you, Ron.
So I'm going to stop right there. One last slide. Would you rather look at that, or would you rather look at this as you come out? Thank you.
I have one quick question.
Sure.
Have you read the plan that was the final draft 2030 plan?
I've sat through several.
Okay. And then
And I approve.
would you agree that bees are a natural resource, a part of our natural ecosystem?
I would. Not only bees, but the diversity of beneficial insects.
And so, and then bees make up part of the reason why we're able to have the diversity of crops.
Absolutely,
Correct?
especially those crops that require pollination.
So then, not saying that we're gonna slow this down, but would something that need to be considered in this plan, because it doesn't consider bees as a natural resource. So would that be an addition on a future amendment that you think would be important?
I would like to look at that. I sat on the National Pollinator Board and on the board of directors here, looking at those kinds of issues. Because it's not just here in Canyon County, it's throughout the world. So I would like to pursue that.
Because for example, then there would be possible goals or policies and action that would talk about that resource and why it's critical to Canyon County to keep it and to consider it in decisions.
It needs to be put in there. But because I work with farmers a lot, we need to work what they understand is.
Right.
I'll show what will help.
Yeah.
Does that work for them?
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Van Beek?
So I heard that you were a part of the commission that got the AVA designation, is that right?
I let it, yes.
Oh, that's awesome. It was a great effort, and I know a lot of work went into that. I don't know if you're aware that I did lobby to have that attached as part of our comprehensive plan, which I think is a great idea. In that, when you established that area, was there any attempt to work with board and county commissioners that would protect that in perpetuity or have that continue, given the unique nature of the ground, the slopes, the weather, all of that?
We didn't work specifically with the board on that. We worked on things like scenic byways and those kind of things to protect what we have out there.
Okay, it's a great effort, it's a great document that we're going to get attached this go around with the comprehensive plan, but thank you for your work and your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. George Kirkham?
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate the time and all of your efforts. To me, try to be very brief and limit the redundancy. To me, this decision is very simple when you break it down to the economics of Canyon County. You either protect our $640 million industry, which is in the best interest of all citizens in the county, or you follow the path of continued development of farmland. That continued development benefits a small minority, a majority of which, or a good portion of which, don't reside within the Canyon County, or some not even in the state of Idaho. This is a national treasure. Treasure is a resource. It's precious, it's unique, it's irreplaceable, and the short-term gains will not be in the best interest of the county at large. Your vote today is generational. If you vote no, then you put us squarely on the path to insolvency. And David already shared the cost of residential development and what ag and what commercial does to subsidize the residential development. You also, a no vote puts people like our family business, we have to question, what is our future? What does the county hold for us? What is your plan? This is a discussion I'll have to have with the family about what our decision will be. So I strongly encourage you to vote yes. You've put years of work into this. You have hundreds of comments from local citizens. You've done a good job. I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question, and I'm assuming that you have read this plan and worked with the definitions on there. So in support of, because I do support preservation of ag with sideboards on that, but did you specifically look at the definition of air pollution in there?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay, and based on Beverly Emmert's testimony, my own use of agriculture and what you do in the seed industry, I would submit that some interpretation of that could hurt the farming industry because they are referencing a pollutant. And given the highly regulated nature of the ag industry, you have to stand down on aerial applications or if you're doing fumigations, any of that. I think there needs to be some work done that provides greater protection. The Right to Farm Act is placed on every plat the board approves. But as we've heard in that testimony, some of that is really just the paper that it's written on. There's no enforcement to it. So for the agricultural community, I would submit that we need to help shape the interpretation of that so that it doesn't go back and hurt the community. So some of those, if you go off label for that, and some of those isotoxin, maybe I have the name right or wrong, but that's doing it. But to have that.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I asked the question.
Okay, then okay, so then you're done?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
Me neither.
The question was, did you look at the definitions? Did you?
You said we already answered that question.
That's true.
Okay, we're good. Thank you. All right. Chris Kirkham. And then Mary Miller, I pronounced that yesterday. And then Joey Palmer, Joseph, sorry.
Thank you for your time today. I'm here just to, my name is Chris Kirkham. I work at 301 West Warehouse Street. And I'm here just to, I'm wearing my mask. I take care of my 87-year-old mom, so I just don't take chances. So I wanted to see her go to 97. So I'm here just to speak specifically about the time I spent at the Canyon County Fair. I was there from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. was my shift. I spoke to over 250 people, probably closer to 300. I thought it was going to be kind of a boring booth at the fair, but I had a lot of people come up, and sometimes it was 3 deep with people asking what's going on. To be clear, I had a no farms, no food big sign there. So, but I had people coming up because they want to know what's going on. Not one person was against protecting agriculture. Everybody wanted to know what's going on. So my presentation here might be, I don't know, a little saucy because I did take some notes, because what I found in talking to most people is they're very, very frustrated. They see the same things going on affecting their day-to-day life as they drive, the infrastructure, their schools. And most of the people I talked to were either young or had families, or they were grandparents with kids. So it really spoke that this is a generational concern. And they really see business as usual continuing. They don't trust the county to help fix the problems. They don't trust the county that anything will be done, because they really believe that it's more about the money than it is about the community. So from my notes is, these are people that live agreeably with HOAs and rules that are planned for their communities and neighborhoods. They are people that understand they can't put a used car lot in their front yard, and that a strip club doesn't belong next to a school. They feel that these same rules don't apply to growth. So when you talk about capitalism as a rule of the day, it can't live as an abstract alone. It has to be within the communities. Then you're saying these other things should be allowed as well. There's also inherent disconnect as they watch developments institute planning in the projects they build, but as the county to ignore comprehensive planning for those very developments. They believe that the county is being driven into insolvency as the costs of growth are not being addressed, and that ultimately they will carry this burden. Deny and delay are tactics that are used when an entity usually doesn't have a leg to stand on. And I think that one of the greatest frustrations is they just don't see anything being done. The county seems to kind of continue to kick the can down the road. And there could be a good, I don't think they understand the process very well. And when I got into this, I didn't either. It's complicated. But I did hear words like crony capitalism and Ponzi schemes. And can I have 30 seconds? Yeah. Okay. And I think that one of the greatest myths is that ag land protection is not a conservative issue. It's highly conservative. And kicking the can down the road is actually adding a level of bureaucracy to the process. And I think that's what these people are very frustrated with. They just don't see anything being done. So that was my experience at the county fair, talking to some really interesting people.
Awesome, thank you. Any questions for Chris?
Yes, I have a question.
Senator Van Beek?
Has your group gone to before local city councils whose area of impact extends? Sometimes it was established years ago, so it does consume a large portion of county ground that they've been unable to service. So have you been before the local cities to make your presentation?
So when you say as a group, you're going to say me, because I'm volunteering my time. So we do talk to city council people. I have been on the Ada County zoning ordinance update. So yeah, we're involved in a lot of other aspects. And we are continually trying to outreach to the community and the cities and counties.
And which cities have you been to here in Canyon County?
Me personally, I have not. But I do know that there's Middleton, I guess Hawaii. I like Hawaii County, so I hang out there a lot. So I do talk to Hawaii County.
Okay.
So, but this would be on an individual basis where we like to listen and ask what's going on.
And
so not for.
Okay, and so that was my question as a group. You have quite a presence here today, which is impressive. It's a great representation of the farming community and your interests. And does that group go and make the same presentation to the city?
Oh yeah, whenever we're asked or whenever we can, we'll talk to anybody. I love talking. We'll go anywhere. Okay. But we believe that we have done, the due process has been done, I have to say, with all of this. So,
thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Can I take like a 2-minute break? We're gonna take a break. We'll keep streaming, so we don't have to restart that again, but we will come right back. Hi, how are you?
Let's grab our seats and let's get going. If I have any, I know like I saw Mayor Wagner, grab a seat, everybody. I saw Mayor Wagner is here from the city of Caldwell. I also have Senator Petty and Lodge. Am I missing, I'd like to, and we lost Shailene French, and I've got Joey with Valley View School District. I'm gonna give an opportunity for them to speak regardless of opposition or in favor, just so that we don't lose some of our leaders in the community. So is there anyone else that I don't see firsthand that needs an opportunity to speak before they leave? Okay, let's jump in with Mayor Wagner then, and we'll start there.
Awesome, thank you so much. I do really appreciate that, and I was getting nervous. I've got some appointments, but I definitely wanted to be here. Very much worth being here. And, I mentioned that I am the mayor of the city of Caldwell. We need support the proposed plan. I'd like to go through this as quick as I can. Just a little bit background on me. I think most of you know, but so everybody here. So I am a planner by trade. So I am the only mayor in the state of Idaho that is an AICP certified planner, and probably one of the only ones in the nation that is an AICP certified planner. And I take great pride in that. I think that gives me a unique perspective, not only as the mayor of Caldwell, but also as a planner. And to be honest, former planner of Canyon County. This is where I cut my teeth as a planner, was at Canyon County. And I hate to say it, but learned of what not to do as a planner when I was here. Somebody mentioned earlier about CUPs for subdivisions. I didn't know any better. I was a financial planner before a land use planner, and so I just kind of went with it. But looking back, obviously that was not the right way to do things as far as planning goes. You don't create a subdivision through conditional use permit. You create it through rezoning, through looking at the property, doing that. So I think that this is a great plan because it does provide that balance. It provides a guiding document, is what a comp plan is in that regard. So it's something that you can use to guide. It's not an end all. This is what it is. This is what it's going to be. It just provides you with that opportunity to look at that, to evaluate the applications as they come before you. I really liked it when staff talked about giving you options with the plan. I think that is so important. I know as a planner too, when I was at City of Caldwell as a planner, that there were many applications that we had that we were doing comp plan amendments. It was constant with that. And you don't want to do that with your comp plan. Your comp plan, again, is that guiding document, but if you're changing it constantly, then it really becomes a useless document after time because it's so out of what you originally proposed. So to be able to provide options rather than having to go that route, I think is a great thing. You want to be cautious about what I would call like a layer theory. If you think that you have, say you have a box and that's what your planning is, and you're just going to take a layer on the outside and do what you want with that, and then all of a sudden you have a new outside layer, then you put another layer on top of that. So you want to be cautious of that, in my opinion. I wanted to just comment, Commissioner Van Beek, I appreciated your comments on the area of impact. I did read the plan. I reread it again at 2:30 this morning. And as I reread it, looking at those comprehensive plans, and I don't know if Mayor Holton is here, and this is no offense to him, and he may disagree with me, I respect that 100%, but their comp plan is huge for their city. Yeah, their impact area is just giant. And a little background on that, when I was a planner here, one of the county commissioners at that time, there was state legislation, so they went to all of the cities and said that they wanted the entire county to be encompassed with the impact areas, just to offset potential legislation that was coming. So they went to all of these small cities and said, make it as big as you can, we want you to touch, basically. And some of them did, and some of them didn't. But yeah, I think that needs to be looked at because your impact area needs to be where you have foreseeable growth, not 50 years down the road maybe, but where you can be able to actually extend sewer, extend water. And so those do need to be looked at. 100%, I agree with that. I appreciate that. And I'm gonna, kind of a different perspective, I guess. I'm here obviously as the mayor of Caldwell, so not really on either side of the people you're hearing from today. So I agree a little bit on both sides. I think the plan is great. I think it should be approved as it is. We support that 100%. There's been some discussion about ag land should stay ag land, and I actually disagree with that comment. Just because it's ag land doesn't mean it should always be ag land. If that was the case, we'd be standing in ag land right now. So it's just what you need to do is smart growth. So we have ag land within the city limits of Caldwell. Do I think that should stay ag land? No, I don't. As the city, it's our responsibility to grow and to grow smart. And I think that's what you need to look at. Again, this is a document to guide you in those decisions. It's not an end all to say we're going to deny all these developments, we're going to approve all of these. This is an opportunity to provide you with that growth. And that's what that does. It gives you the opportunity to review it and then make those decisions on a case-by-case basis to look at it. And that is just as going in the future, just because something was this way forever, doesn't mean it's going to be that way forever, but you need to grow smart within your confines, and that's what we try to do in the city and recommend here in the county. So just appreciate the opportunity to be here and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Wagner. Is there any questions?
I do have a question for you. In the definitions section, it references smart growth in there. Can you more clearly define what that means? Or maybe it's not in there, maybe it's just referenced in the document. I thought it was part of that. Yes, it is.
So smart growth originally was one of those, I guess you'd say, fancy terms that came up in the planning world a few years back. In my opinion, what smart growth is when you take a property and you look at it and you look at, what is the best use of that property today and into the future tomorrow. It's been talked a lot about, well, should they have the right to develop and get money? They should if it makes sense. If it doesn't, then they shouldn't. For example, where I live, I can make a lot more money on my property if it was commercial and they put a 7-Eleven in there or a gas station. But that does not make sense for the community that I live in. So smart growth is looking at that, looking at what is existing now, and then also what you plan to be existing in the future, and basing your decisions off of those.
Thank you for that, and I have another question. I really appreciate your background and I did meet with you when you were a planner, so you're SBCI, but you would be in favor then of having a county-city partnership with all 9 cities and looking at that smart growth component that doesn't, I guess, isolate or lock something down. It's that smart component that you're talking about on a coordinated effort to look at that countywide. Is that true?
I think it's great that we work together. We are all here in this community. We're all one. We see boundaries, but when you're driving, from here to there, you don't realize, oh, I just left Caldwell, I just entered Nampa, or I just left incorporated Caldwell, I just entered unincorporated Canyon County. You don't see that when you're doing that. So yeah, we need to all work together. And at the end of the day, by doing that, you can have a better product. Real quick, not part of that question, one thing I did forget, the time on this. You've taken 3 years in this plan, and again, it is a beautiful plan. I don't just say that because I know that my current director of P&Z had a big part of that, but it is exceptionally well done. One of the best comp plans that I've ever seen, and I've seen hundreds of them. And we will be working on ours, but my director will not have 3 years. He'll have 1 year to get that done. So hopefully, I know he just heard me some questions on it, but it was excellent. I think it was very well done.
Yes, Madam Chair, follow-up.
Go ahead.
Just one last question. Thank you for that. So I really agree with your statement that producing a quality document so that you don't come back and impugn the integrity by revisions later on. You've obviously read through this, but you didn't see some of those gaps, or have you heard those in opposition that have asked for workshops or different information to do exactly what you're talking about? Can you address that?
Yes, definitely. And I have, heard some that, that there's concerns that there needs to be these changes, that change. And I think we will always do that. If you do workshop after workshop, you're never going to get, as all these wonderful people are here in this room, you're never going to get all of them to agree on one final product. You may get the majority to agree, but in my experience, at least, you're not going to get everybody in that realm. So you need to put together the document you feel is the most appropriate, and then move forward with that. This would be my recommendation. Obviously, it's your call and that decision. And these chairs are not nearly as comfortable as yours, but I'd still much rather be on this side of the table than that side of the table.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Wagner.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
your
much for
time.
the time. Appreciate it.
All right. Senator Lodge, were you going to speak today?
Madam Chair, I wasn't planning, but I would like to say just a couple things.
I love that.
Thank you. Thank you for having this hearing today. I think it's been very, very beneficial, and I did have input in 2000 and 2010 on the comprehensive plans, and I can tell you that this plan is so much better and has had so much more emphasis and work put into it than those other plans had. And I think if we had anticipated some of the things that have been happening to us in Canyon County in the last couple of years, few year period of time, that if we'd have done a better job on maybe that 2010 comprehensive plan, we might not have had some of the issues that we have today. My concern, of course, is keeping farming and keeping ranching and the wine industry. I've worked for 30-some years trying to help develop the wine industry in Canyon County, and it has gone from 0 with 5 people involved to the last time I heard, and some of these experts can tell us a little bit more, than $210 million industry right out in that Sunny Slope area. The other day I received a phone call from a constituent about an accident that almost happened. He was moving his combine down off Homedale Road on the back roads, coming down Plum. And when you go over to get across Homedale Road, you kind of have to take a little jog. And this car was coming down, and when he stopped to take the jog, he went to go across, and the car passed him right there. It was a lady in a van with 3 children in it, and it almost created an accident from the other side. And so what's happening is our farmers are not able to move their farm equipment today because of the traffic issues that we have. And if we don't keep these small entrepreneurs that are doing the small work on the farms, the combining and the other things, we're not going to be able to keep our seed industries and our other farm agricultural interests going. That almost wreck has made him think again at this age in his life. At about 60 years of age, he was planning on working longer, if he should continue to try to operate his business here in Canyon County. And I think that's a terrible thing to happen. Why would our young people try to take on the expense of purchasing this very expensive equipment, have to drive from field to field to do this combining, when they have the opportunity the chances that they might be involved in a wreck because of the inconsiderate drivers that we have. I've also talked to the sheriff, who says that we don't have enough money in our county budget to have the people out on the road, the law enforcement people out on the roads. And so I think you've done an excellent job on this plan. I think if there is a balance, I can see other things that you always see as you come along that need to be done. But I want to thank you for the time and the effort that you've allowed all these folks to have to put input, and that we need to move forward. We need to work together to make sure that Canyon County is still the best place to live and work and recreate and raise a family. And so thank you very much, and I hope that you will pass this comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Joseph Palmer, do you have, yeah, representing Valley View? You want us to jump in?
Thank you. Yes, this is on behalf of the Valley View School District. Dear Canyon County Commissioners, Valley View School District's leadership is in favor of Canyon County's comprehensive plan and testified at the planning and zoning hearing on August 24, 22. Since then, Valley View's second attempt to pass a bond for 2 elementary schools failed on August 30th. Meanwhile, developments are being approved by city councils, which brings more families than the district currently has the capacity to serve. Currently, 6 of Valley View's 7 elementary schools are overcrowded. In a matter of years, all 7 elementary schools will be over capacity. When land from the Canyon County continues to be annexed into city limits, whether that's Nampa, Caldwell, Middleton, or any other cities, for development, the district has been left with appealing to patrons to pass yet another bond. When patrons do not approve bonds, the district is forced to pack in classrooms with more students than is appropriate for just one teacher. After 20 years of growth in the Valley View School District, patrons are experiencing voter fatigue and often wonder when the growth will subside. Valley View appreciates the priority to protect agricultural zones, as it not only protects the community's agricultural interests, but also serves as a buffer to slow the pace of development, which in turn would allow Valley View to catch up and keep pace with the current growth crisis felt in our elementary schools. Thanks for your consideration. I have some questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Van Beek?
And I just want to make sure that I understand your nexus, that you're saying if we pass this plan to restrict basically the sale or development of farm ground, that you believe that that will stop people from moving to this area?
Yeah, it will definitely, it won't keep them from moving to this area, but it'll at least slow down the growth a little bit rather than what we're seeing right now.
And have you worked at all with the legislature to look at some of those issues on school bonds and impact fees, things like that?
We're having difficulty making any headway gains into that. So currently right now, our main effort is reaching out via letter, public testimony, and sharing with our local leaders the problem that we're having with this growth. Obviously, a lot of our effort was also to educating our patrons how we can take care of business, building schools, passing bonds without increasing the tax levy rate. In fact, we were able to lower it, I think it was $1.25, even lower, something we still could have done even if the bond had passed. And that's difficult to educate patrons again to believe that. At a state level, to answer your question specifically, it's very difficult to get someone to actually champion perhaps that cause. And I'm looking at a very specific person, and I've met with other people as well. House representatives, state legislators, it's very difficult for them to want them to get them to want to champion that cause.
Thank you.
Yep.
We also have a new representative, Kenny Roten. He might listen, he can help.
Perhaps. I will say this, if we hold our breath or wait for, at the state level, for them to be our white knights and to solve this issue, it's not gonna happen. In over 20 years, we've begged school districts all over the state of Idaho through Idaho School Board Association, we've begged senators and House representatives to listen, to at least have the conversation. They will not do it. So we're left on our own, garbage taxpayers that foot the bill, and they're not willing to do it. And it's not just Valley View that you're seeing it rejected, you're seeing it in Middleton and other districts around the state.
We get it, because we also have jail fatigue.
Yes, exactly.
I mean,
We're in the same boat.
yeah, except for it's worse, because we're trying to educate kids, and
Right.
we're the opposite. We don't have anywhere to put people that don't follow laws.
Right.
Last question?
Yes, and so I'm interested in your answer on where to put people that move here. That's.
You're speaking to the housing crisis, correct?
Well, and yes, and the people that move here who are not natives are moving here and then objecting to people moving here. It's the elephant in the room. I'm not taking a side. I'm trying to get.
No, I understand that. I appreciate that. There's more variables than just education, right? But I have to be here to represent the teachers that are in the classroom that are overwhelmed, the kids that aren't getting the quality education that they deserve. The fact that we are trying to absorb growth the best as we can by adding modular buildings to the point now, we don't even have more space on our campuses to add modular buildings. And if we did, we would actually have to apply to for a variance, because we'd be breaking city ordinances, because those modulars would be right next to newly developed subdivisions that weren't there before. So then we'd be writing a law this time just to try to accommodate our students to have the basic need they need for education, which is space. This is absurd. So I don't know how to answer your question about growth. All I know is that sounds like there's a possibility for smart growth. Currently, Valley View is not seeing smart growth. We're seeing overwhelming growth. And our teachers are no longer going to want to be hired to work in the Valley View School District. And we continue to tell them, yes, we would love to hire you, but just know you're going to be out in a modular building. You're not going to have a bathroom, and we'll make sure we get you a water cooler. They want to go and teach in communities where they feel valued, where laws are passed, and where there's not an overwhelming growth that's compromising their ability to do their job.
Chair, so are you proposing a moratorium then? Is that what you're saying?
That would be wonderful, and that's why I specifically say, so all the city's letters, I don't say specifically moratorium, but I say, please deny this development. We can't afford another 400 doors with how many students that would create when we're at 250 students over capacity at Lakeview, or 80 students over capacity at East Canyon, or wherever that development happens to be next to that elementary school.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. So, and I'm not trying to pass you up, Senator Lakey, but you already are a representative. So I'm not trying to disrespect your position either, just so you know. Representative Roten, do you want to speak at all? I don't want to miss. Are you good?
I hadn't.
Okay. Am I missing anyone else?
I appreciate that.
That's a leader in our community, elected? Okay, we're just gonna keep going then. We'll get back on track with Mary Miller. I didn't write down the phonetics of your name yesterday. I tried. I did very well.
So I had to kind of rewrite my remarks because most of the things have been addressed, but I want to say that I really support the key points that previous speakers have spoken to. I do want to say that I talked to many people in my sphere about that I was involved in this process, and it's going to be in front of the commissioners and try to be heard. And I know you probably already know this, but people roll their eyes. They're like, good luck, you're not going to listen. I don't think that's true. I do think this is a great forum. I do think it's going to be heard, and I really appreciate it. I know there's been a ton of work done on this, as they have said, and I think it's a good plan. I really hope we pass it. One point I would like to make is that this discussion should not be about money. It's ended up being, we can make a lot of money, we can do this, we can do that. There's nothing wrong with making money, and nothing about this plan stops people from making money. I would like to refer to the surveys done in 2020. 82% of Canyon County residents who responded are in favor of preserving ag lands. They have overwhelmingly spoken. This is what the county wants. The other point I would like to make is that I am also from a long-standing Idaho family. I'm fourth generation. My niece will be the fifth generation of a farming family here in Idaho. My ancestors came in the 1800s. They broke sagebrush out and made farmland over by the river, Snake River. I have heard about the rare quality of Canyon County as an ag production place my whole life. My grandpa talked about it, my dad, the beautiful soil, the abundant water, the slope of the land, how beautiful, how rare it is. And it's really a shame to just cover it with houses. And people think, well, just a few more farms, it isn't going to matter. But Canyon County really is a global factor in feeding the world. As one of the gentlemen said, we produce the majority we used to produce over 80% of the world's sweet corn seed. Not the nation, not the state, the whole world. It's critical that we keep this. And I think people have also spoken and said, well, we can just slow the growth. We can just take a few farms at a time. I think that's the wrong way to think. I don't know why we can't preserve a corridor permanently of ag land. Our neighbors in Oregon have done that. If you don't buy 80 acres, you can't build a house. That's it. There's no question about it. They did that way back in the 80s. Maybe didn't get as much pushback as we get now, and I don't have the answers. I don't know how you would do it, but I think we need to think about permanently preserving ag land. It is where our food comes from. It's you know how we get food on our table. Do we want to end up buying seeds from China? They don't have regulations on fertilizer or anything like that. Who knows what we're going to get when we buy it from other countries? We need to preserve this ag land. It's very rare, it's very precious, it's irreplaceable. If we cover it with houses, we're done. And in future generations, there will be food shortages. It's like David so eloquently showed in the slides about the war in Ukraine. Thousands of acres are gone. Who's going to fill that gap? We can, unless we slap houses on everything, and then it's gone.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Are you a landowner?
Yes.
And how many acres do you own?
Well, I owned 28. Recently, I had a family member pass, and so most of the farm was sold, and I retained a house on what was the farm.
Okay, so part of your farm ground was sold.
Yes.
And what did it go to?
The neighbor farmer bought it, and it's Pete Dornenball. He bought it to support his dairy.
Okay, thank you for that. And then on the 82%, I don't know who this question is for, but what's the base amount of people surveyed? And then the breakout of people that own farm ground? I don't know if that's.
Well, it's my understanding there were two surveys, and one of it was just community residents, and one was of people who actually own ag land. And the figure was 82% in one and 85% in the other. So I know that people who owned agriculture were surveyed in one of those surveys. And also of note, 75% said they would prefer that their farms remain farms, that they, even when they left them, they would prefer to keep farming or to have another farmer buy them. That was their preference.
Thank you.
And thank you. And then I think that question is appropriate for Elizabeth. However, in an effort to save time, that information was provided to you on page 7 of the public outreach report. And so I would encourage you to look at what has been provided to us a long time ago. Lots of space.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, Joanne Butler.
Morning, Commissioners. Joanne Butler, 967 East Park Center.
That microphone and pull it down. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Better. 967 East Park Center Boulevard in Boise. I'm representing landowners in property in the northern area of Nampa's area of impact. We support the county's comprehensive plan, and we also support the past decisions of the county regarding areas of impact, because that has been the county's effort to concentrate growth, which is a big part of smart growth. I don't hesitate in the least to say that you should always relook at those boundaries if they seem to be a little bit off over time. That's really well respected, but just know that you've made very good decisions to try to bring people and concentrate growth into those areas of impact. With Nampa, the county has worked diligently with Nampa to define that area of impact. And to do this, you found the properties that make up the area of impact could reasonably be expected to be annexed into Nampa. Since then, especially in the area that I know the most about, in this northern area of the area of impact, the city planners and the county planners have worked diligently on land use, like you're doing here with the comprehensive plan, and also infrastructure plans for that area. And the city hasn't been working in a vacuum. The city has been working with landowners, such as our owners, to plan and define appropriate development that acknowledges the unique character of the area, including agriculture and its relationship to Nampa. So I'm just taking the opportunity today to say thank you for working on the comprehensive plan, and we're asking the county to continue its close relationship between your planners and the city's planners, so that as development applications come before the county, you're well versed and are comfortable with the plans that the city puts together. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. We got 2 pages done, everybody. A lot more to go. Josie Jensen Erskine.
Hi, my name is Josie Jensen. Some know me by Josie Erskine. Depends on if I like my husband that day or not. And I've been married a long time, but I really do like him. I am a farmer in Canyon County, but I'm a soil scientist, and I manage the Ada Soil and Water Conservation District. And one topic that we haven't talked about is the ecosystem services provided by soils, and the important role that soil is going to play and does play in mitigation of climate change. Over half of our GDP of the whole entire nation is moderately or highly dependent on nature. The majority of that is on our soils. And if we talk about the ecosystem services, those are services provided to us by nature that we don't think about, or that we don't take or contemplate. And we talk about carbon sequestration, pollination, native pollinators. We talk about water sequestration, and we also talk about air quality. Your Canyon County Soil and Water Conservation District came to you and said all soils matter. And that's because of the changing science in soil science right now, and Ron Bittner proved it. He showed us a foot of soil and said how many native pollinators that foot of soil needs. So as a group of agriculturalists, we have worried about these different types of soils and what can grow. And what we're learning in soil science quickly is that soil is the basis of all life. And as we degrade our soil, or as we get rid of it, our technologies that we're going to use to mitigate climate consequences, and those technologies are going to mimic nature. U of I is putting in, what, $11 million soil science center right now that they're developing these technologies. These are future technologies, and communities that plan for soil and leave soil as part of their plan, understanding that that is part of nature. And at this point in history, we do not have the science or technology that we are using it, technology, but we know that it is coming, is going to be better apt to mitigate the problems of climate change. The soil that we have, we are going to grow food on, but we are also going to use agriculture technologies where we sequester carbon, we sequester water, we clean our water, and we have a cleaner air quality because of all of this agricultural soils in Canyon County. It is important. No, it's not in the comprehensive plan. Yes, it will be in 25 years, as we've already had the chairman talk about, do we need to write in the importance of these native species? Yes, we do. It's coming. Save the soil. Save it. Save it. It is important for all life on Earth. That's all I have to say.
Awesome. Thank you, Josie.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rosie?
did you introduce any of the ideas, some of this is operating in Canada, but of carbon credits for certain preservation or to reduce the load of TMDL on waterways and things like that? Are you familiar with that?
Did I introduce any of
In
them?
the discussion to be included, as you're talking about the conservation of resources, and it sounds like you're an informed user of information. So that's what I'm asking. It has been introduced, doesn't seem to have gained a lot of traction.
The Canyon County Soil and Water Conservation District did come forward and make a full presentation about the importance of soil and the different management practices. So yes, this is something that has been introduced into this whole comprehensive plan from the Canyon County Soil and Water Conservation District.
And thank you, I'm aware of that. I was specifically asking about those carbon credits and holding ponds, cleaning, best management practices for water.
Is that a part of the comp plan?
That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, let's stick with what's in the comp plan and what we're passing today, and then we'll come back to that. That we'll note it in the record that would be something that the action committee should discuss in the future.
Okay.
Thank you, Josie. All right, Janet Northrop.
Hi, my name is Janet Northrop, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to share first that I support all the key points that the previous speakers have shared in this meeting today, but I'd like to add some additional information. We are a very small vineyard. In fact, we're one of the newest vineyards on Sunny Slope. We own 6.5 acres and currently have about 3 acres in vines. And we'll be opening up our tasting patio on October 1st. With the information I'd like to share with you today, the additional information that came after Commissioner Smith shared her understanding that the current comprehension plan does not indicate that the slopey areas in West Caldwell are quality soil. And first of all, I'd like to state I'm married to a geologist. He has his PhD from MIT and he's a pretty smart guy. We are currently on a committee drafting a new AVA. The AVA means American Viticultural Area. He recently, a few years ago, was part of the committee that drafted the Eagle Hills AVA, which was passed. And both of these will, once ours is passed, reside under the Snake River Valley AVA, which is what all of our wine labels in Idaho or in this area state on there that we're part of that AVA area. So the reason I want to introduce this is because as the map stands right now, it sounds like that the slopes are not considered good for crops, and they're not for most crops, but it is ideal for viticulture. So as we go forward, as I'm just going to state that I 100% approve this plan, and yes, I have read it, and in its current state, but as you consider amending it to include that the slopey areas are perfect for viticulturalists, as we try to increase more vineyard growers in the area, more farming of viticultural, and that if you need some assistance in identifying more about the soil type and why it is so important to grape growers, that I would volunteer my husband as a really good resource. Thank you again.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone that we missed in favor for testimony today? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. My name's Gail Delahant, and full disclosure, I am a lobbyist for agriculture in California. I work for Western Growers Association and have worked for them for 15 years. And aside from that, I worked in the legislature for 22 years. So I'm for farmers, actually. So I'm very familiar with the farming in California. And we are new to Wilder. We live in Wilder now for about a year and a half. And we moved here because we're political refugees from California. And I have not read the entire plan, but we did comment as we've had opportunity to comment, and so we sent in written comments. But preserving agriculture in an agricultural area is critical. California has literally shoved agriculture out of the state with their rules, regulations, and guidelines. There will be probably 1.5 million acres of prime farmland, you talk about prime farmland, that will fallow because of water restrictions. Because of the environmental justice community and the environmental community in California, agriculture can hardly farm anymore. We provide, I represent fresh produce industry, all fresh guys. And so I don't have to lobby for animals, thankfully. I just lobby for these special crop commodities. And there will be 1.5 million acres go fallow in the next 10 years in California. California provides the nation and the world with over 50% of fresh produce. So it doesn't grow in the back of the grocery store, like many, many people think, that we will always have food on our shelves. That is just a misnomer, because in the next 10 years, you're going to see a lot of agriculture go away in California. I completely support, as a citizen here now, not representing Western growers, but as a citizen, all the comments that were made in support of this plan and for agriculture. Thank you.
All right. Neutral testimony, all we have is Matt Eels. Or testimony, I should say.
Matt Eels, I'm here on behalf of the Colville Chamber of Commerce Land Use Committee chairperson. So we submitted Exhibit 5LL for you guys to review and manage. And I don't see the point in going into some of this. A lot of it's been talked about. Item 3 would be maybe the only one that hasn't been addressed, and that is the pre-existing problem of 2 homes being allowed on a piece of ground and no path for making those separate parcels. So some path for that, as well as a definition of viable farming ground, what that is going to be going forward. We'd like to see that more spelled out, so we know. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. All right. Now, since it's noon, do my fellow commissioners want to work through lunch hour? Do we want to see who can't, if we take a break, take testimony from those that maybe might not be able to come back? I think we should do that. Is there, if we do take a break, is there anyone else that's here that can't come back after a break?
How long is the break?
How many more do we have to speak? We have a lot. There's like 14, I think, more people to speak.
Can we continue it?
We blocked out the entire day for today. So, I just think that a quick lunch break, maybe like 30 minutes. I know that you had a family emergency yesterday that I'm worried about you not being able to take care of your husband. So,
Okay. I wish we're in a groove, okay? And I wish we could keep talking. Yes, I really do. And people that have to go, but where it's moving in to break now, we're gonna lose a lot of the continuity that's really in this room and going on. So can we keep rolling?
okay,
Good, okay.
all right.
Sorry, I just wanted to let the people in attendance know that there's a vending machine on the second floor.
Give me some chips.
I think I have some, yeah, you could split that one. Wait, break for 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. No. I have my breakfast still, if anyone really needs that.
I think like even a 10 or 15 minute break would be nice. Want to do that? Let's go.
In 15 minutes, we'll get more people. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep rolling. Todd Lakey.
Madam Chair, for the record, before we start, Todd Lakey, address 12905 in East Court, Tampa, Idaho, 83651. Here specifically on behalf of this, there were building contractors, the Napa Realtors, and Buffalo Realtors, and the Idaho Statewide Association of Realtors. Commissioners, today we get to talk about policy. You see me a lot when we're talking about specific applications. I've used in Canyon County since I was a civil attorney and county commissioner and now I'm private attorney.
Yeah.
Sorry. Really got to get into it. Is that better? Okay.
Thank you.
Today we are here to ask for a balance. That's not what we have in this current comprehensive plan. We have been asking for that and making that request throughout all of this process.
Turn that microphone so that it's going that direction, because yeah, there you go.
Is that better?
Try it.
Commissioners, we are here to ask for balance, and that is not what you have in this comprehensive plan. We're on the same page with a number of those folks that have testified. Our interest in that balance is to try to preserve and protect prime agricultural ground, but allow flexibility on non-prime agricultural ground. And if you look at your comprehensive plan, it does not talk about prime agricultural ground. It talks about farmland. It talks about ag land. It doesn't provide that balance regarding prime agricultural land. Commissioners, talk a little bit philosophically. We're a conservative state, and we're a conservative county in a conservative state. And a conservative approach means that you believe in the lightest touch of government as it exercises its power over people and their property. When it comes to agriculture, this plan assumes that government knows best about people's land and livelihoods. Supporters of this plan, and I've heard it again today, we need to preserve our farmland. Commissioners, there is no such thing as our farmland. Unless we live in a socialist or communist country, it's publicly owned. It belongs to the Wheatsons, the Watsons, the Sims, the Obendorfs, the Williamsons, the Wagners, et cetera, et cetera. I could go on and on. You have many letters in your materials from farmers, longtime farmers in Canyon County. And I'll just read some portions of the letter in the public outreach, page 132 from Mike Wagner. He farms almost 4,500 acres here in Canyon County. And he said, in regard to the development of the new comprehensive plan for Canyon County, I favor a balanced approach with a healthy respect for the property rights of the owner of the land proposed for development. The county's current 2020 comprehensive plan strikes a good balance, but does not need major changes. I do not support the proposed versions of the future land use map and potential text. I am in support of the long accepted principle of allowing residential uses on ground that is not productive or profitable for agriculture. So we're not talking about folks are painting concrete all over the county and that massive subdivisions are going in the county. And we need to stop that. That is not what is happening out in the county. We're talking about cities, we're talking about perhaps impact areas where that kind of growth should occur, but we're not talking about that now in Canyon County. And he said, if I need to or desire to sell or develop my unprofitable or marginal ground, I do not want to lose that property right or have the value of that ground significantly diminished. I can make the best decisions regarding the use of the land that I farm. I do not want to be told that it's viable farm ground because it may be able to grow a particular crop or be used for a vineyard or for a dry land grazing, especially by non-farmers who are not familiar with my ground. Those farmers are right. This plan is too far toward the heavier hand of government and control over individual property rights. It is not balanced. You also have a flawed survey. That survey has no personal accountability when it asks that question if ag ground should be preserved. It also gives farmers no options. You know, I come from an individual property rights perspective. I represent landowners, I represent farmers when I'm in front of you. I don't represent opposition. I come at this, and those that I represent come at this from a property rights perspective. The best way to preserve prime farm ground is to promote a strong agricultural economy and for farming to be profitable. Let farmers voluntarily decide what ground should be preserved, what's prime, and keep their agriculture profitable. The farmers I talk to want to keep farming, but they need the ability to do something with their less viable ground as they deem appropriate. We're not talking about getting out of agriculture or abandoning agriculture. The current comprehensive plan strikes a fairly good balance between property rights and government control. Optimally, I would prefer to push the pendulum further to the right toward individual property rights in the comprehensive plan that you have currently. But as I said, it strikes a pretty good balance. Today, we're here asking for that balance to preserve prime farm ground. And this plan, as I said, swings the pendulum too far to the left. The fact that you have a lot of people here supporting government restriction on farm ground in general indicates that we do not have a balance in our current comprehensive plan. That should be indicative. I've been around long enough to watch 3 comprehensive plans and work under 3 comprehensive plans, including this one. The 2020 comprehensive plan is not broken. It certainly needs updating. You update your plans as you go along. There's no imminent need to throw that out. I've been in front of PNC, in front of you. You're denying applications, you're approving applications as you deem appropriate under the current plan. Previous comprehensive plans used committees of stakeholders to work on specific language and goals, policies, and implementation with staff support. That's what's missing here. We have one side that thinks this plan is about preserving prime agricultural ground, not about preserving ag broadly, but that's not what the language says. You have 2 very polar opinions because we haven't had the stakeholders get around and work on the specific language. Doing that would build more consensus and more buy-in from both sides. That approach is much better than the approach to we need to pass this, put committees together so we can see what's wrong and fix it. I want to point to some of the high points and problematic provisions in the comprehensive plan. I do want to thank staff and planning and zoning. They have incorporated a number of our suggested provisions, which were improvements, but the primary problem still remains. The text and the map attempt to limit farmers' options on their non-prime ground and make them keep farming. The plan does talk about more zoning types that were reviewed by staff as an option or additional options for landowners. That's true. But any of those decisions regarding rezoning the property still has to go through that process. And the comprehensive plan is the main thing that you evaluate in your application. And if it is not supported by the comprehensive plan, it's extremely difficult to get a rezone approved regardless of how many types or options that you have. The future land use map that's being proposed is a drastic change from the existing land use map. If you compare those two, there's extensive residential, rural residential areas that are designated in the current comprehensive plan that have been removed. Those were specifically developed by driving around the county and looking at land and evaluating it and whether it was appropriate or viable for agriculture. And those areas were designated. Those should at least be put back into the future land use map. Not a fan of the intensive ag designation. Again, that's another attempt to blanket reduce the ability of an agricultural operator to utilize their non-viable ground. You should be able to make site-specific decisions regardless of the location as to whether a particular application is appropriate for prime or non-prime ground. There are still too many shalls and musts, and the more I look at it, that word direct in the comprehensive plan and ensure, those are words like a zoning ordinance that are direct and absolute. The comprehensive plan is what's discussed as a guide, and those kind of words belong in an ordinance, not in a comprehensive plan. Our goal, again, is to achieve an appropriate balance and a realistic consideration of the ability to utilize non-prime and non-viable ground. The definition of prime ground was included in the updated version by staff at our request. But the problem is it's not used at all in the plan. If you look at your definitions, it simply has ag land, that's land suited for agriculture, or farm, attractive land for growing and raising livestock and aquaculture for agricultural production. And then agriculture is a list of different agricultural activities. But no tie, no reference to prime ground. It's all about those broad definitions of ag ground being preserved, not finding a balance. Soil type was discussed. That should be a consideration. Moderately suited ground, class 3 and 4, there should be an opportunity to consider development on that on a case-by-case basis. But it's not just the soil types. It's water, it's topography. There's lots of factors into that. And frankly, the farmer knows their ground the best. Their opinion should be given the greatest weight. Chair, maybe one more minute.
Okay.
Thank you. The property rights section needs to be strengthened. There's a policy that notes the county is evaluating whether a landowner is using their property wisely and preserving it for the future. That's not government's role to decide that. The natural resource section encourages community systems on projects over 15 lots. Again, there's science that says it's appropriate to have individual systems. Community systems may be worse on a particular piece of property. Commissioners, we would ask for balance, and that balance being utilization of prime farm ground, making that what we're trying to protect instead of this broad swath of agricultural ground. The best way to do that is to let stakeholders work on the specific language, because the language does not reflect that. Let these committees work on that, put that language together, and bring that back to this board, and we'll have more consensus and more buy-in and more balance. With that, commissioners, I would ask that you not approve this comprehensive plan, but allow committees to work on the specific language in the specific sections. I stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. One of the questions that I had was, well, I'll start with your pointing out the policy on page 9 for property rights that fully states acknowledge the responsibility of each property owner and the steward of the land to use their property wisely, maintain it in good condition, and preserve it for future generations without becoming a public nuisance. I think, Elizabeth, can you, before I ask Todd, do you know where that came from? How did that, and the intent of it?
Now you're referring to policy 1.01.01, correct?
Right.
I believe that was taken from the existing plan. So if you look at goal 2 of the 2020 comprehensive plan, it's almost identical. So I'll just read it. In the 2020 plan, goal 2 says the community goal is to acknowledge the responsibilities of each property owner as a steward of the land, to use their property wisely, maintain it in good condition, and preserve it for future generations.
So that's a goal versus a policy. So do you think that
It's a policy.
it's the policy in the 2030? She said it was a goal in the 2020, so the difference would be moving it from a goal to a policy.
So it's a policy in the 2030 plan, and the language changed slightly after future generations. We added without becoming a public nuisance, but otherwise it's pretty much the same language. So using the land wisely, that was already in the plan.
You see where that would be still a good goal, but not necessarily a policy?
Sure, it would be appropriate as a goal. That would be up to the board.
You feel more comfortable leaving it as a goal?
Madam Chair, a goal, I suppose, is a little better than a policy. It's still used. Goals and policies are typically used in evaluating a particular application. And as I said, I think the current plan strikes a pretty good balance. It's not perfect. This is one of those imperfections. I don't think it is government's role to decide whether somebody's using their property wisely or not, or how they're preserving it for the future. I agree. You should use property so it doesn't become a public nuisance. It's certainly appropriate.
But you don't think as even in your state role, that it's our job to consider land uses that provide for our future benefit of the entire community?
My concern, Madam Chair, is more with that, whether they're using their property wisely. No, I don't think it's your role or my role to tell somebody they're using their property wisely.
Okay. All right, and then next question was on the issue of property rights, and the Idaho legislature passed the Idaho Land Use Planning Act, which is Title 67, Chapter 65. I think you and I are both pretty familiar with that. But that established the ability for local governments to implement zoning, and so there's that established, and there's case law that supports that. If Canyon County, or if anyone, let's take Canyon County out of it, if we did not implement zoning with standards, if we just said, we go back to your comment that we aren't going to wisely grow, we're going to take that out because each individual property owner shouldn't develop wisely. Like we shouldn't have that expectation of each property owner. So we're just going to wipe out zoning.
That's
What? I know, but let's say that part of what you're saying is like that we want to not take away the rights of a person or a farmer to develop into residential subdivisions. That's part of what you're saying on the less, in your opinion or the farmer's opinion, less viable farm ground, correct?
Madam
You don't
Chair,
want us to tell you where to do that.
that's the balance we're trying to strike. I'm not here saying, even though, that may be a personal preference or a preference of some, to just let them do what they want with their property when they want to do it. What we're saying is, the code also talks about it. Our goal and balanced approach is to preserve prime agricultural ground. You can utilize a definition of that here. I'm not arguing against that. What I am saying is it's more than just soils. It's more than just topography, water, and that you should give great weight to the person that has the experience in farming.
So that one person, can you agree that some doctors are better than other doctors?
I suppose.
Can you agree that some teachers are better than other teachers?
You're trying to get me to say some farmers are better than others,
Yeah.
perhaps. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. But the ones that are most familiar with the ground have the most knowledge about the.
Would you not agree that some doctors that are not as good as other doctors still think that they're good doctors?
Sure, Madam Chair. I guess the doctor that's with the patient the longest, and it's not just somebody that comes and visits, it's their patient, they live with them, they take care of them on a daily basis. They're probably better than maybe another doctor that isn't as familiar with that patient.
And then if we just, I mean, zoning is put in place because it affects property values as well, correct? Because if there was a free-for-all, what would that do for values?
Madam Chair, I'm not arguing for a free-for-all.
Okay.
I agree that the local land use plan act is there and that you have zoning authority. What I'm arguing for is a little lighter touch, a more balanced approach. I'm not arguing for a free-for-all.
Okay, I appreciate that. Commissioner White.
Mr. Lincoln, you made the remark that the future land use map is drastically changed. Could you tell us why again? Could you tell us why the future land use map is referred to by you as drastically changed?
Could staff bring up the current future land use map?
Yeah.
One of the main changes is like the impact areas, did not have any ag areas identified.
Why did you make that statement?
Sure. So it's easiest to compare the two if they're both side by side. But the current comprehensive plan map has large areas of residential designation here around the south portion of the lake on those rolling hills, particularly dry hills, good views of the lake. There's a lot of additional residential up here in the Middleton area. I believe there's some more out here in the Parma area. All of that is now gone. Again, a comprehensive plan doesn't create zoning or an expectation, an entitlement, I should say. But folks that have that land did have a strong guide that supported them. And that land was specifically designated based on use, not just, and site visits, not just thinking about where should we put things based on an impact area. And all of that's been removed. Our request is that should be replaced. And whether you call, I think residential is a better designation than rural transition. I prefer that, but some area where you're saying residential, rural residential is appropriate in this area, and all of that was removed. That should be replaced.
I'm not sure. Anyway, and then you said there's still too many shall and will. Shall, and what should they be? Should they be should, could?
Should, encourage, those are the kind of words that you should have in a comprehensive plan, and there are those words in there. There's also still, in some of the language I suggested changing, change that. There's still some ensure, direct, shall, those kind of words I think are too strong for a comprehensive plan.
So I have to ask you, what do you like about the plan that is being discussed here?
Madam Chair and Commissioner White, I think there's some good provisions in there regarding agritourism and supporting that. That is another opportunity for an agricultural operator to generate revenue to support their agricultural operations. If I guess would have my brothers, I think it's even too narrow the way it's described in the current comprehensive plan. I like the designation of that corridor along Highway 55. But it shouldn't just be limited to that. If somebody out south of the lake thinks that they can have an agritourism aspect to their business, whether it's have a farm experience or come and participate in whatever ag activity they have going on, they should be able to do that. So I think that some of the agritourism provisions are really good. There's some good language in other sections, and I appreciate that. As I said, I appreciate the changes. But the primary issue is still a problem, is that lack of balance.
Gotcha.
Commissioner Van Beek?
And Senator, you've had a unique position and a unique history that's led up to where you're at. You're a land use attorney, you're a former commissioner, you're a state legislator, and you were recently involved in representing an applicant where you had decisioned a piece of farm ground 20 years ago. And so I'm curious, in the vision of your work with that, which it's my understanding took more than a year of deliberation as a board and evaluating that you've referenced driving around. How did this play out 20 years later, and did it work as you envisioned it would work when you were involved with discussions on that landowner for less than viable portions? I mean, you have a real life example of that.
So I think it's worked well. There have been zones out there that have been established that do establish a right to develop on less viable ground in those areas that have been designated as residential. But again, a lot of those were farmers that weren't looking to get out of the agricultural business as a whole or do so quickly. They're still farming some of it's dry, they just haven't developed it yet. But it's preserved that right for them to develop as they see a need on a portion of their non-viable ground. That has helped them over time support their other agricultural operations by having the ability to do that on less viable ground. That strengthens their ability to preserve their ag.
I'm going to pivot on that and just say that in a different family, but in that area, there is discussion about being able to diversify in order to maintain the agricultural feel and opportunity out there. It just looks different. And so I think your point that evaluating that the diversification that preserves that corridor, but allowing that farm to pivot the costs, the market volatility, the inputs, the labor shortage, all of that combined, and they have to take that into consideration, as Mr. Brook has indicated, on the continued viability of the property. There's no question in there, but I guess it is tied all in. If we're talking about diversity in ag and preserving that, it's more than just restricting, as you indicated, with the heavier hand of government in their ability and demand to keep farming that.
I think what we're asking for, Madam Chair and Commissioner Van Beek, are options, reasonable options. Those that I work with regularly and those that I represent here support agriculture. I support agriculture on a regular basis and I'm acknowledged for that as a legislator. But the best way to do that is not the California approach where you're over-regulated and you chase it out. You find a balance.
But do you agree that comp plans do not regulate?
Madam Chair, I agree that a comprehensive plan is not a zoning ordinance. It does not establish entitlement, as David said. We find ourselves on the opposite side of this issue. But for practical purposes, you also know, you can't just say, well, this doesn't say that somebody can't come in and apply. From a practical standpoint, if this doesn't balance and allow for some consideration, not a guarantee, but some consideration on non-prime ground, the main thing that staff analyzes, that I come in and argue that you consider, is conformance with the comprehensive plan. And if it doesn't conform, you have a very slim chance of being approved.
It's very subjective. Would you not agree, comp plans?
Madam Chair, you have the language that is important and valuable. You can't discount it. But as elected officials, you're there to interpret and apply that language, but you want to make sure it's right going in. That's what we're asking for.
Have you not, because comp plans are not regulatory, have you not experienced yourself and watched other commissioners pick and choose which policies they want to read off today? Because it's not regulatory in nature?
Madam Chair, every case has factors in favor and against. The challenge with this comprehensive plan is it doesn't give you the opportunity to argue and make your case for the ability to use non-viable ground. It's a broad swath of agriculture in general, And if you don't have that balance, again, you're gonna have slim to no chance of coming in and asking for approval.
You know, I love agriculture. However, when I read this, I do not interpret it that way. I read the shall that you don't like, no person shall be deprived of their property without due process of law. I read lots of things in here that support people being able to make application for zoning changes and comprehensive plan map changes. There isn't anything that would, in my opinion, reading this, that would take that away.
Can I respond there, Madam Chair? Again, it's the language. And sure, you point to property rights in some other sections, but the main issue we have is with agriculture. And it does not, look at those policies and goals, it doesn't reference prime farm ground. For those in favor of the plan, say that's what this does, it helps preserve prime farm ground, but it doesn't talk about that. It talks about preserving and maintaining agriculturally designated lands for agricultural use. Look at the two maps, and Commissioner White can answer your question. Most of it's designated ag. That doesn't give you an opportunity to decide between prime and non-prime. Lay a framework for farmland protection, ensure farmland protection and reduce land use conflicts. That part, land use conflicts part is good. But again, it doesn't talk about prime and non-prime. It's a broad.
I think part of that is because it goes back to that there are, NRCS has given data that we have viable crop productions that grow on non-viable farm ground. Even testimony regarding the slopes of the Sunny Slope wine trout, there are significant areas out there that would be considered not viable farm ground or not prime farm ground, but it is absolutely integral to the success of the Sunny Slope wine trout to not put homes on those slopes, because we can't get that ground back. And it is a natural resource that is unique, that can't be duplicated.
Madam Chair, there should be a balance, and preserving prime farm ground is what's called out in statute. That's the right balance between property rights, a free-for-all, or let everybody do what they want, or not letting them do anything. The balance is prime farm ground, and we could have a discussion on a case-by-case basis whether a piece of ground is prime or not, but this does not give us the opportunity to have that conversation.
Okay. All right, and then the last thing I just want to clear up, because it's been put on the record, and I do think it's important enough. The 2020 comprehensive plan, it included 25 members of the public for a workshop. That is significantly less than what the planners have garnered for support. I am the only planner in this room that sat on that committee. I am the only person in this room that helped develop that future land use map. And you put on the record that people drove around and were intentional about picking it. I sat in that room. We did not drive around. There were many meetings. We sat and we looked at where were impact areas. We looked at where had conditional use permits been approved, where were rezones. We tried to take some broad strokes, and we changed from the original plan to the 2020 map. There were multiple, it looked like a zoning map. And so there were different types of residential indicated, and there were different types of commercial and industrial. And that was the plan from when you were the commissioner. But when this plan was created, it was Commissioner Rule, Alder, and Ferdinand was the chairman. But we really, there was no one driving around. And it was very much in a room trying to evaluate uses. And I will say, just like Mayor Wagner said, we learned a lot since then. And we were young planners, and you can look over at our planners now. We have young planners, and we all learned. That's why this is a guide, and that's why it should not be set in stone. And it's a guide. And so I think trying to establish and
for the community that's here, that is a guide for growth, so that there are, just like what you said, reasonable expectations, but not taking away someone's property rights to come and make application when there is a not perfect map.
Madam Chair, there were those who perhaps didn't. There were those that were involved that did drive around and look at those particular areas. I let Mr. Mills testify personally. I can say that in a case that I represented Canyon County a number of years ago, David and I were on the opposite side of that, but it talked about the windshield surveys that were taken in the establishment of the comprehensive plan by the county. That was argument from the county. So perhaps some did, some didn't.
2010, I think, when the 2010 comp plan did that.
It is a guide, but as I said, for practical purposes, it needs to have some balance. It does not talk about crime preservation. It talks about ag land broadly and in general. It's not a balance. And for practical purposes, a comprehensive plan has a huge impact on individual decisions. You can come in and pay your fee and apply, but you're not going to get considered.
Sorry that you feel that way. We need to work on our staff. If that's the way that you feel that you can't apply, that's sad.
Okay, I didn't quite finish my sentence. You can't come in and viably argue. You can come in and apply, but if your comprehensive plan doesn't let you talk about the difference between prime and non-prime, you're simply trying to argue that somehow this ag ground should be developed, but it talks about preserving farm ground generally, so you're out of balance. You can come in and apply, but you don't have the ability under the comp plan to have that conversation.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Randy?
I do agree, just from a robust discussion standpoint, that what I've been told, and I did not come from a planning background, is that the comp plan is to be taken seriously and not changed lightly. So I'll state that. But I'm wondering on the agricultural in the section on definitions, Senator, if you have any concern about who makes up the agriculture, I believe that should be agricultural advisory committee.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Van Beek, can please just call me Mr. Lakey today.
Okay.
It's not established yet.
Well, in the definition.
So you could, looking at that definition, it does talk about a diverse group, but it doesn't really talk about those that are involved in the development portion of it. And I heard they were willing to do that, have those folks involved.
And I think that you've addressed the point is that a diverse group would include across a spectrum of interest in Canyon County. So there is an interest from the agricultural community to speak into the development sector. I think that having where they've gone ahead and listed residents, property owners engaged in farming, so now we're limiting who could potentially be involved in agribusiness or representative of an agricultural interest. But I would submit that if our process is to balance and provide a way for a well-established political action group of their own that lobbies for what's in the best interest of Canyon County from development, that it should be in the broader sense to include them in the discussion.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Randy, I think that's valuable. They suggested that. Obviously, there are two different opinions in the agricultural community as to how to approach this balance. And I think it's important that that balance is represented, or that diversity is represented on that committee as well. It's not just farmers that want to restrict land use, it's those that want to have a balance.
And it would submit that our cities, again, have to be an integral part of that process with the county facilitating that discussion on what that growing together or those impact areas look like. And I hope that we gain traction with that. I'm sure that we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Jerry Payne. And then Darren Taylor and Jessica.
Jerry Payne left.
Darren.
If anyone is on the list and they have to leave, I think we can all respect. Okay, I'll call you next.
Commissioners, Darren Taylor, subdivision maker LLC, 1434 New York Street, Hilton, Idaho. I wrote a letter that I would like to read. However, there's been a lot of conversation with points that I would like to address. So I'm going to only read a portion of my letter, then submit it as an exhibit. If I understand the proposed comprehensive plan correctly, Canyon County's long-range plans response to the largest housing supply and unaffordable housing crisis in the county's history is to route new housing, except for farm laborers, into city limits and areas of impact, unless you live on a 5-acre minimum lot size, whether or not irrigation water is available. So an individual or family wanting to reside in Canyon County must purchase an existing home, live in city limits or impact areas, or maintain 5 acres. This is why I oppose the comprehensive plan. Its policy direction divides urban and rural living and disrupts the harmony between the two. I've been looking at Canyon County-wide maps showing properties. I've got them here in each of the county's taxing categories. Each category has parcels throughout the unincorporated county. I'm still learning the differences between the classifications, since a lot of irrigated farmland is in the dry grazing parcel category, and a lot of the rural residential is in the rural industrial tract or rural commercial tract categories. This equal protection inspection of property classifications warrants more investigation. Maybe the most helpful classification mapping is the rural residential tract. It helps us see throughout the county how agricultural operations and rural residential uses have been harmonious for decades, actually since zoning began in Canyon County. A current map and analysis of current zoning of parcels in the unincorporated county is notably missing. If here, it would show various residential rural zoning and subdivisions throughout the county. Identifying these parcels as agricultural on the proposed future land use map is nonsense. Technology exists to sort and produce an accurate future land use map. The balance of existing land uses through the county is obvious upon inspection of these parcel maps. Policies in the proposed plan drastically shift away from that balance and with it harms the health, safety, and welfare of county residents. Probably another 2 minutes. I'll hurry. Especially the harmony of living, working, and going to school together. The give and take that makes and keeps us friends for a vast majority of county residents. I request the Canyon County Board of Commissioners table this item until an accurate future land use map is prepared and until policies addressing the housing supply deficit and unaffordable housing crisis can be included in the post-2030 plan. A couple of points. The areas of city impact for all cities, all the small cities, are significantly oversized. There's one part of the Middleton's area of city impact where it's identified as industrial on the proposed future land use map, and another part of it's shown as rural residential in those 2 areas. Staff missing from the proposed plan is the agriculture map showing those acres. Crop dusting aerial application map to the extent that can be done. Otherwise, it should show us where the seed crops, the corn seed crops would be. That's protected activities. The current zoning map would show rural residential zoning, various types throughout the county. This future land use is not added. It's not. So it's reflected accurately on the proposed comprehensive plan. opposition is the lack of specificity in the ag. It's too general. And there are no areas outside areas of city impact for people who want the rural lifestyle. I typed back into my letter that I did not read. We need to add rural residential areas to the proposed comprehensive plan map outside areas of city impact for people that want the rural lifestyle. What's missing is predictability for the rural residential community. Where do they go if they want the rural lifestyle? Thank you. I pieced together several pages, so sorry about the disjoint
That's okay.
presentation.
Actually, don't have a question. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Van Beek?
And Mr. Taylor, do you agree that restricting, as the proposed plan does, would limit the influx of people coming to this area to enjoy this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Van Beek, yes. It's definitely a deterrent. I think we've heard testimony at prior, might have been the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, where someone in the school district said that they lost their teachers because they live in the vicinity of the rural lifestyle.
Thank you.
One kind of my question. Did you participate in the workshops or?
Yes.
Did you provide changes, recommended changes to the map over the last couple of years?
Yes.
And then they were, not assuming that everyone that asked for changes would be made, but did you receive any feedback on your changes?
Staff has been great to work with and has incorporated in general ways some of the principles and concepts that we discussed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say, if you look at the proposed comprehensive plan map, some are on there, yes, and some are not.
Okay.
So for example, you brought up the rural residential areas that were on the current map. Holy cow, what are we doing reducing rural residential areas at the time when we've got a housing supply crisis? It's driving up the housing home prices.
So we have an ag supply crisis too, don't we?
Yes, yes, and that's why I really like both.
Mm-hmm.
But what's not on the proposed future land use map is an area outside area city impact that people that want the rural lifestyle can go without having to have 5 acres to maintain. That's unrealistic.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, John, you could go next. You're up. And Matt Dorsey. Okay, Andrew.
Morning, Commissioners. John Cotner at 4659 West Saddle Ridge Drive. I've stood in front of you guys numerous times representing landowners throughout the county in developing their properties. And I think I've demonstrated throughout the years that we know what we're doing and we try to have some wise planning with some of these. I just wanted to just quickly, in my small world, refer more to the current land use map and look at the change difference. When you look at the yellow that's been removed into the new plan, I've worked with a lot of landowners inside and outside of impact areas, and that's the biggest problem that I have is removing a lot of the residential designations that are already in the comp plan, because there are a lot of those areas that are more viable to putting houses on than there are even inside the impact areas. And the reason why I say that is because we're all standing in this room, we hear protecting our farmland, protecting our prime farmland. There are thousands, hundreds if not thousands of acres inside the city's impact areas that are the prime farm ground. So if this was really about protecting prime farm ground, we would remove all the residential designations in those areas outside. We'd be more about trying to protect the actual farm ground that everybody here wants to drive by and look at. And that's what the majority that we're seeing. So I wanted to refer real quickly to, I did go to some of the open houses and I snapped some shots, some pictures of some of the graphs that they had during these open houses. And I was looking at some of the numbers and it just kind of struck me odd. So from 2014 to 2021, Canyon County grew by 45,220 people, according to these graphs. That's an 18% growth rate in that 7-year period. Out of those 45,000 people, only 2,000 of those people were actually in the unincorporated areas. So 4.4% of total growth happened outside of where we're trying to have the growth happen. And so by removing all these residential designations, it appears to me that this new comp plan is targeting only 4.4% of that population growth. If we really wanted to start working on growth and start targeting growth, that would happen in those impact areas, and we're already building in those impact areas. 96.5% of all the residential building happens in the cities and impact areas. It's not happening out there. Yes, there are little ones happening here and there, but it's only 4.4% of the total growth. So it just seems to me like there's a little bit of contradiction in what the comp plan wants to do and what it's actually doing. If we wanted to really look at that prime farm ground, to me, it just seems like you drive up and down Chinden, the stuff in North Nampa, East Caldwell, there is prime farm ground out there, but it's a free-for-all out there because that is in the impact areas. That's where the city's at, and you guys, with the comp plan, have designated this is where the growth needs to happen. Well, that's on the prime farm ground that everybody's here talking about wanting to protect. So couple of contradictions I want to point out. I get it. You guys have hard decisions. I'm glad I'm over here. You guys are over there. So yeah, you're not going to please everyone. My perspective is I think I'm agreeing with Todd that there's just kind of a lack of balance in what you're trying to do. And I think a lot more discussions need to be had with the cities. If you really want to protect that farm ground, we might want to talk to the cities about how to change those impact areas, look at the soil classifications in those impact areas, and see about protecting some of those prime farm lands. Anyway, that's all I have. I stand for questions.
Thank you, John.
And John, and just for the record, your reputation is well known. You've been in the building industry for how long?
24 years.
And actively participating in quality development that doesn't contribute to future need for services. Is that true?
That's what we would try. Yeah, that's what we shoot for. I thought it was interesting that it happened to be one of the pictures of one of my subdivisions is actually shown in one of the slides earlier. Just happened to be that subdivision's in an impact area and has city services. So we're growing where everybody wants us to grow, but then we're getting crucified because we're bringing growth. I will say, someone mentioned something earlier about a moratorium. I think if you want to have a housing crisis, you put a moratorium in place. You'd have better luck building a wall by California than stopping growth by having a moratorium. I think you'll be doing the opposite of what you're trying to do. And you think you have high property values now, in fact, a moratorium, you're going to see your property taxes really go up.
Thank you for that follow-up question, Richard. Has anyone approached you because of your reputation in the DCA and what they try to do as an organization? Have you been approached for your input on design standards, building overlays, anything like that in the 2 or 3 years that this has been underway?
I would say I've been approached. No, I don't know if I've necessarily made myself available to it either. I'd be willing to have input, but I don't think, I couldn't say I've been approached, but I know.
And would you see a need, or would that be useful in that arena to have architectural standards or something that would, for instance, I'm saying there are certain developments that we know we're going to create services, and then there's timeless developments, and the one I'm thinking of in Boise that's iconic is the Harrison Boulevard. So what's your posture being a part of the DCA on what you would hope to do or what your input would be if you were solicited on that?
Well, I would think that we would have a seat at the table to have participation in a group like that, to talk about overlays and smart growth and the best types of use for that land and what type of houses and stuff. Sure, I think any one of us that is involved with the Building Contractors Association would love to have a seat at the table.
And would you sit, or someone be interested in sitting on an agricultural advisory committee to help shape that?
It would definitely be taken into consideration. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Matt Dorsey.
Thank you for squeezing me in. Matt Dorsey, 21755 Hoskins Road. I've got my son sitting in a combine with GoPro cameras on, waiting to move it. So, anyways, thank you for squeezing me. I'm here to speak against this plan. although I agree with, all the fellow farmer community as well. But what I do disagree on is this, like you said, this comprehensive plan is just a guide. The comprehensive plan is not going to help me buy farm ground any cheaper, right? It's not going to be able to do some of these things. It's not going to be able to allow me to spray my mint crop with an airplane. We've already lost that as far as the farming. The reason why I'm talking about this now is I have spent my life in the soil, in the dirt, trying to do the best that I can. When you asked about good farmers or bad farmers, I kind of like, how would I be assessed of that? But then when you're talking about planners, then I'm like, who assesses a good planner from a bad planner? I agree. So anyways, I live in the Sunny Slope area.
Just so you all know, Matt and I have known each other for a very long time.
We have gone the rounds.
Yeah, we have. He means it with love.
Yeah, of course.
I know.
I've lived in the Sunny Slope area forever. My kids will be the 6th generation. There's nothing more than we like to do than farm. But when you throw, and I don't disagree with the ag tourism, but when you throw a blanket on there, and I understand the slopes, right? I've lived there, I've seen it. That ground was so steep that, you didn't want to drive the picker, right? But I've got ground down the bottom that's flat next to Hammer Ranch that's not going to be suitable for grapes. So when you throw a big pink area over the whole area, then all of a sudden, that's when I get my Brussels up a little bit, and that's when I'm like, wait a minute, back to Senator Leahy's comments of, whether I'm a good farmer or a bad farmer, I know, what my ground will do. The other thing is when you throw an agritourism blanket on my area, if I don't want to open a winery and I don't want to start serving wine, then what do I do with my ground? I disagree with the comprehensive plan if all of a sudden my ground needs to be defined as a view block for the agritourism folks. And I wish Craig was here because Craig and I are neighbors. Okay, thank you. So we've already kind of addressed there are multiple layers. The economics, testifying in front of the Planning and Zoning Board, and then that's kind of been mentioned here as to we don't plan people's retirements or when do we take into consideration people's retirements. I agree with that statement, but I also think that this new comprehensive plan might also be taking away my ability to continue to farm, whether it's in the Sunny Slope area or it's elsewhere. It could be taking away my ability not to retire, but to continue farming. My land is what allows me to do the things that I can do via borrowing money, because I haven't sold out in California and I haven't come up here with a pile of money. And so my land is what I use to leverage myself into being a production agriculturist. So the last thing I want to say is I am not trying to change the rules, maybe as referred to by Craig. I'm just trying to live within them, and I've tried to live within them, and that's why these overlays bother me. And what really bothers me is the extremes. In the planning and zoning meetings, we're sitting in there and we go through all the testimony, and then one of the planning and zoning guys say, we're going to use this comprehensive plan to pump the brakes on growth. We've got to stop the growth. Well, if a comprehensive plan is just a guide, then why in the world are things being said like that? So, thank you.
Couple questions. What would you consider McIntyre Farms operation, where they allow people to come and purchase local goods. Is that agritourism?
They also do tours. I mean, you know, like, that's, I mean,
It is agritourism. so it's not just
agritourism, I
one.
mean, yeah, agreed. And what if I don't want to do that?
Right.
The other thing I wanted to bring up though is agritourism is different than commercial ag,
Right.
right? And so some of the things that are good for agritourism, like, you know, people coming out to their wineries, Craig having 1,000 people sign his petition, right? That's great for him, but when you farm the field right next to him, you know, and Craig's great, don't get me wrong, but all of a sudden, there's 1,000 people there. I'm one of 1,000. So I don't really like the odds of the public outreach, if you will. I took that survey, right? Of course I want to preserve ag land, but at what cost? And if you're telling me at a cost of going broke, then I'm gonna check, hell no, I'm not gonna preserve farmland, right? Because that's one layer.
So is your testimony that you believe that the agritourism overlay is prohibiting you from being able to commercial farm?
Yes, it hinders my commercial farm when I'm trying to move equipment on the weekends, right? Now, I'm not saying that they need to do anything different. I mean, I respect that. I mean, Craig bought the house on the ground that I farmed. He built his whole wine industry. I've never, ever complained once. I'm not saying that, but there are some negative effects to commercial farming with agritourism, which is brought by the increase in population, and you know, nobody's done anything different. The other point is on the 2020 map, look at how many wineries and the business and the growth, you know, Craig presented it with the 2020 map. Look at the growth that they were able to do without the overlay.
Growth of what?
The wine industry and the agritourism. They didn't need the overlay to do that.
No. Okay. All right, any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek?
thank you for being here today, Matt. You are, as you indicated, a generational farmer that's heavily invested. You were in the dairy business and definitely sold property out there, maybe on Plum or Apricot, I'm not sure what it is, but you've transitioned to something else.
I didn't sell the property.
You didn't sell the property.
I wanted to buy it, but I couldn't. So thank you.
Yeah, well, your desire is to remain in ag, but your sentiments are, and I guess what I'm trying to get at, I don't see you not wanting to preserve ag, but I'm interested in your thoughts on mandating what you have to do with your ground or to farm. What does that feel like to you as a generational farmer, and how has that changed from the inception of where you started to where you're at today with somebody out there working on a tractor?
So, 6th generation farmer, but first generation, I mean, I bought all the ground myself and tried to work through that. So this idea that the ground that I have was, you know, purchased at ag land prices, that's, you know, we heavily subsidize what we can. I haven't taken any of the splits off because I don't want houses where I'm farming. And so I'm not saying that I'm going to do anything different, but all of a sudden I get blanketed into and it's exclusive ag. That ties my hands as a producer to be able to move forward, and my kids' future to produce food. And I don't disagree with, you know, the crisis in Ukraine, all that stuff, but the comprehensive plan is not going to change that.
And you're the first person here today that has been identified as a person in that intensive ag area. And so I looked on the map when I got out and I thought, oh, if I was in that, I would feel really different as a landowner being locked into that, because I would not, and I was not asked. So I think, again, the balance that we're trying to strike here, and I would submit we have grown in the wine industry, but there are other parts of the country who would do more of a STEM approach. I want you to speak at that. So if we use that model, what are we doing for youth in this area, given the sometimes single-digit margins, to encourage people to want to that, because it is a lot of work for sometimes a little pay, And do you have any thoughts on how to generate that interest and put that in a different light?
The interest is there, right? My kids want to come back. The capital is what's short, and you can't build the capital overnight. So as the big farming co-ops of the world and the Walmart mentality of it is hey, we're going to need farmers. You can just come work for us, and you don't need to farm yourself. So that's pretty much, how it's moving forward. And by limiting what I can do with my real estate, locks me into that position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Derek?
Commissioners, Derek Kerner, 270 North 27th Street, Boise. I'm a land development engineer. I want to talk about 1 acre lots and the map expansion. Change sucks, but it's necessary. We need to have this comp plan. It's very important so that everybody here can manage their expectations. When I look at this map, I think it's too restrictive on the residential area of Canyon County. Looking at the old map, looking at the new map, I said, well, boy, we got a lot of conflict if that's the map we're going to go with. Because you reined in the residential classifications too much. I look at the thin crust of a transition zone that's around all these area impacts, and that's all there is for consideration for that rural lifestyle. For somebody that wants to live on a few acres. Talk about the 1 acre lots. Where do they exist in the world? I was born and raised here. It's what I desire personally. We're Americans. We got a lot of stuff. We got boats, RVs, we got trailers we never use. We got to store them. So a 1 acre lot is highly, highly desirable, and you do not get that in a city setting. When you drag sewer, you drag water, it's too expensive. You're not going to get a 1 acre size lot. You're going to get a 10,000 square foot lot at best. The 1 acre lots are only available on a well and septic idea in the county. Your guys' comp plan, it talks about residential stuff, but the 1 acre lots usually get lost. When we come forward with the development, you say, well, we're in the county, do 2 acre lots. We're in the county, do 5 acre lots. Where's the 1 acre lots? They're very, very desirable. There's a lot of people that want to live on 1 acre, and you're only going to get that in the county. So I don't really see a lot of allowance for that classification. You say, oh, it's there, but it's hard to get. So, an area designated, a little more acceptable to a 1 acre lot instead of just a huge ask, because where will they exist otherwise? That's about what I wanted to say. The map itself, broken, restrictive, even compared to what it used to be, and you're going to generate conflict if that map is not a little bit more balanced. There's a lot of residential uses outside of where that 2030 map currently says. It's really seems to me about limited about where the impact areas are now, not even to where the cities want them to be. To me, it looks like it's maybe 5 years ago, just in terms of where development is happening. Do not underestimate the growth that's going to happen here, and it's going to continue to happen over the next 8 years. But that map doesn't look like something that represents out to a 2030 timeframe. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the list, Jerry Payne. Still here? Oh, no, I called him and he left. Jim Davis.
My name is Jim Davis. Probably have a little bit unique position on this. I can definitely see both sides of the coin here, so to speak. But my family and I started dairy, Grandpa started dairy in 1940 in Kuna, 5 miles west of Kuna, about 8 miles south of Nampa. Done it all my life. We graduated from Boise State, came back to dairy for 26 years and did it. But dairy industry is pretty tough. In my opinion, you'll have maybe a good year and then 4 or 5 bad years. It's just kind of tough, especially when you consider a lot of the dairy in this area moved here from Texas, California. They came in with millions of dollars. They could buy these big, beautiful facilities. They'd be milking 100, 200 cows in California, get here milking thousands and thousands of cows. So they put, the local dairymen at a unique disadvantage when the people that grew up here. We got an offer to get out of the dairy industry in March of 2020, almost too good to pass up. We still own the ground. We rent the dairy out. But where we're at after seeing this map, we are now 2 miles out of the area of impact. And so obviously that affects me, both personally, financially. And so I'm here talking to, I guess that aspect. I understand I still have a chance to sell the ground, but at a significantly less price. We've been offered by neighbors that will buy your ground for agriculture, but for agriculture, you can only get so much. If you have development, you can obviously get quite a bit more. And we've talked with a couple developers and had visions of doing something like John Cotton was just here, built Lone Star Estates, doing something like that, 1 acre lots, just the prior person talking about. But I understand, I guess we can come back and talk in the future about, even though this isn't set in stone, we can come back and talk, but I feel like you're kind of putting something in place that says, oh, well, yeah, you can come back and talk, but most likely there's a pretty good chance you're going to get denied because we've already got this comprehensive plan in place. And kind of agree with some of the comments that Commissioner Van Beek's talked about is, free market. I don't feel like you should be able to told and we have a cap put on what you can sell your ground for. When we look at a dairyman that has his dairy across the street in Kuna, Idaho, that now is going to sell it, sell it for lots and lots of money. And I understand back in the 40s, you buy your ground and you plan to have it as agriculture forever. But, things have changed, and that's a lot of times how people have been able to, grow and do different things going forward by selling their ground at a free market price. And I just feel this puts a handicap on that going forward. I'm definitely pro-farm. Like I said, we rent our farm ground out. Something like what we're at probably wouldn't happen for 5 to 10 years, but I still don't want something put in place that prevents me from having the opportunity to sell ground at whatever the free market will provide.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Tyler Hess.
I would say good morning, but it's afternoon now, so
Yeah.
good afternoon. I'm Tyler Hess with Hess Properties, 15031 Spyglass Lane, Caldwell, Idaho. I've actually been a 5th generation Idaho native. My family grew up here. My grandpa's had land here for many years. Talking to them earlier, we have over 1,000 acres just in Canyon County. A lot of it is farmed, and we have contracts with farmers. So we understand the reason for food and the reason to protect the farm ground. But with the new comp plan, there's a lot of restrictions on some of those properties that we own and we've working with. Just to give you a few examples, we've actually had a few, mainly South Napa, North Middleton areas is our focus. And we've had many of our farmers that came to us and have said, hey, this ground is too hard to farm. It's hard. It's only 40 acres. I can't get my equipment over there. And we bought that ground from those farmers to develop it. And then with the new comp plan in the city impact area, since the city of Milton increased their city limits, it's restricting. If you look on the map, the new 2030 comp plan map, it's restricting the opportunity for those 1 acre desirable lots. That is what we developed. We have about 12 different developments that are in the 1 to 2 acre lots. And the need for it is in such a high demand because people come here, and even local people, they don't want to be in the high density city lots. They want room to be able to have their own ranch or their own lifestyle, their own crop. So with this, I really think we're restricting our opportunity for growth. And then we sort of a few notes here. And with that being said, too, when we talk about the comp plan is just this oversea boundary that we're trying to hold, we've actually had applications in that have been delayed because the comp plan hasn't been approved yet. We've actually had emails saying, hey, I haven't gone out and looked at your comp plan yet or your property yet, but, and I could read an email, but he says, I haven't gone out and looked at your property yet, but based on where you're at, you're outside of the future comp plan, we would deny this application. So when that happens, that is restricting our opportunity. So when we talk about this is just a variable situation that we can adjust and have flexibility, I have proof through an email saying, no, we will deny your application.
You should share that with me because it's not legal.
Yeah, I will. We can talk after.
Okay.
So, but yeah, for that, that's really, I mean, we understand farm ground, how to protect farm ground, but that's where we're at is the land that we do own and the farmers that came to us, they said, hey, we can't farm this anymore. I think we're taking that property owners right away for not allowing them to sell that. And one of them in particular, he specifically said, just 1 minute. So he specifically said, hey, my family doesn't want to farm this anymore. We do want to sell this, and he's able to sell it at a good profit and able to have retirement for him and his family. So that's where I stand is that I think there's got to be a little bit more flexibility. And I'm for creating committees where we can get together and we can work with the ag and the farm and the developers and identify proper locations for this. So that I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Gandy?
Madam Chair, thank you for being here, Tyler. Do you know of any coalition or working group that might exist to connect farmers with farmers? One who maybe is at the end of his farming career, another one who wants to acquire ground. I mean, I've asked that question before, and its value is worth what someone is willing to pay for it. So I don't feel like I'm asking the government to subsidize my retirement, but I am asking like the right of everybody else to be able to have an asset and turn that asset into something else. So if there was a network where farmers could do that and pay a competitive price, does something like that exist that you're aware of?
No, where I've made most of my deals on the purple sage golf course with farmers. So yeah, that would be a great opportunity where we can get together and figure out, the transition area. And, when I've heard this comments before, there's, in certain circumstances, there's a lot of out-of-state developers coming in, but they're more the city developers. I've been developing for 15 years now, and my family's been developing for 50 years, and we're local. So we're not an out-of-state developer trying to tie up the land. We're working with agencies properly and doing it accordingly.
I appreciate those comments. I'm going to say this again, that some work at the legislative level that would regulate some of that out-of-state traffic, not constitutionalize the area, to take that out of state would be a good ask or for someone to look at. Thank you.
Okay. Nicole?
You guys want to talk before you go? Okay.
Don't even get the good background music.
Want me to do my something? What was that? My name is Nicole Charters Alby Sue. My husband Rich and I are both third and fourth generation farmers. We've got just over 110 acres. But I'm also a school superintendent just across the border in Oregon. So if you want to know more about governmental restrictions and the consequences of that, absolutely share that with you, as I've been in that district for 24 years. To put it plainly, this new plan puts a closed sign on Canyon County store. And I believe that this commission can find a better balance between sustaining agriculture, offering more diverse and rural housing options, and allowing farmers and ranchers, like my husband and I, the rights to utilize our land and profit, right? Just like our big farmers are profiting. I don't believe that this new plan has enough balance. I think it does favor large conglomerate farming operations, which we are not. I think it greatly reduces residential designations, and that's been pointed out prior to me. It forces homeowners into high-density housing and urban lifestyle, which I would never, even though I don't want to be a farmer forever, I would never do that. We're not discussing people. It doesn't support the recruitment and retention of our current and future workforce. And I also think that ordinances need to be in place prior to this being adopted. You're sort of building a plane in the air otherwise, right? So
Although this proposed plan may not change the current zoning designations, it will change the property owner's rights to intentionally purchase property within or near the current impact area. And you've heard a few folks talk about that. Our application has been to rezone for a while now, and it's been delayed because they're waiting for this new plan to be approved, and that's something else as well. 94% of Canyon County is currently zoned ag, and only 5% is residential. 20 years ago, as compared to 20 years ago, the amount of farms, acres farmed, and total acres zoned agriculture in Canyon County have all increased. But as compared to almost 20 years ago, the total amount of residential acres in Canyon County has decreased by 50%. We have a strong agricultural sector in this county and in this nation, and I believe that we will do so even with adding housing options. In fact, globally, we've managed to produce more food on less land in the past decade and are easily keeping up with population growth. Little known fact, we waste 40% of the food in this ground every single year. And I know you were, Commissioner Henry, referring to farming technologies, and I think that we absolutely have underutilized that and not thought about that and what it can do for us. So although Canyon County's agricultural footprint remains strong, we are in crisis mode when it comes to housing, and it continues to worsen, and current labor participation rates hover at historic lows. Even your website, I could probably finish this in about a minute. Even your own website says you have 20 openings. I employ about 500 people, and the workforce shortage is almost to a devastating level for us, right? To the point where we're not able to bring in folks and educate kids. So it's really, really important. I do have recommendations, but on what this could do differently, but I obviously don't have time for that. So I would stand for your questions.
I have just one clarification. I believe that, and all of them have been answered, if you have received and Tyler has received letters regarding the future comp plan, part of what was sent out is that we have, like what you just said, a staff shortage, and then a large amount of time has been spent on adopting the new plan, but legally our staff cannot apply a new comp plan to any applications. And so I really doubt that any of them said that, because we have that conversation a lot, but your applications are being delayed because we have no planners. We have planners, but we have over 200 cases sitting, waiting.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and so it's not that we're going to apply a new comp plan to you, it's that there's priorities and work that have been established by this board, and those are being taken first, but not that we're gonna impose that on you. So I hope that clears that up.
I have a question then, and I hadn't even thought of it, but for the applications that have been submitted under the 2020 comp plan, how will those carry out once the
2020, all the way to finish.
Okay, so that is good information to know. And then would you refresh my memory on, you are a superintendent for a school district?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I can clarify, so the speaker, their application came in May of this year. And so they would be required to go under our current plan. The plan, yes, the proposed plan would not apply to their case at all.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question related to her testimony? Can you speak to the idea that an ordinance would be adopted prior to the approval of the comp plan, or how that works?
So my understanding is that in previous comp plans, those ordinances and committees were established alongside the plan prior to it being approved. And so generally speaking, when we, in a school district, in an educational model, when we do something like that, we work alongside of it. so that we don't encounter unintended consequences that may be a closed door to something that we already planned or approved on prior, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you for your feedback. And then under government regulations,
I want to clarify though, Idaho Land Use Planning Act requires comprehensive plans be adopted prior to changes to the ordinance. So we are following state statute.
okay, thank you for that. And then can you elaborate on that at all?
I think if you spoke to any of the commissioners in Mount Airy County or any of the local representatives or senators, they would tell you how hard they work to advocate for additional housing in Mount Airy County. Mount Airy County those doors have been closed for a long time. It's very difficult to bring industry to the area. It's very difficult to bring more housing to the area. They've worked really hard with the state legislature to, because it's Eastern Oregon, it's different from Western Oregon, to expand on those options. And it has been challenging. Mount Airy County is the poorest county in Oregon, and it has been in the past 5 years one of the top 10 poorest counties in the nation. We serve 2,400 kids. We feed all of them free breakfast and lunch. We have one of the highest designated areas for poverty and I think that it all contributes to that, right? Industry doesn't come and bring more jobs because we don't have housing, we don't have a workforce. I mean, it's a cyclical thing, right? I mean, it just goes around and around. So I would say if you were to talk to a commissioner in Mount Airy County, they would be like, don't close those doors. That it's really important to bring business and industry and housing. Yeah.
Follow. And just quickly on the Valley View testimony,
Yes.
can you speak back then specifically to that?
We have not had any growth in Ontario. We have aging buildings, but we have had little growth for students there because of that. And I do think that it is still something that legislative that needs to happen in terms of funding schools rather than in the current process. I think that we need to have some funding for schools and the school facilities and the management of those. And I think probably more can be done locally to help with that.
So the unintended consequence, if I can borrow that from what you said, would be that if you shut down that influx and the development of residential properties, you're going to shut down a bigger section. You're going to close commerce.
Absolutely. We've seen it time and time again. We get so close to getting industry in. And actually what's happening right now in Oregon is many of our onion sheds and many of our big farmers are moving across to Idaho because Oregon shut all of that down and put such restrictions on us.
Thank you for the testimony.
All right. Spencer, go ahead. Stephanie, you don't want to talk before you go, do you? Sucks that I know all of you. Just keep calling you out when you leave.
Thank you, Commissioners, for all your work. Good to see you. As you know, I don't know if you know, both my families were farmers for generations. Both sides of my family grew up in the valley. I farmed and I've done business here. As you guys know, I developed. I also have some farmland I won't develop. I want to ranch it and farm it and stuff. So I guess I had a brother that was on one of the committees, and he felt like the committee was almost just going through the motions, like a lot of the feedback wasn't received. And at the beginning of this meeting, I'm sorry I had to leave for a while, but they said, we'll work out the details of exactly how ag tourism go after the plan's adopted. It sounds kind of like a Nancy Pelosi, thing. It's like, hey, we'll work out all the details after we adopt this plan, and then we'll read it and figure out how it's going to be applied and worked out. And I guess I would just err on the side of free market and, free enterprise, and those of us who are out there trying to work together to develop really good communities. I just would hesitate to create more government bureaucracy that prevents the free market system from working, right? And at some point, I'd love to talk about community wells and community septics and stuff like that. I know that's kind of being promoted and proposed, and I have some feelings about that. I'd love to talk kind of the same thing. I like autonomy. I like people's choice and being able to handle their own land, their own wells, their own septics, those types of things, just freedom of personal choice. Yeah, with that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right, any questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Moody?
and you build custom homes, you've been doing that, and you are a native to Idaho?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer.
Yep, thank you.
Matt Wilkie?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the time. Wilkie, PO Box 7, Littleton, Idaho. A lot of testimony today has been very valid, and I hear a lot of things I was going to talk about. But I'd like to state that we have a family farm that's south of the lake, and we have zoned it rural residential in 2013. And on your map, it is not showing that residential piece. And we had taken into consideration specifically the soil types. We're predominantly class 4, 5, and 6 on that 380 acres. And as far as community wells go, that would be pretty hard to do with potential fire homes on a site like that. We've got a great site for groundwater there and septic. And then it also ended up getting an agritourism overlay put over it with exclusive agriculture. I'm seeing a lot of errors on this comp plan map that is pretty deceiving to the public. And I know, this is just a plan, and it's not how it could be when you come forward with an application, but the public doesn't see that. I talk to people all the time to say, hey, I bought my property here and it's industrial. I want to rezone this to an industrial piece, even though it's currently zoned ag, or yeah, I bought a piece of property and it's residential here. I want to turn my application in, and now I'm seeing ag. This plan to me looks like it's really benefiting the cities. You've taken out the residential, and if we really want to stop growth into our prime farm ground, using our unincorporated policies and ordinances that are available to us to rezone R1 and R 1 and 2 acre averages pretty much help to stop our growth at these impact areas. That would also still utilize our surface water. Those are very large, low density lots. It would help incorporate surface water into our aquifers, where once this goes into the city, they're just pulling out of our aquifer with wells. They will not be using surface water in most cases because their density is so much higher to improve our aquifer recharge. Also, Mayor Wagner said he was in support of this plan, and I can see why. I mean, it literally looks like you're stopping our unincorporated growth potential, especially for residential, industrial, commercial, which will give like the city of Caldwell, for instance, which is already contiguous on their impact area here, the city limits in here. They can just spread right into that ground, and if it's prime farm ground, they don't care. They don't look at the snow maps like we do here in the county. I know Madam Chair Smith and Past Director Foltz have been city planners and are involved with the city and Destination Caldwell. They've done absolutely fantastic work, and I applaud you on what you've done. You're just fantastic. But I think I can see a lot of your city planning coming into the county, and that to me is a little bit of a conflict of interest, where we have a lot of great properties like our family farm here, or up here, there's 675 acres up in the northwestern portion of Canyon County that's residential. That's not showing on the map now either. There's a little bit of residential here in Wildfire not showing. A lot of that stuff, a lot of thought was put into that. We're really hoping that we can see that on this future map, and so it would help our future residents that come in understand the way our county is operating and the layout. If I may, for another minute, I had some other clients that were able to come.
That's going so loud, you're gonna have to really try to speak up, maybe pick it up.
Okay. We have on the policies, consider development policy 4, 4.05.02, consider development on 4 soils class 4 and higher. On item number 31 in attachment A, it's saying class 5. We have a contradiction there. Not only that, it also states on item 62 that was just added to direct development to land floor irrigable soil policy 12.01.06. That's kind of a contradiction there. I know when Rich Sims on July 21st had spoken here at his P&Z presentation for Canyon Soil Conservation District, they were initially going to recommend anything class 1 and 2 be stay in ag. And since then, the commission on the P&Z level has kind of changed their idea to class 3. But I talked to Rich Sims recently, and he said that if it was class 4 or worse, they would recommend that that would stay ag. That they would either no comment or that it could be, development. It's not really showing that in this comp plan. So we see some issues there. Also, we'd like to see the bypass removed from the functional classification map in the Middleton area. It's been a proposed expressway. I don't believe Compass has the authority to change those maps. I think that might be your valley too. So, that bypass has been changed in the city, in the Middleton comp plan map. And then finally, I guess, as far as the wineries go, the grape production, my family's been, I guess we considered commercial farmers for quite a few years. We have a great site there by the lake for grapes with the slopes and stuff, but it's just not economically viable to plant grapes. Where they state that they want to have 2,400 acres of grapes, there hasn't really been an increase of grape production in the last 20 years, so I don't see how in the next 20 years they think it's going to increase. The problem is we have frost problems, as they've stated, some of the people here, and it's kind of a hard environment for grape production, unfortunately. Although we can get by a lot of years, and some years we get hit really hard with frost, so that's kind of hurt us on bringing in some large wineries. And there's also plenty of sweet corn growing inside impact areas and city limits right now. I see lots of boleros and stuff, so it doesn't need to be isolated like they state. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you repeat what policy you referenced a minute ago about the class of soil?
Yeah, there was policy, it's maybe 4.01.01. Yeah, sorry for my fragmented deal. I was kind of changing it, but listening to everybody's testimony here.
For what? 401.
So item 31 on their attachment A speaks of class 5 soils.
What you know what he's talking about?
Yes, that's in your FCOs. So in your FCOs, I think there's an attachment with suggested changes from staff based on agency and public comment, and also the recommended changes by planning and zoning commission.
I think it's
exhibit 1 of your staff report.
I wrote down P 4.05.02. Consider development of forest soils class 4 and higher. I don't know if that policy would change or if it's still the same.
Just to clarify, sorry, this attachment A, these are recommended changes that were not in the published draft.
Correct. Once we published that final draft, we didn't make any changes and added them as attachments to the FCOs, so there wouldn't be confusion with the public. Okay. The other policy he's referring to is 4.05.02 in the draft plan.
Correct.
But with no changes to it. Consider development on forest soils class 4 or higher that will not interfere with viable agricultural operations in the area. So what was your concern with that one?
Well, it's all saying class 5 on your item 31 in attachment A. And then further down in item 62, it shows that direct development to land with lower irrigatable soil. Policy 12.01.06. They're kind of contradicting each other. It's kind of my point is, we need a little bit more work on this to get everybody together and make this plan right and get some balance here and really show our county plan instead of going to city plan. We've lost population in our unincorporated areas as stated in your draft. And that county residential developments are not overcrowding our schools as the cities. So that if we could actually have some residential 1 to 2 acre properties take place in your city, that's going to reduce our road traffic and our school population.
See the class 5 soil listing that you referenced. So I don't see the inconsistency.
Page 21 on the staff report from online. Page 20, which should be shown as page 5 on your findings of that.
And then which?
Intensive agriculture overlay description. This is applied to protecting the lands and operations. These areas may have soil class 5 and better, water availability and relatively flat topography. I don't know why we want to try to protect working lands and soils, and we also want to try to improve our residential potential to these poor soils where applicable.
Do a response on the difference between why class 4 was in one area and class 5 in the other?
I can see if there's only 1 and 2 and some 3, but 4, 5, 6, 7, the soils are really tough to farm typically.
So for that, the class 5, that was for the intensive agriculture overlay description, so that's just the description of the overlay. That change was recommended by the city of Greenlee, so that's why that was changed. And then on page 62, or sorry, number 62 on page 8, the P 12.01.06, that was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, so that's where that came from. And that's talking about the irritability class, which is different than the soil classifications.
Yeah, see, there's some issues there.
She's saying that there's not issues, she's saying they're different.
Yeah, Canyon Soil Conservation District is relying on the irrigated capability class now. They're not using non-irrigated soil to make their, if the ground is irrigated, it could be class 4, but if it's not, it'd be class 6. They're using the irrigated capability now, add irrigation water on the soil type, visiting that Rich Sims testimony. And I like using that too, and you can actually see when you do the soil survey of the website, you can look at what the soil type is, and if you add water to it, it can improve the soil to a certain type.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Landry?
And you have been really pretty involved in this process, correct? Attending meetings and.
Yeah, I've definitely put my input in, and actually I appreciate the industrial being put on the Lower Pleasant and Weeks Road corner again. That was taken off, and they listened to my testimony, and that's fantastic to see that go back in. We need it.
Good. And then with that, I got the impression that you were surprised. You had a zoning decision that was rendered in 2013 is what I heard. And then you've looked at the map, and I assume that you do enough land use decisions that you know what your development agreement, if there was one, says.
Yep.
And were there time restraints on that?
No, there's not. It's just straight rural residential rezone, and we'd like to keep it that way, whether the name changes to RA or whatever, but I'm not seeing any R1 anymore. It's like we've lost all our 1 acre average potential.
And were you notified by any staff that let you know, other than looking at the map, that your zoning reclassification was wiped out?
No, and that's just
That's not
proposed
true, I'm
future
gonna
use.
stop, because the record, we did not change zoning map. So your property is still zoned, so building a record that we did that is not true. So the comp plan is a guide, zoning map did not change, so no one took away your zoning.
Correct, I agree, Madam Chair,
You understand that?
but it's kind of deceiving to the public because they're gonna look at this, typically they look at this map and say, hey, we're all ag out
But
here.
you gotta do a better job then, because you're the person that's talking to those people. We have to start teaching our community the difference between a comp plan and a guide and a zoning ordinance.
I do, but that doesn't matter. I'm not the only agent involved.
I know, I get it, but we all have a part, and we have to start talking about this as a guide. It's not a zoning map.
And Madam Chair, I'm not here to recommend, I'm here to give discovery, so I appreciate your testimony. It does allow us to ask questions on gain clarification. So as a property owner, you're a property owner, I would have concerns. I did have concerns, I put that on the record, and I think it's important that we understand how people feel who were either not notified that their land was now located in an intense ag area.
We notified every single person in this county of this plan.
That's
also building a record. We did notify every single person. It's not required.
Madam Chair, I don't think that's your understanding what it is that I am asking the applicant. So if he could be allowed the opportunity to provide rebuttal to the questions or the inquiry, I would really appreciate that.
Yes, and then, you know, Madam Chair and Commissioner, if I may, that property is shown in the future residential area of Canyon County. And then it was changed to the agricultural zone, proposed future land use zone. And then an additional agritourism overlay with exclusive ag use. And in that area, that would not fit very well because we already have a rural residential zoning of 380 acres of that, but it's set. So I don't think it does us a service as in the real estate industry or the commission or the public when they see a map that shows all this green ag use and then we go say, well, but actually you're next to a residential zone, it's just not showing on that future map. You get to dig deeper and go into the file and figure out, you know, you need to be next to residential.
Right, and that was my next question, is that out in that area, it is really beautiful out there, and there is some rolling slopes, and that's 380 acres that you had rezoned on that?
Correct, and it's nice slopes, beautiful views, and I also agree that you can have, you can commingle residential in with ag, you know, especially vineyards, they fit well within residential uses, especially when you start bringing in agritourism. We have some beautiful developments out there that actually complement wineries very well.
And have you had any of the wine growers approach you about you selling that to them as a wine region?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
We've looked into doing it ourselves, and it's just not cost effective to grow grapes and that kind of in our area, and hopefully in 6 or 7 years we have a market for them. And there's a lot of, you know, a lot of factors to take in there. It's a commercial farm.
And you would be better qualified to speak to the inputs per acre, but $50,000 an acre is what I heard on inputs with a return on investment of a 6-year period for growing the vine and a crop. Is
I
that?
don't see that. I think there's a lot of flawed numbers out there. Like as far as, and it's almost like they're acting like residential doesn't bring any money to our tax base. Well, those people that own homes out there have very nice homes, and they pay a lot of taxes, and they usually have really good jobs too. And that money gets spent inside our county for as much as 5 times before that dollar leaves. So I think if we can focus, I agree in preserving farm ground, private farm ground. And the way to do that is to maybe block some of the city growth. They're expanding in the best soils because that's our flat level stuff. That's what the city wants. It's not the, you know, the stuff on our poor soils that we're putting in the county development. That's not actually adding much to our traffic or our school population. That's all coming from the cities.
And then another question, how did you rezone that? Did you do an R1 or R2 or what?
It's an RR, so 2 acre average.
Okay, And then have you spoken at all, given your status as a real estate and a person involved in the community? I met recently and spoke with the mayor of Star, who has some ideas for helping to promote schools in the, right now, state statute doesn't allow for that, but they are a desirable place to move, and they have implemented a door. I guess they've been reading their information, it's like an emergency fee, it's not an impact fee, but it does allow fee to be assessed for the door that goes in that would help offset the costs of certain essential things like schools and things like that. So if you haven't talked to them, I would encourage you to do that. It's pretty interesting to read.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Corey Blair, or Blaine, I don't know. Blaine?
Corey Lane. I just share my perspective. I currently live on a farm that my grandfather moved from Orange County, California, left that high density growth, left his farm there and moved here to farm. And so I grew up in that background. I also am a residential home builder and developer. I've developed a subdivision in Canyon County. So I kind of have some different perspectives and different viewpoints on this. I've come into the office this year and turned in an application for a future comp plan amendment. We were told, look at the plan. It's not going to happen. Don't bother. Multiple instances. So that's one experience. I also came in last fall with a farmer, a good friend of mine who I've been in the dairy business with. He farms 500 acres in Cuna, and he said, I'm tired. I can't make a living. I'll make $1 million and I'll lose $4 million. And so he's struggled. He's a third generation farmer, and he wanted to come in here and work out a development project with 1 acre lots, possibly larger. He was told upstairs in a meeting. We sat with Jennifer Almeida. She said, look at this future comp plan. These guys aren't going to vote for it. Don't bother. Turn them away. So that's an experience that I've had. We've been frustrated as developers that way. I did want to, as a farmer and as a developer, comment to the aerial spraying thing. In my opinion, we had a development, Oak Ridge Estates, and that was one of the big push to not let us get 1 acre lots. Was the farmer across the street said, we can't aerial spray if you put your houses in it. And I went down to the aviation place to spray and had the sprayer come and testify at our next zoning meeting to you guys. I think you were there. And I asked him, how small of an area can you nail? He said, oh, we can come down and nail an area about the size of this room. And they use helicopters for that. So before you just listen to someone's testimony, I think to do the spraying thing, I think you need to talk to the applicators. You need to find out the law, not just go by someone saying, I can't farm anymore if there's a development. There's other things too. My grandfather started an orchard in Eagle. It was developed up around him. He used better management practices, switched to organic practices. Instead of aerial spraying, they changed to pulling with a tractor. Now that was an orchard, so it's a little different than when you got to aerial spray corn. But I just think, just listening to one opinion at this meeting and then voting on this plan, it doesn't seem right to me. One thing that my farmer friend that came and sat upstairs at the meeting, and with Jennifer Almeida was there, he said, your comp plan has condemned me to be a dairy farmer. I will never get more than $7,000 to $10,000 an acre for my land. And he said, you condemned my family. And he would come and stay here today, but he's home milking cows right now. Luckily, I don't farm. I only farm about 75 acres, so I've got time to do other stuff and make money others way. But the farmers that I think would like to be here are busy, and they would like to share their opinion. Just 10 seconds. All I have to say is from another multiple farmer friends that would say, this plan supports more to large agricultural farming things, because when they can't sell and make money on the bad years, they're going to be having to sell out to the big guys for $7,000 to $10,000 an acre. That's all I have.
Questions?
Not a question. I think your point's well taken. Thank you for being here.
I have a question. The proposal, which would require an ordinance amendment in the future, allows development of rural residential lots, 2 acres, 5 acres, 20 acres, and 40 acre lots in those agricultural areas. that is a higher diversity than Canyon County has ever seen in the agricultural land. Do you believe that didn't open any doors for you?
Basically what he was told when I sat up here with him is, you're outside of the land, you're in the green area, you can't develop.
But in this plan, in the green area, you can develop those size of lots with a zone application. I get
That would
that
be
someone,
good. If
I get that
that's
someone told
true,
you
if you guys
something,
told me
but
that would be awesome. So if I could bring my friend who's got 500 acres back here and say, hey, look at this, you're in the green area down there, they're gonna let you do 2 acre lots.
you can apply. I'm saying,
Well, we've actually applied for comp plan amendments back in January, haven't gotten a response back from these guys over here.
because same thing with the letter came, like we are, I mean, they're doing their best.
I totally understand you guys have a lot on your plate.
Yeah. Again, 200 applications that we've received for development.
We were the first in the first 10.
Did you help him? Okay.
Yeah, so
Have you
if
read the
that's
plan?
true, I haven't read the whole plan, I've looked through it, I'm not an attorney, I can't understand that stuff, I'm a farm boy. But if it's true, and that's truly your guys' intent, and you guys would hold to that in the future, and allow farmers to come in and honor that 2 to 5 acre stuff, if they have 500 acres and they're in that green area, I think propose that, and I think you'll have a lot of farming support.
I mean, they already did propose it. It's on page 26. And it says the agricultural designation is the base designation throughout the county. It contains areas of productive irrigated cropland, grazing lands, feedlots, dairies, seed production, and ground of lesser agricultural value. Applicable zone districts, RA, which is RR. So like when I make my comments in the future, I'll probably say that needs to say RR. And then there's Ag 5, Ag 20, and Ag 40. Those are all options. Ag 40 acres is the minimum in the current zone right now. And so that goes back to that now rezoning everything to these residential.
I appreciate that, so can I bring my friend back this week and submit an application and
Nope,
tell him
I
on his
haven't.
500 acres that if this future plan goes through, we're likely to get 2 acre lots?
You can make application when the zoning ordinance changes. So today we're only looking at the comp plan and what that says. And then the next one will be a zoning ordinance amendment with these different zones listed and what those standards are. So I wouldn't tell him to apply tomorrow.
If I understand what you're saying, I think that's good. I think that helps farmers have an option to sell their property if they do. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's what it says it right there to me.
I'm looking at you, do you understand it that way?
Here's what I would say. Rezoning is different than disposition. So disposition is selling that somehow. So that, if I'm reading this, the designation is the base designation. So it allows for a zone. You're talking about a sale. So we have to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. So if we allow a 5 acre parcel to be rezoned as opposed to a 40 acre parcel, as the chair has indicated what's in the current comp plan, that's much different. It doesn't yet entitle you, if I understand what you're saying correctly, to sell the property, even if it's redesignated as a AC5. And then here's lots of words, but how we apply and interpret what's in here is really what's going to be significant going forward.
Yes.
Okay, Elizabeth, hypothetical. Let's say that today on September 21st, this comp plan is passed. And then in 2 months, a zoning ordinance is passed that supports these zoning designations, which is the, I don't remember how to, AC 40, AC 20, and AC 5. If they had a 40 acre parcel and they wanted to develop 2 5 acre lots for family or whoever, do they have to do a comp plan amendment?
Madam Chair, no. They would just have to do a rezone. And the reason why those zones were created were to give property owners more options and still be in compliance with the comprehensive plan.
And that, again, it includes RA, AC 5, 20, and 40. RA is the rural residential zone. in those green areas. So I'm like having a hard, I'm
Yeah.
scratching my head.
So if we're fully in that green area, and if this new plan is adopted, he can bring us 500 acres in here and get 250 to acre
I'm
lots.
saying that although the criteria applied, he can, under the comp plan, he wouldn't have to have a comp plan amendment. He still would have to meet the criteria in the zoning ordinance that you would have to meet today, but me changing the comp plan doesn't hurt you.
I just know that I've been upstairs and I have 3 people that have been with me, and some of them are in this room, and planners have told us, you are in an area that the future comp plan does not support what you want to do, don't bother applying. But we'll let you if you want to pay the fee, but we'll just take your money, deposit it, and basically that's what we were told, and I have multiple witnesses that have been at multiple meetings, that's what we've been told upstairs. And we're not the only ones.
I'm telling you, this is what that says. And I feel like the example of 500 acres is pretty dramatic.
It's not because it's real, he was here.
Of 500 acres.
Yes, he sat upstairs with Jennifer Almeida and I.
And he wanted 2 acre lots.
We love it, and do a horse community. And
I'm
phase
telling-
out himself as a dairyman over the next 10, 15 years and work on developing it.
Well, staff is a recommending body. They're doing the best that they can. We are the decision makers, and this comp plan would allow you to do that and not.
Oh, I appreciate that. If I truly understand he can do that, I think that's supportive for farmers
What it
that
says.
want to be able to sell. If I understand right. Thank you.
I can't make it up. It's right there, but it's okay.
I'd have to rely on some legal advice from this guy to see what he really thinks. Can he respond? I'd love to hear that.
Come on, Todd.
Actually, I'm one of the groups that has retained Todd for some help, so.
And I like arguing, so.
So Madam Chair, you still have to go through a rezone, right?
I said that.
Which requires that you comply with not only the map, but the text. And your text says preserve farm ground, preserve farm ground, preserve farm ground. Doesn't talk about prime farm ground or non-prime. If he comes forward with land that doesn't fit with the text of the comprehensive plan, and
Subjective. Trust me, I'm not here in January. I'm gonna be helping make some proposals to support people. And it's so subjective, like you get to make a sales pitch, I get to make a sales pitch. It's the text, the math is hard, especially if you're not adjacent to other ones. But trust me, like that's where job security, you
Right.
get to come in and make that sales pitch, why this development of these 2 acre lots on 500 acres, we're going to have these great buffers, we're going to put in some services, we're going to look at the aquifer, we're going to make sure that we're not impacting the schools. You're going to do a full analysis for a fair proposal that will be considered, just like all the other reasons.
with this text of the comprehensive plan, you're kind of leading him to believe he could come in and probably get that, and that's not the case. That text does not allow, it does not support development of farmland.
It says that we will support rural residential, 5 acres, 20 and 40 in those areas.
The rest of the comprehensive plan, the text, you still have to go
That's
through.
text 2.
You have to go through the rezone and look at the ag provisions, look at all those
Let's
other
do that
provisions.
today.
Right, but the language isn't balanced. It says, it deals with farm ground broadly. It doesn't talk about the difference between non-prime and prime.
This one doesn't either, you said.
It has a better definition, better balance. But that's what we're trying to get in here is, let's talk about preserving the prime farm ground and allowing the non-prime.
But we heard testimony that the prime farmland and non-prime farmland, non-prime to some people is very prime. Like the wine growers can grow grapes on non-prime farmland. I can grow alfalfa on not great ground. There's lots of things that you can grow on not prime. So why is the conversation about prime and non-prime? And why not take that out and allow you to come in and make that pitch how you're not going to impact ag? But if I include that, now you only get to develop non-prime, but nothing else is developed. But how it's worded right now, you can come in and make your sales pitch.
Good luck at making a pitch on ground that is agriculturally viable, that's prime ground, moderately suited ground. The definition of farmland is very broad, and it discourages development of farm ground. So saying that will let you do that will not. You have to comply with the criteria for the zoning change, and that includes compliance with the text. And the text does not allow that, it doesn't provide for that discussion. It doesn't provide for a difference between soil types and ground types. If you're simply saying, we're just gonna argue whether it's gonna impact ag or not, that's only one of the criteria. But the balance that we talk about is letting people do something with their non-viable ground. And that doesn't let you have that conversation. It's just ag ground across the board is discouraged.
I read it.
Turn to the ag chapter.
I did, but that's just one piece of it, and there isn't, we've never, no commissioner has ever said you have to comply with every single policy.
Correct.
Ever.
Yep.
And so it's a plan that's used generally. And again, the sales pitch is a big part of this.
You're just putting folks that want to do something with their agricultural ground behind the 8 ball. You're not giving them a balanced opportunity to present their art.
How?
By not providing that difference, you're preserving farm ground broadly. And if the goal, the state statute references, and what we've talked about today, to try to find a balance, try to preserve the prime farm ground, but let something happen on the moderately suited. And the language does not encourage and support that.
So if there was a policy in the ag section, the one statement that was added that would say that those areas should be considered first, that would make it better?
That would make it slightly better, but there's a lot of reference to just farm ground. You need to look at all of it. We do need farm ground. We need prime farm ground. That's the difference.
But the wine growers need not prime farm ground. So
Then
where's the balance?
don't sell our ground.
That's right.
And that's something that you can argue on a case-by-case basis.
Yep.
And to your point, so maybe the value is in who holds it. And is there in your mind a clear distinction in this plan between what constitutes viable and non-viable?
No.
Okay,
It's not addressed.
yes, and I would agree with you.
I asked to include a definition of the NCRS for prime farm ground, and that was included by DNC, but it's not applied.
And there really would be, and I'm asking for your opinion as a land use attorney, that then it becomes subject to interpretation and is arguably debatable to ad nauseum on what's valuable for one person that maybe doesn't own it, that, or somebody that does own it and being mandated. I think this goes back to your statement, and you are the one that made it, that this is bigger government than we've seen in Canyon County.
It's true. This is more government restriction. It doesn't, if we're talking about protecting farmland broadly without trying to provide that balance, you're putting folks that come in on farm ground behind the curve. They don't have a chance to come in and make an argument. If we're saying we want to find a balance and encourage development on this kind of ground and discourage on this, then call that out. But don't say we have to protect farmland broadly, because it's not going to be successful coming in with 200 acres outside of the lake on flat, nice high ground.
And maybe it shouldn't be successful in developing that land.
And I don't disagree, but kind of leading down the road that you could come on in and apply.
Because that's property rights.
It is property
It is,
rights.
you deserve that property right to make application.
Right.
So do I.
But you're also, if that's not going to have a reasonable chance of success, you're wasting your money.
So, but then that's why staff, when they try to help you, that this is an agricultural area, don't spend your $3,500. But then you get the property right to decide, I'm gonna spend it and I'm gonna make my pitch.
Bring that forward, but where I was concerned was it seemed to be going, oh yeah, this comp plan will let you apply on your ag ground out south of the lake, and it has a good chance of approval, and in fact it doesn't.
All right. Okay, the last person is Doug Critchfield. I enjoyed that, thank you.
That's funny. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Doug Critchfield with the City of Nampa Planning and Zoning Department. I apologize. Doug Critchfield with the Nampa Planning and Zoning Department.
We should have called you first, sorry, Doug.
That's all right. It's been an enlightening conversation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address this, and also thank you for staff. They've been a pleasure to work with. We've been involved with this project for the last 3 years. We've been to every workshop and that we could go to, and we've contributed both in writing and verbally at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I will just cover some of the points for today. We support the county's efforts, and Nampa supports the county's efforts and interest in preserving quality agricultural farmland. We want to be clear that we're in support of that, and we seek to continue to work with the county to establish grounds by which the agricultural industry can be preserved and enhanced, while at the same time we are seeking ways to handle the unprecedented growth that we've experienced. We wish to emphasize that the county include Nampa and the various advisory groups, as well as the other municipalities, particularly the agricultural preservation, strategic planning for growth, sub-area plans, transfer development rights, and the land development guidelines. We also invite the county staff to participate in ongoing discussions with the City of Nampa, Valley View, and Nampa school districts about the current school facilities crisis that we have going on, and we have an ongoing discussion right now. We have indicated that we're concerned about the statement in the comprehensive plan for development of master plan communities in the county. We consider the county to be the lead agency in agricultural land preservation, but we consider the role of the cities to lead on facilitating that type of development. The areas of city impact play a vital role in planning for agricultural preservation and future growth. We applaud the statement in the comprehensive plan that suggests a review of the current joint powers agreements between the cities and the county governing development within the AOIs, and we ask that you make this a high priority. Regarding the intensive agricultural overlay adjacent to the current southern border of Nampa's area of impact, we look forward to working with you to address planning in this area. We are concerned about the transition from city to ag on these edges and what these buffer areas will look like. So we're interested in working with you on those buffer areas. And we have particular interest in being able to articulate how properties should be zoned when annexation outside of the area impact is proposed. So we'd like to work with the county, with you on that, on how to move forward with our area of impact such that we can be able to articulate that. And lastly, we invite the county to participate on our drought task force. We'll be meeting again in January, which involves several entities in the Treasure Valley. The goal of the task force is to ensure a sustainable supply of water for agriculture and the growing population. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just maybe a comment that I did attend your transportation and vision that you held at the Fort Idaho Center in the Rodeo Road, and you have well-developed plans that interface with not only neighboring cities, what you're trying to do is what I understood, but also neighboring counties, so that those are a community where you understand what the bigger picture is, and you would be supportive of being a part of that group that I continue to talk about, where we get the 30,000 foot view of what that looks like. So anyway, thank you for your leadership in the county. I enjoyed being a part of those and the plans that you have, so thank you.
Yeah, Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Thompson, you sure you don't want to talk? Come on.
I'm not real organized on it. I would say that if I had to make a decision on it today, I would be against it. And I think the biggest reason is because it's so restrictive over what is going on. And I understand what we're trying to protect. But you keep saying over and over again that we can come in and we can apply for it, we can do all those things. So why are we putting those restrictions on right now when we already have those restrictions in place at a lower level? I think we're setting the stage with the new comprehensive plan that it's ag and it's ag first, which I'm not opposed to, but I don't think it can be that way all the way across the county with just one fell swoop. I mean, there's so many variables in the green area there that should not be ag. I mean, and I get you can't segregate it, you can't split it up, it's easier if it's all one piece, and we can't have, we had a couple people that had talked about 2 houses that broke it up and didn't allow for certain things. And I have a question on that. The one particular piece that they talked about was they had 2 houses come in and now they can't fly in there. That was done on an administrative split. None of that would be affected by this because that administrative split would be there anyway. So we're not solving some of the problems that we think we're solving. We're just adding more bureaucracy to what's already in place. And, I just look at it and we talk about the ag. I mean, I know Carrie well, and Carrie knows my in-laws have a ranch in Salmon, and we talk about we can't be responsible for their retirement. But their example and it's a perfect example of it is they don't want it as a retirement, but several years back, they had to split off 2 or 3 pieces of property in order to survive, in order to continue to farm or to be able to ranch. So all these restrictions that we're putting on, I think can come back to haunt the farmers that we're trying to protect. And I've shared this on record before where dealing in Owyhee County is an extreme case where they don't want anything. And I've dealt with lots of farmers out there. I have lots of friends that have lots of ground out there. And that ground, they're so restrictive out there that it is purely, in my opinion, purely for the benefit of a corporation, big dairies, big money. Because we tried to sell 80-acre parcels out there and we could not get them sold. This was a few years back before the market went crazy. We could not get them sold because the only people that were interested in them wanted 1 building permit. And Owyhee County would not give them a building permit. And in certain cases, it was family members that they were trying to get building permits for. So I'm not saying that's what you guys are trying to do, but it sure feels like the more restrictive we get, sometimes we're not fully taking into consideration the fact that the people we're trying to help, we can hurt. And I just made a bunch of notes. Sorry, let me touch on a couple things since you brought me up here, Carrie. Yeah, I shouldn't even say this, but I will anyway. One of my biggest pet peeves is we have a lot of people that are for this plan, and I didn't come here saying I'm for or against. I am against it based on, I think it needs work, I think we need it. But a lot of the people came up here and they said, hey, you know what? We've moved up here, we see what happened in California, now we want to go back, or we don't want that to happen here. But the point that they miss is that they've been able to take advantage of these residential properties. Because I looked up a few of the people as they were talking, and they live on smaller parcels of property. They're able to do that, but now we want to restrict it to where nobody else can do that. I don't think that's right. I think it needs to be done correctly, and I think we need to be fair. And Carrie, I keep addressing you because I know you, sorry, but one of the things that you keep talking about is that we can come in and we can ask. I own a real estate company, and we do a lot of parcel inquiries, and we have a lot of people that are interested in pieces of property for different things. And when they come in and they ask questions just generally, and I'm not saying that anybody's doing it wrong, it's just the impression that's given, is that, oh, well, it's not in the comprehensive plan, it's going to be very difficult or next to impossible. We get that answer all the time. And so what we're putting up here is, yes, it's not the zoning, but it is very important that this gives the public the proper impression. Because if we don't do that, it costs people money when it really shouldn't be costing them money. Because they're given the impression that they can't do it. That buyer then moves on to another piece of property because they don't want to jump through those hoops.
Can you imagine if we have over, in rezone hearings, we have over, is it 160 cases right now? Can you imagine if staff didn't, like, if they just were like, came in and you asked how many applications we would have and what would that do to the property values?
No, and Carrie, I'm 100% for that answer, but if that's the answer, it needs to be more general and less specific. Because the more specific you make it, it's too restrictive, and then you're gonna turn away way too many people. If it's more general and it says, okay, we're gonna look at both sides equally, I'm 100% okay with that. But if it's super restrictive, like I feel this is, in certain areas, it's way too restrictive, I don't think I'm not okay with that. Because this isn't the zoning, this is a guide.
It's a guide. And so then as part of the agriculture policy, one of the policies says, encourage new development adjacent to agricultural areas to be designed to minimize conflicts with adjacent agricultural uses. Does that sound like a policy that is prohibiting development?
Well, not in itself, but from what I'm hearing, it is. And that's quite honestly.
I know we're hearing a lot, but I'm talking about like what's here, what's in the text.
Read it to me again.
Encourage new development adjacent to agricultural areas to be designed to minimize conflicts with adjacent agricultural uses.
Yeah, I think that's fine. If it's not, you're setting me up for something, and then I don't like what you're setting me up for.
Because I'm just reading the words?
But that's not what happens, though.
How?
The words are happening, but what happens in reality, that's not what's happening. Because we're being told things, Carrie, from people in
They're
different
fear-mongering. Like.
Yes, you are fear-mongering.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to say that there is a balance that finally supports, here it's coming. My favorite people. Well, so there is a balance. I'm telling you, so my last position with Destination Caldwell, that was all about, I love agriculture. I wanted to create a downtown that was vibrant, and I wanted to support agriculture. Agriculture is not just row crops. It is the, I think they're called like Northwest Feed Mixer. It's the Fresca. It is Canyon County, Nampa and Caldwell have killed it in economic development and creating opportunities for ag to thrive. And so we have industry that needs ag, and we have farmers that need industry. And if you look at what we have done as a community, they need each other. And so having a plan in the books that says, we've done this and now we support it, we meant it, here's a plan that supports it. But it still doesn't take away property rights for people to make application and to come in front of a board and say, hey,
but you put the onus on the property owner that wants to develop it.
It was already there.
Not to the level that it is now, because there's so much of that ground that's disappeared that used to be residential, or a recommendation of residential. That's all gone now.
Except that to do a rural residential zone, you had to have a residential component on that map. So to do rural residential, you had to fall in the yellow area. And so now.
That's just a recommendation.
I know, but I'm following your logic.
Yeah.
That if I wanted to apply for that, I had to go to a yellow area. Otherwise, you had to exercise your property right and apply for a map.
No, my logic is that in those yellow areas, you had a more fair chance to get it done. And those yellow areas, I mean, in my opinion, and I don't know, Todd spoke to it, it looks to me like somebody went out there and kind of paid attention to what was actually on the ground when they did that. Whether they did or didn't, I don't know.
We looked at the subdivisions, I agree, like, we looked in where did the subdivisions happen, and we colored the yellow around those areas.
And I guess it's just a debate more than anything, Carrie, but I look at this and, you know, to speak to it's Matt's point, this is just a guide, but why isn't the guide accurate? You know, if that's already zoned residential, like the subdivision that I live in, granted it's a conditional use permit, but it shows as intensive ag. Well,
I'll tell you why.
Isn't, okay.
Because, so, when the way that LUPA is worded is if you are adjacent to a district, so on the comp plan map, if I'm adjacent to Deer Sky Ranch subdivision, that I don't have to now apply for a comp plan map change. You just, it goes back to that, it is implied, it's not required. And so taking and making that on there shows that that area is for residential growth.
But
if
if
we don't
it's
take,
zoned that way already,
we didn't
why
take it
isn't
away.
it on there?
Well, that's because it's same as Deer Sky. If we put the R residential yellow on your subdivision, now all of that's a growth area that we're identifying. So there's the growth area that we're identifying, and then there's a zone map. So there might be, your subdivision's a good example. There wasn't farm ground around your subdivision. Your subdivision is the non-farm ground. So if we put the R on yours, now the farmers around it might have this implied assumption that I'm gonna develop my farm ground now, even though you only live on developed or undeveloped, non-prime, non-irrigated farm ground.
Right. And I think that's okay. Why not? If you can look at a map and say, because we're talking about segregating farm ground, right? And that's a thing that we don't want to do. Well, if we look at a map right now and we say, okay, it is all intensive ag, but we drive out there and we look at it, and my area is a perfect example. There's hundreds of 1 acre lots, 2 acre lots, 5 acre lots, all the way around that area back to the south. Why doesn't
Remove
it?
the word intensive, it's just agriculture.
Okay, well, it's.
Because that was offensive.
Yes, it is offensive. But my point is when you physically go out there, I think it needs to match the map so you can see it.
It does on the zoning map.
Carrie, but this is the start of the whole thing right here. This is whatever, and like when you kind of got after him about, hey, you guys, you know, I'm a realtor too.
Get
So
after anyone?
I'm gonna defend Matt on the realtor thing. It's not our job to educate these people on what a comprehensive plan is. In my opinion, it's the county's job.
If you're selling
Because
it,
you're the restricting body though.
but you're selling, like, you are marketing the property for sale.
Exactly, and when I call in to find out what they can do, and they say, well, it's zoned this in the comp plan, you're gonna have 0 chances of doing this, I don't think that's right.
Agreed.
And that happens.
Okay, and I'm gonna go back to, if we didn't at least have a guide, can you imagine, we'd go from 160 applications to what?
Okay, so I think we're saying the same thing, the presentation needs to be different then. From, I keep going over, I don't know if this is them or not, but.
We
from
have
the staff,
open planner positions, and
I don't want it.
well, help us.
Right.
Because trust,
But
they're doing the very best that they can, and they are taking the information that they receive on limited basis, but there is very few of them.
And that makes it so much more important that this is more accurate and fair than ever before.
So what's missing? All the residential?
It's too restrictive and there's 0 opportunity for residential. You guys, we had, and I feel sorry for the
Read the
people.
words though, it says, you can have.
There's too much impact put on this because, like you said, you're understaffed. I don't know what that says. You know what it says. Half the people in this room don't know what it says. This has to be more of a guide to get us there rather than, okay, here's our overall restriction. We can't do anything more. Or if you want to, then you gotta dive in here, you gotta do it.
Gotta read it.
I
I get the
agree.
map is hard for everybody. You gotta read it.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Harvey.
No, you're good. here's what my pitch would be, is transparency in government. And so in support of, I don't know if the pitch is that every applicant has to be lawyered up with a land use attorney to interpret. I disagree with that. I think that we should be able to present a plan that is well drafted, that is easily readable, and if an applicant wants to represent themselves, they have the opportunity to do that. But I would submit you have done an amazing job arguing your point, but I think most people would object to that level of argumentation. I don't enjoy it. It tends to raise the level of conflict in a way that sometimes that breaks down into less than civil discourse. I don't agree with that. I think that we should be able to argue and reason out our points from well drafted. I do want to compliment one of the best pieces of submission that we got actually came from the poll charters, an amazing document that you presented in this report that I think if people took time to read that the argument, the pushback is as powerful for the reasons that we need to find that balance. We're not there yet. And to put something out that is still needs more workshop and discussion. The one statement in here, I want to find it because I looked at this and I thought this was a pretty amazing effort.
What are you looking at?
I am looking at, it's right after, it's exhibit 5GG. So direction is so much more important than speed. That's an amazing statement. We need a well-crafted document that represents the interests, the diverse interests, protects what we want to protect, but also does not totally shift from what Canyon County has known. The beginnings of this state, do you know how much of the 2020 comprehensive plan was retained? 0%. That, if change management, they have degrees on change management. If you want to learn to go fast, you have to go slow. And so to allow people the opportunity to adjust to the change if you want success. I have a little bit of background in mediation, negotiation, and when the ideas are on the table, you get buy-in. I don't know who said it, but to be able to get negotiated buy-in so that you have a properly vetted discussion, that is significant. And in the absence of that, I would submit that the mayor of Caldwell, his prediction is going to come true. This is going to be a POP, an impugned document that will be subject to revision, and you have to start with a good product if you want an end product that's good.
Madam Chair, it seems like we're getting into deliberations.
We're fine. We're good. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Can I just end on one thing? My whole point is exactly what you just said. There's clarity, or there needs to be clarity, and just based on the two opposing sides, there's not that clarity. That's why I would object to that.
Thank you.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
I think that you were present in a land use or maybe a discussion.
Yeah.
And I remembered, I didn't know what your name was, but I remembered that it's a significant statement to say that in the absence of clearly defined boundaries for this, we could be injuring the very people we're trying to protect. I think that was yours. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you say that?
I did, well, it was in regards to the Owyhee County thing with the farmers trying to protect the farmers. So that's the
All right.
Thanks.
All right. I'll also put on the record that this board was responsible for bringing back non-viable land divisions. This board also started transfer of development rights. We absolutely have been putting in place things that have a balanced approach. So that did complete testimony.
You didn't get to testify, you did sign it. Actually,
You
did
did?
sign in.
I wonder, you didn't sign in?
You did.
Well, then let's see that. Oh, are you Todd?
Yes.
Because it did get highlighted, I'm sorry.
That's it.
Todd, you're up.
That was a little anticlimactic at this point. Yeah. Getting the last one picked reminds me of playing baseball as a kid.
Yeah, but I don't know you, I won't argue with you like I did with
Okay.
you. Or Todd. That's a lot.
My name is Todd,
Oh.
Todd McCauley, live on 55 West State Street. I pose, one of the recurring questions that's come up throughout is why do we continuously turn farm ground into residential ground? And the simple answer to that is that because individual citizens who own that land made the decision to willingly sell their land. And in most cases, they weren't made to do that, and it was their right to do so with their own land. And that's a fundamental right that we would have here in the United States, and particularly in Idaho. And I happen to represent a gentleman who can't be here today because of work. He asked me to come, and he just be voice to his story quickly. He owns about 300 acres here in this county and farms about 2,000 acres. And he's not looking to get out of farming altogether, but he owns a lot of land, as I mentioned, and several of those acres are elevated, therefore very expensive and cost prohibitive to farm. And it's, in the words of someone, would be non-prime farm ground. And it's not suitable for farming, but it's very suitable for residential. And he put it up for sale a while back. Anyone could have come and bought that. And there are several people who are willing to buy it and want to buy it. And they happen to be developers. And over the almost 2 years that it was for sale, none of his fellow farmers wanted to buy it. The free market gave everyone the opportunity to do so, and the developers were the only ones that said that they were interested. In helping him with his project, I've come down to this very building and submitted an application and was told, similar to other people who testified, this does not fit into the comprehensive plan and therefore will be denied. And if you put your application money in, it will be wasted money. Directly, and that is a direct quote, and I had multiple people with me. And if that sounds unbelievable, it did happen. And so I think, and we already had such great testimonies last couple that we don't need to rehash that, but the practical application, the real life application of this comprehensive plan is to either encourage or discourage people to come in and apply. And if it didn't do that, there'd be no purpose for it. And if there wasn't some desire to restrict it further, then why not just leave it the same as it is now? There must be a compelling reason to say we've got to do something different. And that something different appears to be primarily to curtail market opportunities and to direct to a very specific plan, as opposed to just let it kind of work itself out naturally. And if we're worried that there's going to be no more farmland, there will be more farmland. Already we've lost a lot of farmland and we're still eating. And we're not going to solve Ukraine's problem, but some other part of the country will. And this particular gentleman, if this comp plan is approved, the practical application for him is he will be trapped with land that some people are saying, I'm willing to buy, but they won't be allowed to do so, and he'll be stuck with it and not be able to move forward with his land. And so as his voice, I would recommend or request that you, at this point, do not approve this and allow for more balanced and flexible zoning, particularly in the half acre, 1 acre, 2 acre zoning, which is what he would like to do with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek?
are you familiar with development in Middleton, the Lakes of Tulaga?
I have shown houses there. I'm a real estate, so I'm familiar with it to a degree that I've been inside some of those houses.
And do you feel like that custom-built quality development with the lake amenity could transition in an ag area?
My opinion would be yes.
Okay, and I don't know, I'm just curious, that is an area that is in a transition, and there have been a number of, at least a couple of different zoning designations in that, and it's open to people that want to go in there. I'm soliciting input, I guess, on what you think, given the amount of testimony we've heard on the desire for those lots. And then the other thing that we have not addressed that is sometimes brought up in discussion, I don't disagree, I'm just making a statement soliciting input, but the larger the lots that are allowed, if you have, particularly if you have limited water rights, they become problematic for fire mitigation. And then that takes up more ground, and then you potentially have issues with subdividing that later on because you can't come back through. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, just as far as my opinion as a real estate agent, I spend a lot of time with people, both local and coming in from out of state, saying that they're moving to Idaho for all the reasons that we're all here. And I am at least a sixth generation Idahoan. I don't know before that, but as far back as I know, we're from Idaho. And I would say that the market, if just the absolute market were allowed to just take its course, probably the most popular land designations, in my opinion, for people coming this way would be this small acreages, maybe a half acre to an acre. I would say that taking hundreds of acres and putting it into 5 acre pieces would look outstanding. It would be very compatible, but I would say that would be not what the market would look for generally. I think you'd look for a little bit smaller pieces. But I don't know if that's really that relevant for me to say. I think just leaving it to the market would determine over time. And you have to have rules. We talked about willy-nilly and free-for-all, and I don't think anyone wants that. But as it stands in my own experience in trying to help this particular individual, this comp plan absolutely, or the specter of this particular comp plan absolutely blocked the sale of non-viable farmland for someone that wanted to develop in that small acreage.
Manager Ball.
Go ahead.
So the language in the comp plan then restricts implementing policies or actions that would render a zero economic benefit. And are you saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying that would render him as a zero economic benefit?
That would probably be too extreme. There's got to be some value to that. He has farmed it in the past, but it's just elevated above the irrigation line, so it's got to be. It takes electricity to water it. It's not flat. It's elevated. It's much more economically viable as residential. It probably is not zero as farmland.
But he pays to pump water to his property, and do you know his cost per acre on water? That's okay. Yeah, and it varies in the valley. Depending, I'm in an irrigation district where our water right is old, and we will receive water for free for forever. But that is not true in Pioneer, which is adjacent. That dollar per acre is huge, and then out there on Railroad in those areas, it's a couple $100 per acre or more because of the scarcity of water. So, big issue. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else on this?
I didn't realize we could testify today.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, just quick. Okay, Cleon Hoagland, South Melba.
Did you say Clay?
Cleon.
Cleon.
I'm fifth generation farmer, seventh generation Melba, Idaho. My grandson is starting first grade this year. He's fifth generation in my immediate family to go to Melba schools. I'm in opposition to the plan based on private property rights. I have farm ground that I've been trying to sell, and I would consider it non-viable, non-economical farm ground. I cannot make a living on it. I am, like I said, I'm the fifth generation to farm it. I will be the last. That's it. Pumping costs, farming costs, input costs are beyond, can't keep up with it. I started irrigating this morning at 4:30 in the morning, checking cows and irrigating. At that time, people are already starting to leave the Melba Valley to head out to work. At 6:30 in the morning, there's another 20, 30 cars going up just the 2 roads I live on and I work on. That doesn't count Canada Road and what's coming out of Highway 45 out of that part of the country. You're not really a farming community here anymore. you're a veteran community. And as I tried to sell my ground for the last 2 years, I've been told no to on the, don't waste your time. You're not gonna be able to get this thing done. I have an email that states that I don't live, that the proposal would not meet the criteria to the ordinance. The recommendation would be denied. I do not live within a mile of a Melba radius or a radius of a subdivision. I live within a quarter mile of the city limits. That's a false statement right there that I was given. That is what we run into constantly. Why waste my money applying if I'm told right up front, don't even apply? You're not gonna get anywhere. You're wasting your time. It's an unfair tax to you. Our nation was built on fairness. This is unfair. This is unfair. I stand for questions.
Leon, any questions?
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Or back. All right.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek,
let me take a 5-minute break.
let's close public testimony.
Madam Chair, I move we close public testimony.
Motion by Commissioner Van Beek and a second by Commissioner White to close public testimony. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Let the record, how many late exhibits do you want me to enter?
I have to count them. And will I still be able to do rebuttal?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I'll have to get that number for you.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then that'll give you time to prepare to do rebuttal. And I didn't really think about that because you're the applicant. And so 5 minutes and we'll be right back.
Bill's on the other side. You turn off Highway 45 and you turn on Elder Road, and the first road you hit.
Right. The helicopter.
It's all underneath the ground. It's actually aggressive.
Oh, this is one of those little, but no, but they do have big ones like this. But there's not a lot of slopes to it. It's not- I don't know anything.
No, isolation. Oh, isolation, you was talking about.
Right now, it's.
Oh, right.
That's actually. I actually had the officers. We know. If you guys know.
We're done, right. And then for all that work, like elementary schools, like you guys.
I can get my.
There's not gonna really be. And they buy arms. Even the East Coast. Yeah, like
Schools are still good. They're always good.
And then we go recording it. Okay. Just in case, will someone give me a motion to reopen public testimony so that staff can give rebuttal?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Van Beeken, second by Commissioner White, to allow staff to provide rebuttal. And, did I say all those in favor say aye? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Elizabeth, you're up.
Thank you. I'll try to touch on everything. And then for the exhibits, it was, we have 4F and then 4JJ, or sorry, 5JJ through 5AAA. So it's a total of 19 lead exhibits.
Okay, 4F,
Uh-huh.
and then say it again.
So it's 5JJ. So you go through doubles through the end of the alphabet and then to 5AA is the last one. Or sorry, AAA, 3 A's.
Oh. So 4F and then 5JJ to 5AAA.
Yes.
Got it. I'll make that in a little bit. You're up for rebuttal.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we added the new designations, the agricultural designations to provide more of a balance than what we currently have in the agricultural zone, and allow the opportunity for property owners to rezone with being consistent with the comprehensive plan. We have met with a few people from the public who have also been in attendance, and told them that we would recommend approval of a rezone after the plan was adopted, because they didn't have an option currently to rezone. And I told them I would put that in writing if they wanted that. So I just want to put that part on the record. Let's see. So in earlier versions of the plan, we had language along the lines of encouraging innovative farming practices or best management practices. That was brought up. We removed that language based on concerns from the public. There was a lot of backlash about that, so that's why we didn't have any of that in the plan. The intensive agriculture overlay is intended to help reduce conflicts, but it doesn't, it won't cut off property rights. But it'll help farmers stay in operation. So I wanted to touch on, the Agricultural Advisory Committee was brought up, but we also are proposing a Rural Smart Growth Committee, and that one will definitely have developers on it. So there's plenty of opportunities for members of the public to be engaged. In attachment A, when you are deliberating, I want to make sure that you look at that document, because there are items that we changed. One of that was to change all of the language that said shall with must. The other item I want to touch on are the sub-area plans that we proposed in the land use chapter. And so that is intended to fine-tune the maps and the plans. So the sub-area plans, we would separate the county into, like, say 5 or 6 areas, because not the entire county isn't the same. And we would have sub-area plans, which would be essentially miniature comprehensive plans. So we'd work with the community on identifying land uses in those areas. So we would probably see areas where there might be commercial opportunities or different residential options. So it does provide more options, and we'll work with the public on that. I also wanted to, I mentioned it earlier, I wanted to add that several staff members worked on this plan. It wasn't done by myself, and I was not involved in the process before this year. It was under a different planner who started the process and did, I would say, have probably the majority of the process, and then I took over in January. And then the agritourism area, that was brought up a lot. It's not intended to limit the use of the land. It's intended to allow for flexibility. So if a property owner doesn't want to have agritourism on their property, they won't be required to do so. And then, in addition, if we didn't want an agritourism overlay, we could incorporate agritourism in the agricultural zone by itself to allow more flexibility for farmers to have other options to do what they want to for income. Master plan community language was brought up in the FCOs in the attachment. We proposed removing that language. And I think that was it. I already talked about the sub-area plan, so I'll just stand for questions.
Lots of questions. I do. I have Commissioner White for, well, I don't know who I'll just ask this question. Elizabeth,
Talking to that mic though.
I know, I am.
Sorry.
Okay. Does this plan take away case-by-case method of planning?
Through the chair, it wouldn't.
It would
We
not.
would still have, well, you would still have to consider cases on a site, case by case basis, and it would be up to the hearing bodies to make a decision on those.
I have done land planning decisions for probably 20 years. And I don't, sometimes, and by hearing a lot of the testimony, they were told that you can go ahead and, put your money down and do this, but it's not going to get approved. Well, we can't. It's a case by case, okay? It's a case by case for this commissioner only. That's how I've always done my job, okay? So for me, and maybe this is, I'll see some it's bobbing or I'll really get the head shaking. Balance is compatibility. We said this plan doesn't have there needs more balance or that sort of a thing, okay? So for me, that's another thing that for all the years I've done this land planning, that is one of the huge issues for me with any case that's brought before me is the compatibility of it, okay? So it may not be matching the property that it's up against or something, but is it going to be compatible? Is this going to work? Those are the two things that I'm asking. So, because for me, balance, that everybody's been using it, the balance isn't really balance. So all I'm saying is, well, if the compatibility is in there, that's for me as a commissioner. Okay. Now the other thing is, I'm bothered because I have big question marks where somebody stood here at the microphone and said, we have a 500-acre piece or a 180-acre piece or a 300-acre piece or something like that, but it's not there anymore. Okay, so it's on this one, it's on the bottom one, but now on the proposed, it's not there anymore. That's concerning to me. I'm not sure. But at the same time, we heard that if you're in the queue, is what I call it, if you're one of the 200 that are in the queue waiting or that sort of thing, that you're going to be on the 2020 plan. Did I hear that right? That's correct. Okay. I got yeses from both sides of the room, so that's full coverage for me. Okay, so so for somebody, if I don't know if perhaps Matt, yours wasn't on, which, by the way, I have another question, but it wasn't. So, yeah, public. Oh wait, we opened it, didn't we?
We did, for rebuttal.
For rebuttal. I don't know, if yours is already in there?
So that was a previously rezoned property, and our point is it's not showing the previous properties that are currently rezoned.
That's what I'm referring to, so I was accurate on that. Thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure that I'm not saying things. I want to be very clear that I did not hear anybody say ag is not vital, important, who we are, describing Canyon County, anything like that. I didn't hear that. These 2 years didn't hear anybody say that. Ag is, I love the shirts. I want a green shirt like that that says no farms, no food. I mean, that's it. That's the thing. And I always call myself a city girl, but my grandparents farmed. Anybody sitting here knows where Weehide is? Look at that. You know where it is?
Because there's a rodeo there.
Oh my gosh, my grandparents had a big wheat farm up on the Fraser Prairie and Weehide up there, yes, And I spent 2 months every summer from the time I was probably 4 until I was a freshman, sophomore in high school, and on the farm. And I was there for hay, and I was there for wheat harvest. So yeah. Anyway, so there's a part of me, and I have always said this in all of our land hearings. For my grandparents, they had, I don't know, what, 400 acres or something, plus they had range cattle and everything, but it was everything they had. It was everything they had. So agriculture is vital, and you know what, as a little one and growing up and that sort of a thing too, all of my vegetables and my fruits and all of my meats, whether it was wild meat or whether it was pigs, they butchered those and they butchered cows. I watched all of that, but that fed me that great, there were 3, 4 eventually of us kids, and Grandma and Grandpa's farm provided our groceries and kept our pantry full of canned goods and everything like that, canned soups and jams and stuff. So there is no way that this commissioner from District 3 does not value or see or understand the importance of agriculture. And as far as the seed industry, the seeds, I had recently had a discussion with members of the No Farm, No Food, and it was shocking to me. I did not know about the importance of Ukraine and the seed industry, how far-reaching, and what that such a valuable piece in the food source for the world. But you know what? So is Canyon County. It is a seed and which equates to a food source in the entire world on that. But to get back to this whole thing, I think that the emphasis will always be, because of who we are, on ag, land, and what we do and how we affect the world in the ag that we have here in Canyon County, how we lead in the state and the other areas, the West Coast areas also. But I'm just bothered by some of the stuff that isn't quite clear. And I think that's because we just, sitting here as a board, we heard a lot of this stuff today. A lot of the testimony and different things are in these books, and I'll tell you what, these books where we have this whole entire book is public involvement, survey stuff, and that's the different comments and all that sort of thing. And oh my gosh, it is so very, very true that there were 80-some% of people preserve, take care of our ag land. That is very, very true. It's very huge on the minds of everybody. So, but I want to make sure that there's some answers to some of that, because some of the stuff that came up here, I don't like it when people come up and say, well, good luck with that, you're not going to get anything done with the commissioners, and good luck if they do anything, and I don't know. I read all that too. I read all of the testimonies, and I was called a lame duck, and I'm not exactly sure. That made me think of Oregon, and then I got really mad. But, then another comment about me, I'm just digressing, and Carrie's rolling her eyes at me.
Only because it's a rebuttal, not deliberations. So.
Well, I've been doing this because my husband fell and cracked 2 ribs, okay? And he's home, and I'm not kidding you. If any of you have rib problems, the guy can't walk across the room by himself. So I'm just about to have a hives here worried about him. So, pain pills flare off. Look out. So anyway, sorry. No, I'm just letting a lot of my stress out. I'm sorry. So, but I want to make sure that we do this and we make the right answer, the right vote. Because I am not worried about approving this plan and developers losing their right to build and farmers losing their right to sell and profit or any of that. I'm not worried about my vote if I approve this, that's going to go away with this side of the room here represented by Mr. Lakey. I'm not worried about if I don't approve that the other side, that let's have ag and let's protect and everything like that. I'm not worried about that, but I am worried about the misinterpretations and the misunderstandings that there seem to be a lot of that and not quite clarity on both sides of the issue. So, when I get a feeling and a comfort about clarity on that, then I'm ready to go. So, and I apologize thank you for letting me talk my way down. Okay? Madam Chair? All right. But they did answer two important questions. One, nobody is taking away the case by case. That doesn't go away. And I heard you, but where you're speaking of balance, I'm changing the word and it's compatibility, and I think we're considering the same thing.
I have a few questions. If we have changes that we want to see, I think that's what I'm gonna go through really quick. I hope, if you want to start documenting. I do think that the property rights section on page 9, P10101, which is policy, should go back to a goal. On page 14, this section on population, it is the Treasure Valley population and not the Canyon County population. And I wanted to question a little bit, the population estimate for 2022 is 192,000. And is that for I'm guessing that that's Canyon County?
Let me go to that page.
Part of it is that I shouldn't have to guess.
So what were you asking?
Page 14, the table that's at the top, those are population estimates for Canyon County,
Yes.
not actuals.
Yeah, those estimates.
So I would want to put a title on top of that graph.
What would you want the title to be?
Canyon County population stats or something. And then why this is even important, the population estimate for 22 is 192. And then I think that the next graph, according to the paragraph above it, is for the entire Treasure Valley, or is it for still Canyon County? And if it is, we're really expecting to add 72,000 people in 3 years. Because if you do the math from the estimate to the projection.
I think the graph is for the Treasure Valley. I'd have to go back and double check. I didn't do that chapter.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and look at the compensation.
All right, I just think that that's important to know. And then what it looks like to the public and even to myself is that we're anticipating another 72,000 people in the next 3 years. So we need good data right there. And it's not there right now. So let's fix that. And then on the land use maps, you have, maybe I missed this, but it doesn't show the star impact area. And so we have overlapping areas currently, but that needs corrected. And just gonna ask the question, but how big of a deal is it if we take the agritourism and intensive agriculture overlay, take just those pieces out of the plan and hold them until you have an ordinance ready?
That wouldn't be a problem. So we could adopt it without those, and then we would just have to amend it.
So, and it would just be like what the public would go through as a comp plan amendment and a zoning ordinance amendment.
Yep.
And then the same question for the change, changing the rural residential designation. I think you
wanted to change that as an RA.
Yeah, my one concern about if you want to change it to RR,
Or leave it.
it might not. If it was called rural residential, I don't know if we would consider it. We'd have to maybe reword it because it wouldn't fit under the agriculture anymore. It would just be under residential.
Did you talk to the attorney, like all of the rural residential rezones?
Oh,
Did you talk to anyone? And I guess for the public that's viewing this, we can't, if you've applied for a rural residential zone, we can't change your zone within a period of years. And so.
I did talk to our attorney about that, and he said it would just stay as it was, yeah. And so we would just have a record of it in our ordinance.
I think for right now, my recommendation would be to leave the rural residential zone and modify, because the text of the rural residential zone to include elements of your RA zone, so that it does blend, but doesn't change the zone.
Okay.
Then jumping to page 37, P50501, this is a policy under natural resources and hazardous areas. It says to protect human life and property and reduce public and private expenditures resulting from natural and human-made disasters. I feel like if you build or develop that we can't help you in those areas, then we shouldn't be telling the public that we're going to protect them from it. I think that we should delete that one.
What page are you on, Madam Chair?
Page 37. I know I know that part of the policy would be because we're trying to, or it's missing something. It's probably missing something like to not, like limiting development in the natural hazardous areas.
We have that, some of that language in P5.05.02.
Yeah.
About mitigate.
Yeah, so then that goes, since that, there is that, I agree. I'm inclined to delete that policy.
What's your point number again, Madam Chair?
P50501. I think it's a little bit of government overreach. And then on G50600, encourage downward facing lighting to improve public health, safety, and welfare. And you have a policy that talks about light pollution that I think is fine, but never heard a good argument on how downward facing light helps public health or safety.
So safety would apply for aerial applicators who fly at night, and when the light shines up, it's hard for them to
spread it, see it, blind them.
Yeah. So that's just one example of safety. I think public health would, I'm sure some people could argue that it would impact their sleep, but that might be a stretch. It depends on who you're talking to.
What about welfare? How downward facing light's gonna help welfare?
Could just say public safety.
As a goal. Okay. That's better. And then I'm a little bit like, one thing that I feel like is missing in this area would be a goal that supports recharge projects. Since water is a natural resource and we consistently have conversations about recharge, I do think that just not a policy that is requiring people to do something, but a goal that supports development that includes recharge projects.
So on P5.01.03, what's an additional or maybe a goal above that?
Yeah. Maybe replace your G50500 with, that talks about water and on page 38, you have a great section on water that includes some information about recharge. But it is key to our success so that we don't become an area or where we are heavily impacted. So I think some type of goal that addresses the importance of recharge. And not for this one, but for the future, I do want you to remember that I do think that the bee population is important. On page 39, it references the Boise River Complex and the Snake River Complex. What's the Boise River Complex? Is it the entire system?
I don't know off the top of my head. I have to pull it up in my laptop.
Okay. Never heard of it called the complex. I think that the sentence states several birds and wildlife species have habitats at Deer Flat Wildlife Refuge, Boise River Complex, or Snake River Complex, and other watersheds. So I think it's these systems.
Yeah, and I think that was just a scientific terminology. So I can replace that.
Or don't if it's scientific, but. On page 41, it says that we have tornadoes.
That's based on the all hazard mitigation plan.
Doesn't mean it's right. I've never seen a tornado. Has anyone here ever seen a tornado? You have?
Yes.
Really? Okay, I'm leaving it. What is, and then under wildfire, on page 41, same thing. It has the acronym WUI.
Yeah, that's the wildland urban interface.
Does it say that somewhere else and I missed it?
It should, yeah. What did you say? Wildland urban interface?
Well, it seems like just there. If you'll just verify what that means.
Yeah, and I think it was probably mentioned earlier in the plan, but it should be in that chapter as well, so I can add that.
Okay. And then on page 48, under schools, states as a policy that new development adjacent to existing or planned schools should provide adequate pedestrian and bicycle access for school children and internal and connecting roads and pathways. Should that only be like subdivisions that are immediately adjacent, or should that be developments within a mile per se of those schools?
I think for safe routes to school, it's generally at 1 mile, or maybe it's a half mile.
I think that we should look that up and include more than just adjacent if we're going to really look at safe routes. And on page 49, it lists our higher education. We do, at the College of Western Idaho, I think that it's worth mentioning the BSU Center at CWI. I also think that the University of Idaho Pharma Research and Extension Center, it's related to production, storage, and related problems of vegetables and forages, cereals, fruits, fields, seed, and specialty crops produced in Southwest Idaho. They have a lot of PhDs out there, and it's a really valuable resource as part of higher education, so I would include that. And we do have some really incredible trade schools that are not mentioned, although they are mentioned briefly, the word trade school was mentioned somewhere. But trade schools are a key part of our agricultural community versus colleges. And so I think listing some of those trade school options is also an important tool to list in here. One of them, as an example, would be the helicopter program at Silverhawk. Page 53, public service facilities and utilities. Policy 70201, encourage the conservation of energy through the support of public education incentives and other tools that encourage conservation. Conservation of what?
I think that may have carried over from the current plan.
It says conservation twice in that sentence, so would it just be, and it says encourage conservation twice in one sentence, so is it just encourage conservation of energy through the support of public education incentives and other tools?
Yeah, it should end at tools.
And for public services, facilities, and utilities, you referenced the detention facilities. However, the schools did this well. Middleton and Valley View both talked about voter fatigue and the failure to pass bonds. I think it's important to note that the jail is full and that we have voter fatigue and that we've failed to pass a bond. The jail is, if you look at the numbers, it's not technically full, but that's only because we've been doing alternative sentencing. And in some ways that's a good thing, but there's also, we've had some serious incidents recently that I think show some reason to keep people in jail if they've done bad things. So I just think it's important to add at least a sentence that the facility is full. On considering I'm in transportation now on page 61, consider the cumulative impact of rezones and subdivisions on road capacity and in traffic congestion when making land use decisions. I think the development world deserves to know, like, how big of a scope are we going to look at? How is it within 1 mile again, like the same as the other one? But how big of a cumulative impact are we looking at? Like drive time, like 5 minutes from the city, 3 minutes from the city. What does that mean? Especially since it's a policy. And if we're not ready for it to be a policy, then I think we make it an action item or a goal to consider what that means. Or are we ready? Do we know what that means?
As far as distance, I don't have an answer for you. It would have to be, I think, what you'd be comfortable with. When you start thinking about the larger regional transportation system, it can be interpreted different ways.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that's ready to be a policy?
I think it should be a policy.
Okay.
As far as the distance goes, I don't have an answer for you.
Do you think it needs a distance?
I don't know if it's necessary, but I understand your concern about that.
And commissioners have any input on that? Leave it. Huh? Okay. And on recreation, actually, I'm not going to mention that one.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek.
I don't want to interrupt, but on the recreation portion of that, I did want there to be some mention, I don't know, Elizabeth, if you've coordinated with the Parks Director, they have a pretty big, I guess, outreach underway of their own, but some goal of creating an urban interface out there by the Deer Path Wildlife Refuge. And what do you think about that?
I think, so we worked with Parks on that chapter. I think what would, the best approach would be to wait until they have their plan done, and then we could amend our plan to incorporate what they found in their outreach.
But if we don't make it a goal, I think that will be lost without some type of policy to ensure that recreational component in the parks that continue into the future. That would be my position.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Is it action item okay?
An action item to create that.
Or to move forward with the memorandum of understanding. It's a federal, state, parks, and commissioner coalition that needs to exist based on the community input that they're receiving.
I think an action would be appropriate, so it'd be for the county to take action on that.
Perfect.
So can you, what was the language on that, take action
On the memorandum of understanding between the Fish and Wildlife, which is a federal agency, and the partnership with the state, and then the county and our parks department. So it's really 4 entities involved.
And then,
And Madam Chair, can I just put something else in there too that reflects the information that they've gathered on what's available on the parks portion? Am I missing that in here?
That our parks director put together. I think she worked on this section.
Yeah.
Nikki did.
And so is the parks map, is there a map of parks in here that you can?
Yeah. There's back of that.
The map on page 71.
Right there.
Oh, thank you. And then along with this map, is there, I think the county has 18, so on page 70, it talks about the definition of various kinds of parks, but it doesn't outline the parks in Canyon County. That might be of interest, particularly where there's discussion on reopening Knott's Point and the enhancement that that memorandum would make on the upper and lower dams.
Actually, when I said I wasn't gonna talk about recreation, that was what I was gonna add, was that I think that listing our parks, I know you have a map, but just a list of our parks and recreation opportunities. Okay. And special areas and sites, that section, it includes like historic districts, archaeological district, scenic byways, but historical, cultural, and natural sites and landscapes with a vision to honor the power of place in the county by preserving our history and landscape and linking our past to our future. That's the purpose. And the Sunny Slope ADA is absolutely a special area in the site. And there was a lot of testimony about the microclimate and the soil of that ADA that, I'll mess it up, but I've heard that we're on the same, like latitude as, it's the great, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Napa Valley, no, it's not Napa Valley, it's like, Europe.
Bordeaux.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bordeaux. And that part of that is what that climate and that makes it so unique. And so it just lends to that that is a special area. And I think it should be specifically listed. And so we could take, just create a paragraph similar to what is in here. And add that.
did write a note about the secondary houses, but I don't think we can tackle that right now.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek?
in the housing, the one thing that I hadn't heard until this presentation was the HOCs, the housing overlay zones. And just on a cursory, those have increased density bonus, increased allowable heights, lower parking requirements, by right zoning or administrative project approval, streamlined permitting, allowing housing in locations not zoned for residential uses, impact fee waivers, lower parking requirements, which to me seems intuitively in conflict with what it is we're trying to do. So I think this whole section, or I was not comfortable when I
Where are you reading from?
I Googled the housing overlay zone and what that says, adopt a public housing overlay
Oh.
as the A11.
Yeah, what do you want to do with that?
So I don't know what the intent of that was, because it was added by someone who doesn't work at the county anymore.
Yeah, we don't want to do that one.
Oh, sorry, wait, I do know what that is. Sorry, I haven't eaten all day, so.
That's
my
really
brain isn't working. So the public housing overlay, we've been working on that with Caldwell Housing Authority, and that's to allow an overlay similar to their existing use, where they wouldn't have to come in for conditional use permits. And that's being reviewed by our attorney, so say that again. So it's an overlay to support their use. So instead of doing conditional use permit modifications continually, it would be allowed uses in the public housing overlay. So it would allow a mixed variety of uses. And
So,
with the
like-
language in front of me, so I'll say.
I think that one, let's pull that one until we have,
The ordinance.
yeah, okay. So remove that one. So that is A110101A. So we'll shelf it. Commissioner Van Beek?
And I find some of these in conflict, so like goal 11.02.000, while you're maintaining the rural character of Canyon County and providing sufficient housing without fragmenting agricultural and natural land resources. I can think of one recent land hearing where I did argue for allowing a house in an agricultural zone to continue that ag to the next generation. But there could be an argument that you're fragmenting the agricultural zone on that. So I think that needs more discussion. And then we haven't defined on goal 110300 what incompatible means, because we don't have a clear definition of non-viable, or what, I just don't understand what that means. And then
They're both just goals, so they're broad in discretion with lots of latitude. What those mean.
subject to a lot of interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a definition for incompatible in the back.
Uses incompatible of association or harmonious coexistence,
And
which
we-
incompatible is in the acronym Land Use Planning Act. That's why zoning is established, so that you can help mitigate incompatible uses next to each other.
And I hear what you're saying, I just don't think we've answered that question here today. And
We
then
don't have to in a comp plan.
I would,
In zoning.
I would say on goal 11.04.00, I agree that, and I brought this up during testimony to answer the question of where agricultural housing is supposed to be located. But I would argue that the side for providing adequate housing for a developing population, have we established that that's outside of just so to accommodate a supply of farm worker housing, allow farm worker housing as accessory uses on agricultural properties? And that seems inconsistent, because we're not allowing in some instances families to put family members there to help augment the farming operation, which would be more desirable.
It might be, why would we not be doing that with that goal? And that's just a goal.
Well, coming from a family member, and I'm just speaking, doesn't necessarily want to be classified as a farm worker. They're a landowner, they're invested in the, they're an owner of a property. I would have to have somebody else jump in on
Being called a farm worker.
that. Have a contested.
Means I work hard.
No, like have a contested split after death. Yeah, that could be problematic.
Okay, so in that section, I think there is questions, but I'm supportive of the goals that are there. Commissioner White, are you okay with leaving those? We'll just remove the one action. Yeah. Is that okay?
I didn't really hear Commissioner Bandy, what he suggested.
She wants to remove a couple of the goals.
Well, I didn't suggest remove, I suggested to redefine what they mean so that they're not subject to interpretation. I guess it just isn't clear what it means.
So does it need, does she need clarification? It just needs to be clarified, or does all go away?
She's saying clarification, they're pretty clear to me.
Discourage housing in incompatible
areas. Would it help you if it said something like discourage housing in incompatible areas where conditions or mitigating conditions can't be met? I don't know. That part is confusing.
I just think that given the testimony, there's clear direction on farm labor housing, but not on how to meet or get input from. I think that's the part that might be missing, is that discussion that probably should have taken place with the development community next to the agricultural community and what that really looks like.
I think these are goals and you'll take some of this feedback and work on that. Okay. On P120101 for the agriculture section, states direct non-agricultural related development to the cities, areas of impact, and other clearly defined and planned development areas. Going back to some of Mr. Lakey's comments and other comments, I think the word encourage in the comp plan is better than direct.
You're on P120101?
102 would be encourage non-agricultural related development to the cities, areas of city impact, and other clearly defined. And then I wanted to know what you meant when it says increase protected farmland. What is protected farmland?
Hang on a minute. Write that down. And for P12.01.02, you said to
replace the word direct with encourage.
Okay.
Madam Chair, on that, there's been testimony that some people may prefer a rural lifestyle with 1 or 2 acre lots. So are you eliminating that by that policy?
I think this helps them instead of it being to direct them there. It encourages. It's setting a plan.
So how are you, given the amount of residential that's been taken off the map, which is, I'm not sure people are clear where that's located, then this.
Located in cities, areas of city impact, and other clearly defined and planned development areas.
And your planned development areas, it appears that those have been removed so that people cannot locate if they want to in a rural setting.
this would just be a policy that would be one of the components of the agricultural section that would be, again, it's guiding growth with a plan. So it's a statement that acknowledges thoughtful planning. What's protected farmland?
Where are you at?
On P120103, increase protected farmland.
I think it's just essentially saying maintain farmland.
Yep, we already said that on P120101. And it's also talking about guiding development to more suitable areas, which P120102 does that.
Do you want that one removed?
Why don't we say support? What if it said maybe support farmland through zoning, purchasing, and transfer of development rights, cluster development, conservation easements, and other opportunities to guide development to more suitable areas. So maybe support efforts, or no, just support farmland through zoning and remove the words increase protected.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Van Beek.
And one of the things that I see noticeably missing that was included with the discussion that we had for the Ag Coalition is the word voluntary. And we've heard from a couple of people in that intensive ag area and then for testimony provided.
We're gonna remove the intensive ag overlay right now.
Okay, but on P120101, agriculturally designated, there's no.
So that was one that I asked her about removing. So
Okay.
the mentions of, because we're not ready yet. We don't know what that means. I'm not saying we don't need it. We're just gonna shelve it until we can identify what that means with an overlay.
Are you talking about removing all the overlays?
No, just the intensive ag.
Are you talking about the agritourism or the intensive agriculture overlay? There's 3 different agriculturally based overlays.
What I started with was the
agritourism
and the intensive.
Okay.
Just because there really isn't, there's not enough in here to describe what that is and what that means.
Okay, so that'll be all the agricultural overlays then.
We're just shelving it. And then an action item that says to work with the cities to adopt ordinances that protect and promote agriculture. We've heard that from a lot of people, but there's a lot of sprawl that happens from the legs of the cities. I think that goes back to what Commissioner Van Beek has been trying to accomplish, a plan where we work together.
Do you want to change the overlays to make action item to work on it so we don't?
Okay.
So,
Sure. That's a good solution.
did I miss the last one? What were you saying about the cities?
Their action items instead of policy.
Yes, and I think that the word that needs to be used in there somewhere is the word that I heard that was brought forward by the Ag Coalition is voluntary. There has to be some provision given to the landowner, the farm person, that otherwise, Mr. Lakey's comments are correct. That is government. That is big government.
Where do you want that?
Well, there has to, and I'm saying that somewhere, a voluntary compliance, that's what I heard, that their goal was not a regulatory taking. That's another way to say that on big government.
So we remove, like right now, it would just be an action, so they would work on developing language and work with the sectors to establish what that looks like and what it means, is my proposal. You okay with that? She wants to add that it's a voluntary program, which is not how zoning works.
Well, on transfer of development. rights.
Overlays.
And that one would have to, so I'm
Well,
saying,
yeah, no one's gonna transfer development rights without a like someone applying for that. We're not gonna transfer someone's rights for them.
or conservation easements, any of that.
That's implied.
And again, some of the definitions that could be critical are subject to interpretation. If it's not a problem and that it's not, then it should be, I think, stated in the best interest of transparency.
So, Commissioner Gamby, would you please tell me what you're proposing?
Well, and Commissioner White, this is to help offset some of what looks like the big government in telling landowners what they have to do, what they have to grow. There has to be an element of voluntary compliance. I'm going to reference again, when I met with the city of Star, 4 people that say, I'm never going to sell my ground, it's going to be in perpetuity. They have an agreement for a conservation easement. They have a team that goes out with their legal staff and presents what that looks like. He said most of the time, people do not choose to exercise that option, because when those are put into perpetuity, that's a big deal. That is a generational that has to be carefully considered. So developing policy that clearly discloses what those conservation easements and those transfer of development rights, that was discussed earlier on, but there wasn't even a time frame that was established for how long those transfer of development rights, or how long that ground would remain without a building permit. So a lot of,
None of that exists yet.
and so,
So that would be definitely a part of your purview next year or whenever those proposals come in front of you for ordinance amendments. So keep all those things in your bank as things to talk about when those happen.
and I appreciate that. That will be a lot of topic for discussion that we'll have to revisit again, but your statement early on, Madam Chair, in this, which I agree with, is you said, well, part of it is that I shouldn't have to guess, end quote, and that we need, that quote, we need good data and it's not there. So in some of this, there is just a tremendous amount of information, and I'm not saying that staff hasn't dedicated a lot of time and done a good job. Elizabeth is a well-qualified planner with a master's degree that I have a lot of respect for. But on some of this, it is true. This was started by someone without that expertise. And so combing through this document, it is critical. I feel sorry for the people that are still here. I feel sorry for myself because I'm hungry. This is what we're trying to get to, is do we have enough in this document that is well vetted to pass something today? And we do not.
And then my final change is on A130105A under National Interest Electric Transmission Corridors. This is the same comment about the use of words twice. Promote energy conservation through the support of public education incentives and other tools that encourage conservation. What type of conservation? I guess if we just add electric conservation, but I think that we already said it by saying promote energy conservation through the support of public education incentives and other tools, period.
Madam Chair, I want to jump back to the agriculture. It's action 12.01.04, which is to discourage the conversion of agricultural land to other uses. And the only reason I'm saying that is because when I met with a farmer, part of their plan for continuing their agricultural heritage, and they have been farming in this area for more than 100 years, was to divert some less productive ground to a different use that would augment and highlight the agricultural component of Canyon County and allow them to keep operating. So to put an action item like that in place really is premature, and to Commissioner White's point, if we're going to allow this to be considered on the merits of each case that come before us, to put that kind of an action item into place restricts that before it's even gotten out of the gate.
I do think that, 012, or A120105A, develop programs, policies, and other regulations to achieve agricultural conservation, preservation, and support agricultural activities. That's the same thing, but a lot nicer.
So we could eliminate that whole.
Eliminate. Great. Are you okay with removing A12.01.04?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
With those changes, I would recommend approval of the plan and direct staff to bring those changes back in the final document for final approval.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Van Beek.
And I know we've been a long time, I have not been provided the opportunity to.
Changes?
Correct.
Madam Chair, I don't think you closed public testimony.
And that's true also.
Someone want to close public testimony?
Does that mean I cannot provide comments?
So provide in deliberation, we can provide comments.
Madam Chair, move to close public comment.
Motion by Commissioner Van Beek and second by Commissioner White to close public testimony. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Van Beek.
I'm looking at the public services, facilities, and utilities, and you did highlight that you wanted to have some mention that the detention facility was full on page 57. One of the goals, which falls directly into the purview of the board, is to provide funding for a public safety facility. I don't see that on there as a goal or an action item. And I think that that would be remiss if you make that statement, but you made no provision for a board to make that a priority.
I think that if we start identifying specific actions for the BOCC related to financial input, I don't know if we've ever done that in the comp plan.
Well, then we would have to remove the change or the requested change to say that the facility is full, because that population fluctuates given alternative
All we're
sentencing.
doing is giving current conditions. So the section where I wanted that is just in the section that describes what the current conditions of our facilities are.
But if we remove the action item, then it would just stated that the goal would be to provide adequate public safety facilities, because we are the only facility for housing inmates in the county for all 9 cities.
So do you want that as a goal?
I think it has to be a goal. And then.
So that'd be G70203, and it would read to
provide public safety facilities that meet the demand for services and incarceration for all 8 cities, 9 cities in the county.
Oh, so in G7.01.00, it mentions providing reliable public services and facilities. Do you want to break that out of there, or is that fine in that one goal?
I think that covers it personally.
Well, then I think you could eliminate the new goal, but specifically call out public safety, because public services and public safety facilities are different.
Okay, so add in the word public.
You can leave public services, because I
And
think that's
comma,
important.
public safety facilities.
Correct.
Comma, facilities and utilities.
Yes, and I think it's also important that given the current mental health crisis, for whatever reason, that we put something in there to meet that service. I don't know what that would look like, but there is federal funding available, and there are working groups, even within the county, that are striving to meet that goal, whether it includes critical incident task force teams, but something in there to address that. I think that would be remiss if we didn't include that as well. Particularly,
Talking about these ones, bringing in mental health into the public services facilities.
well, when there's a
That's
proposal,
a state issue.
but there's a proposal to use ARPA money to fund a teen assessment center, so then you're in conflict. Well, how are you, I guess
Because I'm not making budget fiscal decisions based off of a county comprehensive plan. This is for land use. The next, are you gonna make a land use decision because of mental health?
well,
I
I'll
love
answer
mental
it.
health, trust me, like I'm on the committees, I'm working on that stuff, but I'm just trying to like correlate land use to that.
And I thank you, it's a good question. So the answer to that I've shared with Senator Winthrop, who's working on that, would be that we would have adequate land allocation for a public safety facility that would also triage acute mental health to keep people out of the jail that don't belong there, but provide services to people that are in acute crisis. So it would be a land designation big enough to meet that need, but that has to get buy-in.
Should just go here with public safety and emergency service. Could we, if you want to put something about that?
And Commissioner White, and I'm not stuck on that, I'm just saying in broader sense of long-range planning and guiding that, I think to make provision for that would keep, I don't
We
know.
didn't have enough testimony and conversation, and there's not enough time to come up with language for that. So I would just request we keep moving on from that topic.
That's fine. Under agriculture, and I mentioned this in response to someone's comments, that we work to include something that highlights hands-on agriculture, much like the STEM programs. So you have not just wineries where people can enjoy what's produced in the viticultural area. But I have said this many times, you have something like a cold press cider mill with a agritourism store, something, but there's no really provision or look past. It doesn't feel like anything except a winery component, and I think there's so much more that could be done on that given the agricultural area that we're in.
I think that's the goal of the agritourism element that we're just gonna place as an action item to develop language as you're indicating.
Madam Chair, on page 85, I guess, and I'll have to compare here. I have one version that I printed off the website, and the board received this, so to compare those. But there is, it looks like a spelling error, and maybe you can find it, Elizabeth, in the plan, draft plan, I don't have, but it's agricultural producers and food processing facilities are significant contribution. And maybe that's, I read it, that it should be contributors to the economy of the county, but maybe contributions is the right. I'm not sure.
Okay. I think it's right. All right, any other discussion?
I need a chance just to quickly look in here. I know that the time is. Did we, Elizabeth, did we take Greenleaf's comments into consideration, their concerns on the self-sustained master plan communities?
Yes, we removed that language.
Thank you.
When you go and make these changes, I know you provided the attachment A, but will you make those changes in the final draft with strike and score? And then, Monica, when can we schedule this? Those are simple. So we should be able to review this in the next couple days, few days.
Is Friday too soon? Looks like so.
Yeah, Friday's gonna cut it close.
What about Monday morning?
Commissioner Van Beek's gonna be at IAC conference Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
But what time does that conference start? I think it's noon, so what if we started at 9 a.m. that morning on Monday? That would give a little more time Friday to work.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, Monday at 9 a.m.
And then Commissioner White, it looks like you have a 9:30 in Boise. Is that public safety, justice and public safety? 9:30, I see that's on your calendar.
Is that having the thing all week, so
do
I'll
nine.
move mine.
Okay. 9 o'clock on Monday?
Yeah.
So I would make a motion to accept those, to move forward with the plan with those changes.
And then there was the one I brought up earlier about the airport map with the crowd testing. Do you want to add that as well?
Where can I look at that at?
What was it?
Where's that at right now? to look
It's
at?
not in there.
And you want to, and that was a request,
When we first started, Madam Chair.
I think that add it, and let's consider it.
Madam Chair, are you breaking up the motion to accept the enhanced changes? Because I think we need to have, I'm not opposed to the changes, but I would oppose the passing of the plan, given the number of concerns that are out there. So if this is a time for deliberation, then
Okay, go ahead and deliberate.
I always appreciate being a part of robust discussion.
Actually, let's make a motion first and then deliberate on the discussion. How about that? So, because I did say that I would move to support the comprehensive plan with the recommended changes.
And my request is to break out and make those two separate motions. So make a motion to approve the changes and then have discussion, and then at the end of that, have a call for a motion on whether or not to
That's what
adopt.
we normally do though. We normally recommend approval or denial and then what changes are included.
And I would submit that I don't think we have to hold to that process. And then-
That's true, but is there a second on my motion?
I'm sorry, I'm looking to change.
Appointments?
Trying to multitask.
So my motion is to approve it with the recommended changes and to bring it back in front of the board to see those recommended changes.
Madam Chair.
And is there a second on that?
Oh, you have one question, I'll second.
Okay.
Fine with it.
There is a motion by
Everything
Commissioner
pretty
Smith,
clear.
a second by Commissioner White. Now for discussion.
And Madam Chair, I want to make sure, Commissioner White, I wanted to break those motions out. One was to approve the changes that have been recommended,
Well, we'll do
which
that
we've
next
done.
week. When we see what the changes are, then we'll approve those changes that met the changes that we requested.
Okay, so now I'm confused on what the motion is because,
It was to approve the comprehensive plan and direct staff to make the recommended changes.
and I think that motion is premature. I think there needs to be deliberation, and I'm not sure, and I understand Commissioner White has things on her mind, but I think we need to have deliberation before we call for a motion. I'm not sure Commissioner White
I'm allowing
understands that.
discussion right now. Go ahead.
So,
I was gonna say, do we have time on Monday to do all that deliberation? Or,
I think we should deliberate before there's a motion. That it's premature to have a motion without deliberation on a plan that is clearly out of order.
It's not out of order. There's a plan that's in front of us. I support the plan that's in front of us with the recommended changes.
And I
Is
am
that clear?
saying,
that part of it, yes. But this is the way I feel it. This is the comp plan, it's very, very important, and so. Sorry. It's important, and, Commissioner Van Beek, if she has some apprehension or reservation, then I am fine with letting her get in a comfort zone and do this in the order that she is suggesting. I don't think you're asking too much, so I think that's fine.
I keep asking, you can deliberate. What are,
But here's what's unclear. The gentleman that was here, I don't want to debate semantics. What I want to do is have transparency in government, because this matters. And with the amount of changes and the amount of information that is unclear in this plan, there is no reason this board cannot break out a motion to adopt the suggested changes. That's one. We worked through those as a workshop. The commissioners can approve that. But to roll those into the same motion, it feels like that I'm being given an option of, not an option, a railroad to adopt the changes and the plan at the same time. And to that, I object before we have deliberation. That is not good governance.
So did you hear what I offered?
Yes,
Are you
thank
good
you.
with that?
I am. So we have two commissioners now, so we would have to withdraw the motion.
I will withdraw the motion.
Thank you.
Now, you want to deliberate on what?
I will make a motion that we direct staff to make the changes that you and I have provided, and then Commissioner White had changes. That is my motion. Yes.
Okay. So there is a motion by Commissioner Van Beek and a second by Commissioner White to direct staff to make the changes and bring those changes back to us on Monday at 9 a.m. Is that a part of your motion?
Yes.
Just for clarification, so she is including that in her motion to bring them back Monday morning at 9 a.m. So there is a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then now you want to wait for, we'll review those changes and then decide on approval or denial on Monday.
And what I would say, I know Commissioner White has some, but to look at that and then be able to deliberate still the merits or what's left on this, given the testimony, I will say that I believe that Mr. Lakey brings valid points. His quote, "A lighter touch of government as it touches people and their property," is absolutely appropriate in this. We've heard convincing testimony from not just one, but many people on the issues and the obstacles that they're facing. And so it'll lead people down a path believing that they can obtain an approval, and they're spending thousands of dollars. To that I object. That is not clear. Soil, I value soil. I have good soil. It's important to grow crops on soil. It is not one of the 8 criteria that the board makes recommendations on. So that's just for the record. I think it's significant, and Mike Wegner was cited as bringing this out, that in a balanced approach, you would retain something in balance to keep it in balance, but removing all of the agricultural from the 2020 plan would appear to be out of balance. I am not in favor of a document that is so lacking in clarity that there is room for arguing, interpretation errors. The board is charged with the responsibility of creating a document. Otherwise, it's a disservice to the board and to the applicants and to the community. Mr. Lakey's made several valid points about definitions, how much government should be in there, that farmers have no options. Commissioner White's point that, and I'm sorry, I'm having some low blood sugar, so I'm.
All right. There's a motion. We're going to move forward with the meeting on Monday morning at 9 a.m. And we are going to wrap this meeting up, and I'm going to close it.